What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the liberal loudmouth. Oh, and now you choose to come in. Perfect timing. Cutie, cutie. Cutie, cutie, what the booty? What's up, y'all? What's up? Good morning. Unhappy National Day of Mourning to you as well. Eat the rich. Eat the rich. You don't even have to fry them. Okay? They're going to poison you anyway. What's up, y'all? Come on in. Come on in. I know some of y'all are slaving away over a hot stove. I am not doing that. So for those that will be a part of this National Day of Mourning, you're welcome to join me. Is breast milk a good replacement for eggnog? Squid fucker, breast milk is a good replacement for anything. Okay? It's true. I'm not, that's what I hear. Okay, I don't know. Just saying. You're welcome, Squid fucker. Love the name, by the way. My wife says, Squid fucker. Yes, Squid fucker. Can't stop talking smack for one day. Well, sure I can. Hold on, I got to get my cancer going here. God damn it. You motherfuckers. And don't forget, guys, you can, instead of Macy's Day Parade wasting helium and shit, you can go to YouTube and look this up. The National Day of Mourning actually starts at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. So you can go and watch that. I believe they hold it at Plymouth. So there you go. You can do that. You can get on it and see how the other side of America does things. We do things a little different. Happy Thanksgiving, family. Elsa, the Ice Queen, what's up? Good morning, good morning. I hope everybody's food turns out great. Except for the people who hate my people. I hope your food sucks. I hope you get food pee from it. Okay? Okay? I don't. I really don't. What's up, Elsa? Anyway, we'll get started. A lot of you may not know this, but Thanksgiving, the proclamation for Thanksgiving came like 9 months after the largest mass execution in U.S. history. I don't know if you guys knew that from the Dakota War, after all of the failed treaties and the refusal to make payments that were promised to the Dakotas, the Dakota people were starving. And so they attacked. And that led to the execution of 38 Dakota men. It was supposed to be 300, and a lot of the people in Minnesota were really pissed about it, that he didn't execute all 300. So then right after that, he does the national holiday for Thanksgiving, and then we created this bullshit narrative about, how natives and Europeans came together to eat, to break bread. Bunch of horse shit. Bunch of absolute horse shit. But yeah, 38 people. Matter of fact, I've got the New York Times has an article about it. And they even list the names of all of the people that were executed. Oop, there we go. Right here, execution of the Indians in Minnesota. Their confessions of guilt, descriptions of parting scenes, the execution. The the evidence that they had against them was like non-existent. Okay, the trials were like 5 minutes long. They were all hung out to dry. It's all bullshit. But you can read through this. These people that they now you'll see number 155. Like I said, there was over 300 that were brought up, but Lincoln commuted his sentences of most of them. But then they built gallows enough to get them all, I believe, at the same time, to unalive them all at the same time. And in fact, it turned out one of them was the wrong person. They executed the wrong person. So, but people in Minnesota, especially the settlers, running on Manifest Destiny, were pissed at Lincoln for not unaliving them all. Thank you, Wakatayon. Probably mispronouncing that. I actually was going to go by, name them one at a time, but let me get through some of these comments. I just want you to know I'm listening to you every day when I'm at work. Well, thank you, Elsa. You're amazing too. You guys are amazing. Today is a reminder of the G side. That's absolutely right. That's what people should be looking at this as, because, that's essentially what it was. And not just through violent means, but by the fact that English people were nasty, like just disgusting. They stank, right? Because they didn't wash. Tisquantum tried to, when they took him over to England, he tried to explain to them how to wash their asses, and they thought it would make them sick, which is interesting considering the fact that everywhere they went, death followed these people because they swamp ass. That's okay. Whereas the tribes that they described back then had sweat lodges, they bathed regularly, and because of that, they weren't exposed to all these nasty diseases. Which, interestingly enough, the Wampanoag, one of the problems they had is that, even prior to, the quote unquote Thanksgiving, a lot of them had lost their lives because of these nasty Europeans that came over and brought diseases with them. So one could argue that part of Thanksgiving tradition is to remember the fact that Thanksgiving was born from disgusting and non-bathing Europeans, one could say. Let me get through some of these comments here. But thank you, Elsa. I appreciate. Eat the rich. We are rich to 95% of the world. That's a fair point, HNIC. I love the name, by the way. God, what is that? Morgan Freeman. That reminds me of the Morgan Freeman movie. Shit, what was the name of that? Fucking love that. One of the best movies I've seen. I know what that stands for, by the way. Just enjoy the day and don't be so bitter, Bobby says. Okay. Schumerite, shake my head. Okay, thank you, Cornelius. National Day of Thanksgiving, there, fixed it for you. National Day of Mourning, actually. Fixed it for you. Here. Do you see? Right here. Can you read that? Does not say Thanksgiving. It says mourning. And this is I believe this will be the 55th or 56th National Day of Mourning at Plymouth. Here's to outbreeding the liberals, manifest destiny, and survival of fittest. What's interesting is that what we're seeing in Gaza and just Israel, that area in general, is basically the same exact argument that Europeans made when they were over here. Because in Minnesota, for example, and this speaks to the Dakota problem, they went from like 7,000 white settlers in that area in like 58, and then fast forward to 1862, there was like over 170,000. And they all went there because they believed that they had a, mandate from God. Of course, this was all propaganda, to get them to go and push all of these people off of their lands, which they did. And for the record, those treaties offered payments for land, which they weren't paid. Traders were paid, and of course they were European traders. Traders were paid. So when they got pushed off their lands, they didn't have anything to eat. They couldn't eat. They were starving, and the payments wouldn't go through. So makes sense why a group of individuals might want to fight back. So you could argue that the Dakota War was actually their October 7th. And instead of acknowledging the oppression that these people were dealing with at the time in being shoved off their land in their own Nakba, instead of doing that, they executed all of these people and said that they were the bad people. Yeah, just the history of European colonialism. Cornelius says, here's to outbreeding the liberals' manifest destiny and survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest. It's interesting you use that terminology, Cornelius, because, again, even what you would call Squanto tried to teach these disgusting people how to wash their bodies because they wouldn't do it. And so when you say survival of the fittest, when you're walking around in an aura of stench because you think bathing is unhealthy and you stink and you sleep with fleas and animals and pigs and you get these diseases from these livestock, which didn't happen here because they actually bathed and shit. I just think it's interesting that you claim that to be survival of the fittest. They're like, we won't have to worry about committing violence against them. Our swamp ass will do it for us. Thank you, liberal, for what you're doing. You're welcome. As an indigenous man, I thank you. Absolutely. Back at you. Columbus gave blankets covered in smallpox to the indigenous. That's right. No, he didn't. Do you actually believe this? That did happen, Canopolis. Good morning, Bunny. Yes, because it makes more sense than what we were told. Happy Thanksgiving. Go enjoy your family. We can pick it up tomorrow. Thank you for that, America's Turning Point. I will eat the rich. I will not eat the turkey. Why mourn on a day where every atheist is going to eat like a glutton and engage in watching football? Okay. Eat the rich and you will have no one to bankroll your beliefs. Okay. What are liberals offended by today? I don't know, El Toro. Why don't you tell me? Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Make sure and support the Home Depot. That's funny. We will have their money. Dear Lord, Canopolis says, may all their gambling debts go bad as they celebrate a day of mourning. That's interesting, given that we're taking white people's money from them and then buying land, which I think is pretty ironic. Ray Day, not doing anything special today. Bought all my groceries for 10 days already. Sweet. Liberals are the biggest problem in America, El Toro says. Okay, I'm with you, not buying anything. Thank you, Jackie. You're the first person that I've seen that is also checking out. Fuck that shit. I usually go and eat on Thanksgiving, but it was never about Thanksgiving. It's because fucking what other day do you get to just gorge on pies and shit, right? But I'm done with all that. Them for wanting to live and eat and have basic necessities. Exactly. I will be spending more just so you won't have any impact. Okay, Jordan, that's fine. You can. It's a free country. Broke guy saying eat the rich. Okay. We have the company as well. That was the British. Feels sorry for half this country. I'm sure half this country feels sorry for you. What's up with you, man, liberal boy? Leg Up says, man, liberal boy. Is that cognitive test that Donald Trump took? I think you left out camera and TV. Man, liberal boy, camera, TV, cat, walrus. I can't remember which ones it was. Laughing at me is your form of manipulation. Sorry, damn, there's a lot of comments here, guys. Because of my indigenous friends, I no longer speak happy Thanksgivings. I speak happy Indigenous Day. Thank you, Terry. You're very happy. Why is everyone confusing 1621 and 1637? Surprised Trump didn't change the name of today. So many DBs in the chat today. Oh, yeah, they came out real quick, didn't they? But again, I believe that the proclamation of the national holiday today by Lincoln, which actually FDR had tried to push it back a week and people got pissed off. But anyway, that day I think was just propaganda. It's just propaganda. It's political maneuver. He had just, 10 months prior to that, unalived, the largest mass execution in U.S. history, and was trying to get people on his side, I guess. Oh, we need to unify. We need to have a unified message because we just unalived these 38 people who we'd been oppressing, and they were starving, and so they attacked us on their own land. I love that part. Like, yes, there was a horrible war and mass crimes, but it was 1637. Well, we're talking about the Dakota War. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Because, this was just before the proclamation for Thanksgiving. Let's see. Trump's administration approved the Pew Pewers asylum early this year. Yeah, that whole thing with the National Guard, I'm not buying it. I mean, I'm sure it happened, but I have a feeling that somebody was told that guy to do it. They've been pushing anti-Muslim crap forever. It's just more European colonialist lies where they make shit up. They act like, oh, the white man, the Indians were starving, and so the white man broke bread with them. Yeah, I've heard that shit all my life. Jair Bolsonaro is enjoying his day. 1621. This isn't America I want or support. Exactly, Bunny. Pretty sure they said he came over during the Biden regime, but does it matter? Eli, no, I don't think it really matters, but his asylum was granted under Trump, even though, they're going to try and make it out like, oh my God, look, see, immigrants, holy shit, immigrants bad, Afghanis bad, Muslims bad. That's what they're going to go with. That's why, because he had been told by a judge to get the National Guards, out of D.C. And so they're waiting, I guess, on appeal. And then this happens. Real convenient. Real convenient. Right? No, it was native feast for the end of the harvest. That's not what they wrote. That's not what the white people wrote. Winslow, he wrote, Edward Winslow, I think it was, wrote about it. And, they claimed that it was their harvest, the white harvest. Let's see. Me neither. Trump set up for martial law. Yeah, these people will unalive us to make a point or pursue whatever agenda it is that they're wanting. The anti-terrorism department was moved to find name for Nome. I'm not sure I understand, Sparky. Crash app? Oh, you want me to check my Crash app? Let's see here. Or did you want me to announce my Crash app? Let's see. Oh, shit. Bunny, thank you for the $5. That's very sweet. Thank you very much, Bunny. I appreciate that. And if you also want to support the live, you can $LibLoudMouth at LibLoudMouth. That's Crash App and Vimo, respectively. I won't be on too long. I won't be celebrating today because today is a day of mourning. But, I figured I'd go live. And you guys are welcome to come up if you want to talk about it. Especially if you disagree, I'd love to hear your thoughts on why we should continue this, help the rich people out, eat a bunch of crap, waste a bunch of food, and or what you're thankful for, I guess. Let's see. Let me get back through some of this. Yeah, thank you again, Bunny. That's very sweet of you. I'm going to check my Vimo just in case. I don't want to miss anybody. I hadn't even thought about it. Let's see. Okay. That one was from yesterday for being a good host. All right, let me get through some of these comments here. The police were overrun. The NG was there as a deterrent. Oh, National Guard, you can't cut police and complain. That's true. People get together with family, get paid for not working. Is it really that bad of a day? I mean, sure, but the holiday itself is built on lies, and to perpetuate and dismiss the fact that Native people's lands were stolen, they were lied to, they were G-sided. So if you want to forget all of that, that's fine. I mean, that's all on you. Let's see here. I mean, I'm not gonna really judge you for it. It's not like I'm mad about anybody celebrating. I grew up blocks from an Indian school and never knew the true story. Yeah, those were pretty disgusting. Yeah, Chief, I'm not going to let you up, man, because I asked you a question. You never answered it. You went around and was making statements about somebody, and then, further caused the issue in my life, and so I'm just not going to let you up. If you want to go back and answer that question, then you're welcome to, but until you do, I just don't care. Let's see. Martial law does not have jurisdiction on or in indigenous reservations. That's true. We removed all American smokes from reservations. Good. Rich is awesome to aspire to. Rich is awesome to aspire to. Rich? I assume you mean by wealthy. And see, this comes down to a matter of like what is important to you. Is it important to just live a decent life? You don't have to be rich to do that. You don't have to have millions of dollars to be happy. There are a lot of billionaires that clearly are not happy because they will pay people to let them go and pew civilians in war-torn countries. They will traffic children. They have these demonic, weird, fucking religious things that they do, praying to owl gods and performing mock child sacrifices and shit. If you're doing that, I don't know how happy you are. So if you're aspiring to that, good luck. That would be in the best interest of the rich people, okay? I said American smokes, you could only make your own. Trump is less fiscally profitable for the U.S. than the U.S. immigrants he fights against. Well, that's true, Mew. Gobble, gobble, says Chief. At least the immigrants bring money into the economy instead of just costing us more. That's true. On Discord, yes, Chief. Don't even know a reasonable definition of the rich, but most worked very hard and took calculated risks. Actually, G-Man, that's a common misconception because they want you to believe that I did it on my own, but the reality is that most of them came from relatively well-to-do families, and it allowed them to take risks. I mean, think about somebody whose parents have money. They know that they can fall back on that whenever. And so they're more likely to take risks because they know that they can always move back in. Their parents have 4 fucking houses, what have you. So it's certainly a different perspective. Not to mention when you have networks and you know, the people that your parents know, they will introduce you to people that they know. So those networks are also very important. It is just not it's not accurate to like dismiss all of the things that help those people get where they are. They don't just do it single-handedly without anybody's help. That's just not true. How much money is in circulation divided by the people? Everybody who has more makes someone, Robin Hood said. Celebrate families. Money is finite, therefore we can't all be millionaires. That's true, Robin Hood. Yeah, dude, I answered your question. Sorry you took the bait. Okay, Chief. They are trying to censor me. Looks like it worked again. X is cooler anyway. Okay, go to X. Happy Turkey Day, Alibi. What's up, Alibi? Nice try, Team Epstein. I'll just host my own rooms. Okay, do that, Chief. Cultural capital. You need some PP to love in your life. Some PP? You mean like Bubba? Rogers? Are you talking about like Bubba's PP? I'll leave that to Trump, okay? I'll leave that to Trump. Trump, I'm sure, can make those Bubba boys real happy. Happy Colonizer Day. Thank you, Jules. Happy Colonizer Day to you as well. And if you missed it, here you go. At 12 p.m. Eastern Time, you can go and watch the live streaming of the National Day of Mourning. Since the 70s, they've been putting that on to speak about what actually has happened and taken place over time. I do have a gifting goal, but actually, let me change this. I usually start low, and then as those get filled, I will move on. Let's see. Let me go. You know what? Let me just do some roses. We'll do 50 roses. How about that? We'll start off simple. But yeah, as it relates to the National Guard thing, I just, and this is what sucks about not trusting your government. I don't trust this government. I have no reason to trust this government and honestly any other government. So when they tell me this is true, I have to, side eye and raise my eyebrows and question it because they lie. And we currently are dealing with another version of manifest destiny in Israel. And Israel seems to be up our ass constantly and telling us what to do. So when these things happen, it promotes this anti-Muslim rhetoric that we've been seeing because, largely speaking, the anti-Semitic thing doesn't work anymore. Oh, my God, you criticized Benjamin Netanyahu. You're an anti-Semite. You're just a bigot. And so that doesn't work. So now I've started to see an uptick, a pattern where they're pushing anti-Muslim. I mean, you probably, guys, if you've been watching my show for any time, you'll see over the last week or two, it's been ramped up as, we'll have MAGA supporters come in here screaming about Muslims and how Sharia law is coming and they're taking over this. And, oh, my God, look at all the mosques. Look at all the mosques they're building. And so this just feeds into that narrative that they're trying to spin. But it's all bullshit. It's all bogus. This is them trying to, distract and get you to forget about the fact that they're unaliving children. Why are Democrats so ignorant? I don't know, HNGMN8. Why don't you come up here and we can talk about it? If you think I'm ignorant, you're welcome to ask me questions. Guys, we haven't even hit 5,000 yet. We've had, around 70 and over 70 for a while. If you guys would tap, that'd be awesome. Tapping is clapping. It gets us out to the FYP. And don't forget to share the live to all of your MAGA friends. I know you have many of them. Just send them out to all the greatest MAGA friends that you have, even though they may all be drunken on the firewater and acting like jackasses at Thanksgiving dinner, because that's what some of them do. I just pray that their wives don't get beat on Thanksgiving dinner for spilling something. MAGA. So share it out to all your people. Let's get them in here. I'd love to talk to one. They're scared anymore. He got approved asylum in April by Trump admin. That's right. Yeah, so this guy that he rails about Muslim nations, he rails about immigrants, and yet approves the asylum of somebody who then, turns around. It just, none of it makes any sense. It's all too convenient. Nothing. And then, what do you stand for? I stand for people. That's right, Robin Hood, as we should. Not manifest destiny. God does not give us any kind of fucking authority over anybody else, right? But for whatever reason, this country always tries to push that. Every time there's an agenda, they fall back to this religious narrative, which is what they did back in the day. Hell, even Jefferson didn't like the formulation of national holidays based on religion because he knew that we were supposed to be opposed to, a wall between, church and state. But, still got to push that whole Christian thing. Maybe that's why we're seeing this uptick in Christian nationalism. Sorry, couldn't tap. Cats were hungry. Oh, that's okay, Bunny. You gifted and supported the live that way, so you are actually exempt from tapping. So I will not hold that against you. Yeah, so if you don't want to tap and you can gift, you can gift. And in fact, since it's brought up, I'm looking for 50 roses. I need 20 more. Nobody has requested up yet. Nobody wants to come up here and bitch at me. Is everybody afraid to lose a debate with me? Is that what's going on? Oh, shit. Well, thank you. Kathy, thank you for those roses. JPT Farms, thank you for those roses. Who is the other rose gifter? Raw, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hell, I missed it. All right, so we got the one coin out of the way. Let's set up a new goal. I usually go at start at the lowest and then go up higher. So the next one will be 10 coins a piece. That is the boxing gloves. I don't know why I like the boxing gloves so much, but I do. So let's do that. We'll put some boxing gloves in there. Let's see if people are thankful for me and gift. See, I just participate in this European colonialist capitalist bullshit too. But that's the system we have, right? Sorry, I couldn't tap. Oh, and this reminds me, I was going to bring this up earlier when I was talking about it. The Dakota people actually won a Supreme Court case, I believe it was in the 1980s, because the U.S. government still owes a bunch of fucking money for the land that they stole. And the Supreme Court authorized, or said that they had to pay for it. And the Dakota Sioux were like, no, we never wanted to sell that land in the first place, and they've refused to accept that money because they want the land. Because, it's based on their rituals, and it was a big part of their culture. But, Europeans, they didn't care. Unless it has something to do with God, they'll just take it from you and be like, it's mine. It's mine. At least, I've got to say, at least they figured out how to wash their ass. Okay, because imagine if the Europeans of today still smelled like the Europeans of then. Yikes. Maybe if that was the case, maybe they would have gone out a long time ago, right? Because all the women would be like, I ain't getting with that. If they had a choice, would you get with the guy that smelled like an ass crack or the guy that smelled like, soap or whatever was used to bathe with at the time? Sorry to put it that way, but it's actually kind of true. This was a well-known fact back then that these were people that dumped shit and urine into the streets, just right out the door, right out the window. You'd be walking down you get splashed with a fucking urinal cake. Anyway, welcome in, Sparky. Thank you for the heart me. Yeah, guys, once you get in here, don't forget to do the heart me's because you'll be able to get your points. I'm not exactly sure what those points are for, but yeah, don't forget to get your points. Let me pull something up again. I've got, in case those of you missed it, Thanksgiving. The proclamation was October 6th. 1863, I believe. And this happened in 1862. I believe it was December 26th, 1862. Let me pull this back up. This is a New York Times article talking about the largest mass execution in U.S. history right here. It was the Dakota peoples who had engaged in an attack on the U.S. government because they were stealing from them. They took their land. They were starving them out. And a matter of fact, I can probably put I don't think I can share the PDF because technically this is still intellectual property. Actually, no, this would be in public domain, wouldn't it? I believe that it would. Yeah, I think it would be in public domain because it's well over 100 years. And you go through the list here. These were all of the people that were executed that day. Is proven to have been of the party and present when Patville was unalived and to have saved Mary Anderson, who had been wounded from being unalived, and to have taken her prisoner. Convicted of the murder of Mrs. Adams' children and others, was one of the party that brought Mrs. Adams in. convicted of participating in the massacre at Traveler's Home and of murdering a man on the road near there. Like, the evidence they used in these trials were like non-existent. They also didn't get to cross-examine anybody. It was almost like how the Republicans bitched about January 6 people who were brought up and convicted. If you were just there, they were throwing the book at you. I mean, basically that's what it was. If you were part of this tribe, you were, you were held. And what's interesting is that after the Civil War and all of that, they commuted the sentence of much of the generals in the South. Yet, when the native tribes fought against the people that were stealing their land, they got executed. Make that make sense. I mean, the parallels between that and like October 7th are pretty crazy, actually, if you really think about it. That could be America's October 7th, right? And then the European leaders of those states, like Minnesota, actually were upset because they wanted to unalive them all. Like every person, all of the tribes, and then to push them further out of Minnesota, which is crazy. I'm going to pull up some news here. We'll get through some of the news of the day. For those that aren't celebrating today or celebrating the mourning of an entire group of peoples, we'll get through it. North Carolina can use Republican-drawn congressional map, judge rules 9 hours ago. North Carolina can use a redrawn congressional map during 2026 midterm elections, a federal 3-judge panel ruled on Wednesday. It's a win for Republicans. I'm starting to think, though, because I'm seeing a lot of, like, previous MAGA. They just are not, they're not liking it. So I don't even know if they'll be able to win in the midterms unless they flat out cheat, right? Unless they do some, like, total shenanigans. Feline Fine says a lot of Minnesota is still like that when it comes to Somalians. What do you mean? Indiana is property of the Trump crime family. I'm actually going to bring my alt in here so we can open up that panel so you guys can see where to join if you'd like to. Okay. Let me request. Where the fuck is my thing? There we go. Okay, so something ain't right. That's weird. Let me request. Okay, there it goes. There it goes. I was like, oh, my request isn't working. All right, so this actually is my alt, guys. I go live on this alt sometimes as well. So if you want to, you can follow this alt down here. They're different than this. I just do it from my phone instead of my computer. Winter storm warning is 24 inches of snow to strike. Yikes. Americans are buckling under medical bills. It could be worse. Well, of course it's going to get worse. This mentality of take mine colonialist bullshit is still evident to this very day, and like using Christianity to like justify this shit, like Manifest Destiny, for example, or it's our land, our people came from here, we're the chosen people and this is our land, like Israel. It's just so disgusting that we're still dealing with this to this very day. I don't know who this is or how to pronounce this name. What's up? Hello. Alrighty then. Must be an accidental request. Crazy conversation yesterday on the alt. I didn't go live on my alt yesterday, Sparky. That was my main yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was a good live, I thought. Day before that. Oh, yeah. Hell, I don't even remember what it was about now, but yeah, it was, what the hell were we talking about? I think we jumped all over the place. I think that was that MAGA person was up there, wasn't it? Wasn't it a MAGA person? State court rules vaccine law can't be religious exemptions. Oh, can't bar religious exemptions. How Trump targeting these Democrats could backfire. Well, it should backfire. All you need to know about the Indiana Senate leader, let's see. There was something I was going to bring up. Now I can't fucking remember what it was. It was, babe, do you remember that story yesterday that I ran across? I fucking saved it and I forgot to pull it back up. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck it. It'll come to mind. Oh, 1,000% an inside job. Yes, I believe that it was. And that's speculation, and that's okay. Because let me tell you, when the Republican Party can look at an email and say, oh my God, they ordered a pepperoni pizza, that means that there were little boys. They were ordering little boys. When Republicans get to do that and nobody cares, then we can speculate about this all day long. All right. Fucking ping pong pizza. Melania holding Trump up while walking to help. I mean, the dude's like 127 years old. Day before was talking about making Muslim tea groups. Then that happened. Right. Yeah. It's all so convenient. And after a judge, told the troops that they had to go. Trump calls New York Times reporter ugly in latest insult to female journalist. Donald Trump calling anybody ugly is ironic, right? Donald Trump is one of the ugliest humans I've ever seen in my life. But it also goes to show that there are some women that don't care. As long as you're wealthy, they will get with you and hit that. Which is nuts. Speaking of that, the Golden State Unaliver, I learned yesterday that he had a micropene. It was so small that they had to work to find it, to document it, because many of his victims, that was the identifying mark, was the less than dime circumference and shorter than the tip of your pinky. And remember the other day when I was saying that maybe the Europeans' problems is a dick problem? Maybe that's true. Maybe there's something to that. Nene says, that's crazy work. Hung like a Tootsie Roll. AI Trucker says, exactly. It probably even less than half of one of those little bite-sized Tootsie Rolls. Gosh, I can't imagine how terrible that would be. Go through life. Size doesn't matter. Bullshit. Bullshit. Hold on. I got a better way to say that.
A bullshit? A bullshit?
That's right.
Bullshit. A bullshit.
That's right. Bullshit. Size. That's when size matters. LMFAO. Exactly, Joe Dirge. On my Serial Unaliver podcast, that seems to be an identifying mark. Yeah. Or an unidentifiable mark, right? Where is it? Yet he was able to leave his DNA all over the place, so at least some parts of his stuff worked, I guess. I still think it's a dick thing, y'all. They're jelly. Oh, Orion, was that an accident? H-Man had one too. Yeah, I hadn't heard that. Oops, sorry. That's okay, Orion. Guys, if you want up on the panel, you're welcome to come up. I'm taking anybody today. This is National Day of Mourning, so we can all mourn together and fight against this continued European colonialist bullshit that we're still seeing to this very day. It's disgusting. Let me check my Crash app. Oh, Frugal. We've got a foodie here on Turkey Day. What's up, Frugal?
I didn't want you to sit up here alone, buddy, so I decided to come up and just talk to you, you know? So what's going on, friend?
Oh, not much. Just, doing my thing. I'm trying to keep my algorithm correct. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone live. You gotta go live at the same time every day for TikTok to like you.
Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, by the way. I could have started there.
Yes. Happy National Day of Mourning. I agree.
What does that mean though? Why are you saying that?
Are you not aware of this being the National Day of Mourning?
Maybe I'm not. Enlighten me.
Yeah. Do you see up here? Can you see on the deal? Yeah. It starts at 12 p.m. They do it at Plymouth. Native tribes come together to remind people of the culture and erasure and G-side of Native peoples.
Has this been taking place on a regular basis and I just wasn't aware of it, or is this new this year?
Yeah, it's just, I believe, the 55th one. That's
Holy shit! I've been out of the loop for 55 years, or I'm only 46 or 40 no 45.
Yeah, I think it started in I think it may have started in 1970. So this may be the 55th year.
I have to be honest. I am ignorant.
I'll be right back.
To this.
Yeah, go ahead. I can still hear you.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was just saying. Yeah, I guess I'm completely ignorant to the National Day of Mourning and that took place. So I'm just going to be honest with that. Yeah, I did not know that existed. So do you not do Thanksgiving, Tim?
Sorry, I had to run into the kitchen.
Yeah, you're good, bud.
Yes, I mean, I have celebrated by eating dinner and hanging out with family. Yes.
Okay. Good stuff.
But not this year. Nor am I participating in Christmas either.
Yeah, it's just a very overhyped not Christmas, but I'm not a religious person myself either. But yeah, I feel like those holidays just cause more stress and than the joy that people say they get out of it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, they've turned it into, like a dick measuring contest with parents and just capitalism, perpetuating capitalism, really. Because honestly, like, I can buy shit for my kids all year long, right? But that's the only day that they'll be made to feel bad if I don't.
So how does that work though? If you do have children, right? I mean, aren't you forced to celebrate something that day? Because then everybody else, your kids are going to be like, well, wait, why'd they get shit and I didn't?
Right. Well, I mean, that's why you talk to your kids. Like I did a video about this the other day. I've already talked to the children, and at some point when you're getting fucked over by these people who I say are the wealthy, the 1%, what have you, you got to stand up for yourself. And the way that you do that is by exiting the thing that they need you to continue perpetuating, which is this economic bullshit. So, is it going to feel weird for them? Sure. But I can tell you, growing up, there were lots of Christmases I didn't get shit. I didn't get a fucking thing because I was poor, or at least my parents were poor. And, by proximity, I was poor. I mean, and that, does it suck? Maybe. But this is also something that we should get away from anyway, because we shouldn't be making children or parents feel bad because they're poor on this one day. That's why, like, self-unalivings go up around this time because of the societal pressure to buy shit. It's just weird.
Societal pressure to time of love, and meaning if you don't have it, it exacerbates that. Like you're not with your family, so that puts you more into a depression. type thing, right? So it's not even just about the gifts. It's
Okay,
the
this is weird. Real quick, live restricted for some audiences. Your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable and has been restricted. Reason violates community guidelines.
Interesting.
Maybe it was the micropene.
Do you think it's well? It wouldn't be then. Was that up there earlier? Did you do some crazy stuff earlier?
No, no. I'm literally just talking about colonialism, capitalism, and the G side of Native peoples. That's what I've been talking about since I started.
Do you think it's the G side part then?
I don't know. I mean, I said that stuff like right off the bat. So who fucking knows? Who
Oh, I
knows?
feel like it takes. I was watching Radios live a little bit ago, and I'm sure you probably know Q. She apparently did something that was provocative, and then she got bananered and got kicked off. So I was watching it. I didn't see anything crazy or hear anything crazy, but next thing you know, yeah, Radio got the little notice and said, "You got to go."
Yeah, it's you know, if my numbers drop, I may just restart, or because I didn't plan on staying on too long anyway. I'm just trying to keep my algorithm going, you know, because go live
Yeah.
at the same time every day. But uh, I got dinged yesterday, but it was deserved. Somebody came up here and told a woman that I bet she can still speak with things in her mouth.
So do you think this is what I'm curious about is does TikTok pick it up on their own or is it mostly somebody actually reporting it because they didn't like what they heard? Like
I
that's what I'm confused about.
so I think that if, for example, yesterday when that guy said that down, he was at the bottom row when he said that about that woman, it was near instantaneous. I think that was AI recognizing what the person said in the context, you know, in which it was said. Now, this today was most likely the live being reported because the stuff that I said was a while back about either the peen or the G side, right?
Yeah, well, I'll give you another example. I was on Olive Doradi's last night, and so she was showing Trump's speech about the incident yesterday in Washington. And man, it was about 15 minutes to 20 minutes later after she showed the video, and it was obviously, from Fox News or one of those places. And anyway, she got her thing restricted for gifts and like I guess to be pushed out to the front page for
Wow.
unoriginal content. And that did take about it felt like 20 minutes. And so again, that's where my question was: did somebody report it or did AI pick it up? And why did it take so damn long for AI to pick it up and then them to throw that at you?
Now, that may have been AI because if she was playing it for 15 minutes of it,
No,
that,
no, it was only like 5 minutes. It's however long that speech was. How long was
and
that
see,
speech
that's
yesterday?
fucked up because that's the president of the United States. Like, you can't play the president giving a speech.
Yeah, I guess because it was on because you could see the scrolling thing at the bottom.
Oh, of
So
like right. I see what you mean.
yeah,
But
and so they're
that's
saying,
fucking stupid, though. Like,
yeah, yeah, I'm making it up. You know what I mean? That is what happened. I'm not 100%
right.
that's why, right? But that's the conclusion I'm drawing.
No, yeah, I think that's a fair conclusion. That was probably AI though.
Yeah.
You know, because they'll ding me for copyright stuff also, and I've gotten the unoriginal content ding as well for just playing like news clips. I remember there was this ICE raid on this lady in a house. I think it was Oklahoma, and it was playing it was a news segment. Of course, I kind of deserved it because it was, you know, it's not my content. Granted, I feel like fair use could be argued, but still, you know, you're in a live. How do you make that argument? AI is probably just going to err on the side of the corporation, you know.
Yeah, so one more example. So I had been going live and I've been using that, Chuck Schumer with the dunce cap on saying failure, right? And, the government's closed. And so, man, I'd probably gone live at least 5 times with that same thing. And dude, like on the sixth time, I get hit with a violation of unoriginal content. And I got a ban for 3 days on it. And I was like, what in the
Wow.
world? And so I appealed it, and it was immediately, reversed. But again, that goes back to my question: did somebody come in and report me that day, and that's why they took me down and hit me with a harsh penalty because I'd been using that same damn backdrop, and
Right.
nothing new that I had done had happened. But anyway,
Well, so what I think may happen is if somebody is reporting you, then TikTok will maybe focus on you. And so, if anything that you've done in the past that they just didn't catch because there's no real focus on it, they may catch if somebody's been reporting you. And I don't know if that's true because, who fucking knows why TikTok does what they do? Hell, the agents don't even really know. They have to do experiments of their own to figure out, does this word actually cause you to be, restricted? Does it, you know what I mean? So I don't fucking know, man. Alibi, you were about to jump in?
I was just going to ask if you have the sound but not the video, is that the same thing? Can you still get in trouble for not original content?
I have
don't-
found
Go ahead.
that the sound is generally okay. I've not gotten
Okay.
dinged when I did sound only.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Yeah.
Cool.
But can't say with 100% certainty.
Yeah,
Neither can
it's-
the agents.
It's a crazy app, I'll tell you.
It is. It is kind of weird. Yeah. Anyway, what were you going to say, Frugal?
Interesting that you talk about the agent. So, so when I had that banana happen to me, like what was interesting, I had just signed up for the agency who had reached out to me, and then so I go to my agency to try to figure out, hey, how do I do this? I emailed the lady, her account's suspended. So I'm like, what in the world is going on?
Oh, wow.
So long and the short, I go in and I cancel my agency, and ever since I canceled that agency, I feel like I've been on a shadow ban. I started a live the other day. I couldn't get more than 2 people in.
Yeah. Was this recent? Because the last almost week, I haven't been able to get over 40 people in until yesterday.
I canceled on the 14th because I was in my 15-day grace period, and it just pissed me off because I was trying to reach out for help and I couldn't find any help. And I'm like, why the hell do I have you guys if you're not going to do anything for me? I mean, that was my mindset at the moment, right? And the one lady who signed me up, her account suspended. I'm like, Jesus, what's going? You're not even able to get yourself unsuspended. Like, how are you going to help me?
Yeah, well, what's interesting is if you cancel the creator, from what I read whenever I signed up with the agency, when you cancel the agency, you have to wait 30 days before you can go to another one. Are they doing that to you?
No. So it was, you can cancel in the first. So like I had just signed up, it was like day 14. And so it was like, if you cancel within 15, you're good. If you went past the 15, it was, you had to wait, I think it was 60 days on mine. And so I don't know who you're with. Mine's called like Stat Legend. That I'm no longer with, by the way, and I think I made a mistake by canceling because I feel like they were helping me, but I don't know.
Yeah, well, because I've had things that I've gotten dinged that they didn't approve, like a banana that my agent was able to get approved and overturned. So it does help. Now there have been times that they couldn't get it overturned, and I was bananaed for like 7 days. So it's like hit or miss. I think they're just fucking. I think TikTok's winging it.
The person that signed you up, is that how you would deal with it? Because like I went looking like, how do I find you people? And like I could not find them other than the individual that signed me up. And like I said, when I emailed her, her account was suspended.
Yeah, so I didn't reach out to any of the people that had like reached out because I would get those emails. Oh, this is an agency, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
I was told not to sign up with those people because if they're like reaching out, it's a red flag, I guess. Mojo, I think, is the one that put me on to Ari. Ari is the lady that I went to. So you might reach out to her. I can DM you her information if you'd like, and then. If you have Discord, I talk to her through Discord because I'll send her all that stuff through Discord.
This was one of those people reaching out like you described. And so, I mean, I didn't know any better.
Well, of course.
Well, it's like, they say it doesn't cost you anything. It's completely free. We're going to do this. It's like, okay, sounds like a no-brainer to me.
Just your soul.
Yeah.
No big deal.
Well,
just
yeah.
Sign on the dotted line, okay?
Well, I
need another cigarette.
I did read the contract, and it didn't seem like it was anything like crazy. So I was like, whatever. You know,
yeah. it seems weird that because they get paid by TikTok. So
Yes.
it's weird that like TikTok does all this overhanded shit and overzealous shit, and then they pay other creators to be agents to like liaison between. It's like I don't get it. It's
I think
a
they
weird.
take a portion. I think they get a portion of the coins that come through, though, is what I was kind of, reading. Yeah, so like they're getting like a
that
so
could add up.
Yeah, so it's basically they got the incentive for them to get you pushed to the FYP is more coins coming in because even if they're just catching like a 1% of it, you know what I mean? They're the whole office space, just a fraction of the penny at a time is going to add up, right? So.
Well, like people that get gifted on your panel, you get a fraction of that too.
Correct. And so it's the exact same thing. So so where you're making money or making the coins when people are gifting everybody else, they're also sweeping it as well.
Yeah, because like I had Millie up here one day, and man, she probably made 150, 200 bucks on the panel. I ended up making like 50 or 60 bucks off of the gifts that she was getting sent. Crazy.
That's why it's good to have big guests that come in to have the big following that that will get gifted on there. Like so it doesn't have you get more of the percentage when it comes straight to you, but it's definitely beneficial to have everybody down there getting gifts.
Yeah, and I don't know what the percentage is that we get from the panelists, but it's not much.
Yeah.
But that day, God, Millie, because I had over 600 people in here watching, and I didn't even know who Millie was. I just accepted her request like anybody else's, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, what's going on? 600 and some people were up in the live. It was it was pretty wild.
With me with RJ Core, if you know who he is. So, he comes in, and next thing you know, I had almost 600 people in my live. I'm like, Jesus.
It's fucking comment section, you can't even keep track of it.
Along, no.
Yeah. People would be violating the community guidelines. I wouldn't have any idea because I don't even have any mods. That's another thing. How long ago did you start? Pretty recent doing your lives?
Yeah, for the past like maybe month or two is how I've been. Don't
do the mods, man.
I've got a bunch of those. I'm just not. I'm not real consistent on getting out. Like it's a lot to host these panels, dude. I like to get up on them because I can just bounce. You know what I mean? Like when you get a lot of people, like you're like, man, I don't want to leave, and so you're just stuck and you have to stay. So it's a commitment, dude.
It is. Right. Yeah. No. And just careful with the mods, man. I wish somebody had told me that right off the bat. I wouldn't. I mean, because I don't have any mods, and I mean, really, you can do it without them.
Avoid the drama. Is what I say.
Yeah, it's weird, and I think maybe it's just a human thing, where you're gifted you like the hall monitor, takes it way further.
You did used to have mods, and you don't have them anymore. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct. Yes, It was the mods that started all the bullshit with my channel, where all the liberals started coming after me. Oh my God, he's a transphobe. Look, he's racist too.
What? Yeah. Like, I thought so what I've done on my panel is I
racist.
You know Lady Wendy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so she's obviously on the left, and so I have her as my mod to be able to keep me grounded. I'm just saying I have her as my mod to be able to keep me grounded and have other people be fair, right? So I'm ensuring that the left isn't getting muted, and I let her control the mute and all that stuff.
I will send you a message, Frugal.
All right, I hear you.
Yeah, no, because it seems innocuous enough until it's not.
It's the whole. It's good until it isn't.
That's right. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, man. And you really don't.
You don't see it coming.
Yeah, you really don't need them. It's like not a necessity. I've been running my lives just fine without any mods, and it's just an added chirp, chirp.
It's nice when you start though to have them because they help you. But after you get it down, the thing is, like 2 days ago, I had some mods come on my panel, and they started talking about the conflicts between, each other. And I'm like, nope, not here. Take that somewhere else. I'm not
Oh,
interested in
that's
any of
right. You
that.
do you do your own lives. That's right. Do
Yeah.
you do yours consistently? Because I only seen it that one
Mm,
day.
no, I'll be honest with you. I do one for karaoke. I do
Nice.
one for poetry, and I do one. I'm going to start one for art because I have a friend who worked in an art gallery. He knows a lot about art. I'm going to have him on, and we're going to show our artwork and talk about different artists. I'm a little burned out on politics. Just a
Politics,
little.
yeah. No, with politics probably lends itself to more argumentation with mods than maybe an
Yes.
art thing would. So that may be a little different. Although
Well,
I've been trying to get my wife to, because I'd seen that you just see those man hater and woman hater type TikTok videos. I'm wanting to get my wife and I to do like reaction videos to them. Since we've been together so long, we can, give the male and female perspective of it.
that's a good idea. That's a
Yeah,
good idea. I like that.
yeah, she's a little camera shy is the problem, but we get there. I think that'd be fun. Just
Do it on Halloween so she can wear a mask
that's funny. Yeah, well,
or
she could.
makeup or something.
She could wear a mask if she wants to. She's got a couple of masks. Those are like what are they, the masquerade ball masks or whatever with the I'm talking about, got like the feathers sticking out.
Yeah, yeah, I got you.
And welcome in, Alyssa. How are you?
I am okay.
Are
I
you
actually did a bunch of work that I'd been putting off. I had to make a pricing sheet for the paper. Like normally I just lay out the newspaper, but they wanted me to make a new pricing sheet for the new year, and I've been dreading it, and I finally did it. It was so much math, it made me crazy.
and
But
that's for a newspaper? What do you mean? Like you write for
oh
the
yeah, I have a
newspaper or
newspaper. 3 other people and I run a newspaper in my small town.
nice? That's
And
cool.
I am the youngest one. I'm 52, and the others are in their 80s. One is 79, but the other 2 are in their 80s, and
Is
so
it
I have to
print?
do everything technical. Yeah, print newspaper.
Nice. Yeah, I just saw what was it? Savannah, Georgia is getting rid of their last print newspaper. I think it was Savannah, Georgia. I just saw.
Damn, I'm gonna
Yeah.
move there and start one.
And
Wait, so is it paid? Is it paid through by subscription or is it like through advertising? Like how does that work?
Advertising
That's what I
and donations. We're a nonprofit. And so, well, we're not actually a nonprofit because we dilly-dallied on putting the nonprofit paperwork through, and then with Trump in office, we thought maybe that wasn't the time because our paper is very left-leaning. But I was the arts editor for the paper, and then my best friend and the owner of the paper, we were really good friends. He passed away. And so I went into a deep depression for a few months, and then I was like, let's just keep the paper going. I'll make it. So that's how it worked out.
did you the equipment to make the print? Is this the old like with the big ass printing machines that they?
Yeah,
I got to see those things in a newspaper in Oklahoma.
I have some
It's
pictures
fucking
and
awesome.
videos.
Yeah,
I
it's
have some
awesome.
pictures and videos because I actually I used to in the beginning I was the one who went and picked up the paper at the printer. And it was this like giant craziness in San Francisco, like in this weird, like back roads San Francisco industrial place that nobody knows about where, and it was fun. It was like so cool. Sometimes they'd be late and I'd end up hanging out there watching it print.
Yeah, it's
But
just fucking awesome.
It's nice to be, I want to be like committed. Like I have vinyl still. And so I'm like, yeah, newspaper. Yes, I'm in. Like I'm just going to keep doing this till it gets cool again.
Well, you know what's
die.
sad is like Aaron Parnas, on one hand, I like the way he does stuff, but on the other hand, he really is fucking up the news industry big time. Because he makes it where, people they may not even go and look it up. They get those little blurbs, and that's what they hear, and a lot of them aren't going to the news sites themselves, which is going to cause a drop in revenue, especially for the smaller publications. So I don't know, like it's not
like,
good.
I agree, but I'm also somewhat in favor of punishing mainstream media. Like, what happened is that like, we used to have a local paper here that wasn't my paper. Like, we had 2 local papers, and they just got bought out by a big conglomerate out of New York, right? And so now we're the only local paper, like, people who live here, and they just fucking fired like half their staff in one day. Like, they're like, okay, and they got rid of this woman Robbie, who's just a great photographer, and no notice, nothing, right? And I just thought, like, soulless, right? Soulless. And just as corporations have taken over just about everything in America, they've also taken over the news, right?
But if
And
it's purposeful to further consolidate with those who can take a hit while it hurts, you know what I mean? Because they have enough saved up or whatever, they'll be fine. And then unalive the smaller ones, and then now you further consolidated the media into even fewer and fewer publications.
I'm honestly only supporting free shit right now, like NPR, public radio, my paper's free. Like, if you're making money off it, fuck you.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to make money off of it, but this is free shit.
So are we. So are we. But, like, if you're making billions off it.
True.
Like, that's not what the news is for. That's not what music is for. That's not what art is for. And capitalism taking over every aspect of our lives is exhausting, because it makes it no more fun.
Yeah, Frugal, do you have any thoughts about what you're hearing right now? Oh, and real quick, who is that? Lonnie, thank you for finishing that goal. I appreciate that. I'm going to reset the gifting goal, but Frugal, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Regarding what, just specifically?
Well, just what she was talking about print, maybe even Eric Parnas, like the future of media. Do you find it to be problematic what Parnas is doing? Because I think a lot of times people won't go and visit those publications, because a lot of times he doesn't even cite them. Right, he just breaking news, blah 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 blah, and he'll just make a statement, but he won't cite where he got it. He won't link to it, even his Substack.
I'm not even sure who Parnas is. Who is this?
Aaron Parnas?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, surely.
Don Lemon. Do you know who that is?
Yeah, Don.
I know who Don Lemon is. Don Lemon. Yes.
Let me see.
Is he a newscaster? Is he a broadcast? Or what am I saying?
He calls himself a journalist, but all he really does is repeat what other people have reported.
So I'm gonna tell you, I watch pretty much all live news. I don't watch any, pretty much commentators. So I'm watching like the ABC Live or the Fox Live, to where they're just going from press conference to press conference. That's all I watch. Or I watch Bloomberg, financials, and they'll pop in with different articles. But I don't watch any commentary people at all.
Let me play. You've probably heard of the guy.
Right now, the alleged shooter of the 2 National Guardsmen has been identified as a 29-year-old Afghan national, according to NBC News. Now, here's the thing. This has sparked so much Islamophobia on the internet.
And he's got like 5 million followers. You've never heard of this guy?
Never seen the guy, never heard of the guy. And just being honest.
For each and every one of you, for the platform that we have built over the past year. And truly,
well, it's crazy because like I can't avoid the guy. He pops up in my FYP like every 10th video or something.
And so hear me out. So
well, are you on the right?
Yes,
Or the,
I am on the right.
Yeah,
So, but hear
Frugal
me
you have
out.
a
Lips. Yeah.
different
But
algorithm.
hear me out though. On all of my platforms, I don't follow anything. So, meaning it's just kind of like up into the wind to what comes my way. And I'm sure there's an
I
algorithm
see.
there, but I don't like. You go look at my profile. I don't follow
Zero
anybody, and it's not.
following. I see that. That's
Yeah,
funny.
it's not because I'm mean. It's
Yeah.
just because I don't. I beat to my own drum. I don't want, like I don't want these things popping in my feed. I want it to be, I suppose, random. And so there's a blessing and a curse to it. But anyway, that's my excuse, or that's my reasoning and rationale as to why I don't do it.
No, I get it. I
I
get
think
it.
that's really smart, actually.
Yes. Now that
So
said, I would, because of how many people Aaron Parnas has, I'd think somebody with zero followers who isn't like liking stuff and commenting on stuff, he would pop up because he's so popular.
never. Like Dean
That's
pops up,
crazy.
Parker pops. Dean comes up all the time. Parker comes up. That Pickles guy comes up all the time.
Pickles,
Uh,
pickles.
dude, like tons of left people come on my feed on a regular basis. But yeah, I've never seen that guy at all.
Why in the fuck it's not letting me change my
You know,
gifting goal?
you know where I like to get my
Bastards.
news is YT.
YT News.
I don't know if we're allowed to say the names of other apps, but
YouTube.
Oh, the tube.
Yeah.
I call it the tube.
Okay, yeah, the tube. I go. They have a live section, so I'm agreeing with Frugal. Like I go to the tube and then I look at their live section, and it's like it'll have Congress, it'll have the United Nations, it'll have like the real stuff happening live, and that's mostly where I get my news is from the live section of that.
Like the homepage or you're saying just the like live
Yeah, like if you
coverage.
go into it, then there's like when you're at home, then at the top there's a live button, and you
Interesting.
click that, and then it's everything that's happening live,
Oh.
and
Is
it's
somebody
all over
sleeping?
the world. It's
Somebody
not.
sleeping.
That's my dog. That's
Oh,
Bug.
okay. Bug
Just
is
say,
sleeping.
Bug, be quiet. So it's all over the world too. It's not just.
I see. Okay. So matter of fact, I'll have to go before the game because that's another vice my wife and I watch. The Chiefs. Go Chiefs.
Dude, they're not having a very good year this year. I just saw that they're 6-5 this year so far.
Right, 6-5. Yeah,
Yeah.
they are not having a great year, but when the heat is on, these people find a way.
I have to tell you, I'm betting on the spread of 3.5. I believe the Chiefs will win, but it will only be by a field goal.
And so the only reason
but that's possible at this point. I mean, shit. Yeah.
So the only reason I know this is I'm Houston, so obviously not obviously I'm a Texans fan because I support my hometown. But yeah, we have the same record. And I was like, how the hell do we have the same record as the Chiefs? And so that's the only reason.
It's been a rough.
Remember that.
Yeah. Mahomes has not been himself. I like he is overthrowing, underthrowing. Yeah, it's a rough year, but he's been so good that his average day looks really bad because he's so good. And yet he's still better than the other ones, than a lot of the other ones, I should say.
It's probably because Kelsey's getting married, man. It always happens
Man,
like that.
he's like that's the little engine that just kept fucking going, man. I mean, Kelsey, like he
always got to blame it on the woman. I'm sorry, everybody.
Got to blame it on the woman. I'm so sick of the Taylor Swift coverage, though. I have to say, I'm like, it's like, oh, Taylor's watching. I'm like, I don't give a shit. Stop telling me about Taylor Swift. Holy shit. Raw. I am trying to reset my live goal. It is not coming up. Like I'm clicking it. It's not coming up. I may have to restart my thing because it's not letting me. I don't know. It's disappeared. It's weird. I don't know what's going on.
I would like to say this. Yeah. I would like to say this. Taylor Swift, why did you make a remake of September from Earth, Wind, and Fire? Just why?
Remake
These
of
are the
Do
these
you
September.
are the
remember
questions. These are the
24th
questions.
night of September? I'm gonna go on.
Yeah.
That's a great song by Earth, Wind, and
Is
Fire,
that
by the
the
way.
21st day of September song? Like, I remember.
Shit.
It's a great song.
Yeah.
It still
That,
works at
It's a
that
great
weddings
song
song.
to
freaks
this
me out
very
because my
day.
birthday is
It's a
September
wedding
21st.
song.
Ah, is that right? Well,
Um,
that's a cool coincidence.
I'm
Okay.
going to restart, so something weird may happen, but the live should be fine. But I'm going to restart my TikTok studio because it won't let me reset my gifting goal. I don't know what's going on. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I would just like to say most of the
Oh, I see. I don't think so. I feel like it would, have a disclaimer. You know what I mean? Continue
stop.
live.
It's
All
freaking
right.
6.
This motherfucker. Okay, so we're all here. You guys can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. Let me click it again and see. There we go. Now it's working. Set up new goal. So what did I miss? I was gone for like 5 seconds. What did I miss?
Not, just that white people doing covers of good musicians suck. Also,
Hold on. So this may not fit in your category, but what about like Chris Stapleton who redoes Tennessee Whiskey, which I felt like he did I'd almost put that a better than the original version of Tennessee Whiskey.
Yeah. Keep saying that.
I mean, what
Keep saying that.
do you know the song I'm talking about though?
Yes, Tennessee
I know
Whiskey
what you're
is
talking
a
about, but
great
just
song.
I feel like
Like the
songs.
original, do you not think Stapleton did a little justice though? Like when he remade it?
Here's the thing.
keep thinking that.
I feel like when you listen to a song a lot, it makes grooves in your brain, like in a record, like in a vinyl album. And then you know every little bit of it, like your brain knows it, right? And so then when you hear a cover of it, it's stressful. Like you're like, wait,
Any
this is
change is
wrong.
going
Why
to
This
be
is
y'all
bad.
wrong.
y'all
So
touching Michael Jackson in the first place?
your
Why?
brain kind of fights the remake. But if you hear the new version for the first time and you never heard the original, you can appreciate it more. It's a
Right.
weird thing. And so I think a lot of the younger people who haven't heard all of those originals hear a song and they're like, this is a great song. And everyone's like, why? It's not, it's going against the grooves in my brain.
Yeah.
Um, like
Well,
we
I would
fight
say
it a little.
I'd say
And
my
David
example was
Allan Coe, I believe, was
yeah,
the
yeah,
original
correct.
recording of that.
And
He
that's
didn't
such
write
a
it
good
though.
song.
He didn't write it
No,
though.
but my example was apples to oranges to what Black down there was because I think Black was saying basically a person of color made the original and then he's bitching because the white person is remaking it and so that would be a white person doing it and another white person remaking it. So
Oh
my
yeah.
example was not
Oh,
definitely
okay.
an
So no, here's the, that, can I just say this one?
yeah. Go ahead.
Fall Out Boy. Why did y'all touch Beat It?
What?
Huh? Why did what?
I didn't know we did.
Why did Fall Out Boy, the band? I love the band. Love their music. They touch a classic from the most iconic Michael Jackson album with the tiger in the front. Him laying down off the Thriller album number track 3, Beat It.
Well, I mean, by the same stroke, somebody did Smooth Criminal not that long ago, and that was a good take.
Have you heard of Me
And
First and the Gimme Gimmes?
it didn't make any sense.
And
It looked like they did that in their backyard.
and, and
Michael Jackson's here's the thing. Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal movie will live in damn music video history. Here's the thing though. Michael Jackson when he made a video, he made a video. It wasn't just a video, it was a movie. Ugh. Remember the time, black and white. He was that creative. We will never have somebody like him. Never in life. But when you touch a classic, please do not butcher it.
Hey, have you heard of Me First and the Gimme Gimmes? Black. They're like a bunch of different little punk rock musicians from, I think, the Bay Area, San Francisco Bay Area, and they do classic covers from their childhood, or they do like different cover albums, but they do them all kind of in their own like little pop punky cute way. And they have some actually really good covers that I enjoy because it's so different than the style of the original. Because they're, doing it in their style completely, not
That's the
just
whole
a
There are
little
a
bit
lot of
part of
different.
it.
bands. There are a
And
lot
they
of
can.
bands that
I'm just.
do nothing but covers. They get booked a lot for like Christmas parties and stuff.
I used to work for a company called Machine Entertainment, and we had a Beatles cover band, a Neil Diamond cover band.
Oh,
Um,
no, that's awesome. What the fuck is that? That was
I
cool.
don't know. You got
Let me
sunglasses.
see. Penny, thank you for the
All I'm
fest
saying is this.
gear. Fest
Here's
gear.
all I'm
But they
saying
would
is
just we would
Rick
I would book
James
people
should
into
wear the
weddings and
tux.
stuff.
But back to the point
Yeah.
you were
James.
making, when they remake songs, they do it to placate to their fans, not the fans of the original creator. So I don't really
I
agree with
know.
what he
It's
said.
just
And can
why
we
y'all doing stuff to Rick
acknowledge
James for?
that Johnny Cash's "Hurt" was way better than Nine Inch
So
Nails' version
good.
of "Hurt"?
Johnny
Yes.
Cash, that whole
I was
cover
going to give
album
that
he did.
example next, Tim, by the
Oh,
way.
were you?
That was,
I'm sorry. I
yes.
just even
No, it was
they
in my head, and I was going to come back.
acknowledged.
I was waiting for a moment. But yeah, that's funny.
That's funny. Yeah. Great fucking song.
I just want to say we know that Whitney Houston and Dolly Parton did the same song, and they were both great at the song. While Whitney Houston's voice is a little bit more soulful than Dolly Parton, it doesn't mean that either one of them did any disservice to that song. Number two, Frugal. I think that was a wild accusation that you made about Black having some racial ideology towards what he was saying. I don't think it has anything to do with race specifically. I think it's more of, like Alyssa was saying, his brain grooves are for the original and not for the cover. And so I just think that, yeah, like she said, everybody enjoys music differently. And yeah, there's people that do covers, but I feel like he has a disdain for Taylor Swift in general. And I think that might have been where it was coming from, or at least that's the way I took it when he made that assertion. I could be wrong, but I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that like in the beginning of music, in the beginning of music, I'm really old, obviously, but no, in the beginning of like old R&B, soul, country, all of that, that people they wanted everybody doing the same songs because there weren't that many songs, right? And so if you were going to play for an hour, you would have to play other people's songs that people knew. And so, especially in the country artists, it's very common to all play the same songs. Just like the community's favorite songs, you like do that as a gift to the community because they want to hear those songs. And things used to be more about live performance than recorded, and then if you had a very
True.
popular live song, then people would want it on an album, right?
Especially in the South.
In the South, yeah. And so and like classical music, right? If you look at classical music, it's like every different orchestra is playing Beethoven. It's not Beethoven, the original, right? It's like all these different orchestras that play it.
Right.
So, I mean,
And can
the
play it
tradition
differently.
The Murphy version was basically a little bit good because
Well,
it's literally going like this.
it's like Aretha Franklin with respect. Otis Redding once said, "That girl stole my song."
Did any of y'all
Let-
ever happen to see the video? I think it was Alan Jackson at the VMAs where they made him do the over the speakers and not let the band play. And so, but they had the whole entire band out there, and to be able to like troll him, the drummer was fake drumming with no sticks in his hands.
I've seen a video on that. I didn't see it.
That's just
Wait,
funny.
what was this? What happened?
So it was, I think, the VMA Music Award, one of the music awards, and so they had the artists come out and play, and they would only let I think it was Alan Jackson, but they would only let him play with what do you call it when he play?
They
over
weren't
the
allowed to play live.
Yeah, and so they had the music playing in the background, and I don't even know if Alan Jackson was singing, but the long and the short is they still wanted the whole entire band out there. So to be able to show everybody that they weren't playing, the drummer was over there drumming with no sticks.
Yeah, they want everybody to lip sync, act
That's
like they're playing the
fucking
guitar, but
funny.
not playing the guitar. I think it was Nirvana did the same thing, and halfway through the song, they started destroying the set, and that was on the MTV Performance too.
Anyway, that
That's
popped in
fucking
my head when y'all were
funny.
talking about
Who's
it.
this person spamming your chat?
Who is? Oh, good lord.
I don't have too much time. I want to say something real quick.
It's 18. It's 13. Or 13, yeah.
Yeah,
I did.
Saida Palestine, you have been muted for the live for spamming.
Four. One, too many times.
Who
Three,
is? What is
four,
going on? Penny.
and one is
Penny. I think that was an accidental request. Okay, let me drop Penny.
So
Anyway.
you guys remember, when our service members lost their lives overseas, it was Biden's fault. You guys remember that?
Do I remember what's
According to
that
MAGA,
now?
when our service members lost their lives overseas, according to MAGA, it was
We
all
was
Biden's
talking about
fault.
music. What the fuck did this got to do with basically what we was talking about?
Are you
I
referring
gotta
to
run.
Benghazi?
No,
Yeah,
he's
well,
referring
and,
to
the 13
no,
say
he's
their name and
referring
stuff
to our
like that.
exit. You're referring to our exit out
Yeah.
of Afghanistan, which was a disaster.
Just in general.
Okay, hold on. Everybody mute and let this person who wants to talk about loss of lives finish his point so that it doesn't take all day, please. Oh, sorry, I'm modding. Sorry.
No, you're not.
In general, they blamed everything on Biden. So by their logic, aren't we supposed to be blaming Trump for the 2 people that lost their lives in D.C.?
No, that's a very false equivalent, my guy. Trump would be responsible for every officer that's shot in the United States of America. Is that what you would claim them to?
That's
I think it's a fair point, though.
It's really not, though.
I think it's a fair enough point.
It's not when you have a failed exit leaving Afghanistan and you had, people being unalived as that's happening in a war zone versus what you're talking now, where in the United States of America, some random dude comes up. Yeah,
Didn't Trump say?
guy who...
Didn't Trump say that it was a war zone?
And in DC,
Didn't Trump initiate the exit to begin with in his first term?
Yeah, that was Trump's withdrawal plan.
Like, isn't
And
that
not
what
only that,
recently happened?
Trump signed a peace treaty with the
Sweet, so you support the additional 500 people, then, right? So because we're in a war zone there.
Hold on. Trump signed an agreement with the T groups. So as we pulled out, they were providing security, and it was the T group security that failed. So it was Trump's deal that failed when those 13 lost their lives that day.
Oh, wait a second. No, my guy, are you an idiot? And so, at the end of the day, no, for real. So at the end of the day, Trump had set the plan, right, to be able to say, we are going to exit. It didn't have to be hard and fast. The target could have moved, but Biden stuck to it, right? And so it didn't.
No, it was moved twice.
Hold on. So Biden then stuck to the plan. So at what point in time do you say this was Biden's exit and not Trump's? Because this took place, a year after Trump left office? So you can't
you
can't blame it on Trump, my guy.
You actually can. And I want to point out exactly how it's his fault really quickly. He actually negotiated the release of thousands of Taliban fighters that were being detained by U.S. troops that was helping us win the war. And who attacked us? One of the released Taliban troops. So don't try to polish Trump's ass on this. It's completely his fault. Biden delayed the date many times to let the military prepare.
Hang on, guys. Hang on. Let me just talk 1 second.
Go ahead.
Why is it that every time there's a pew-pewing in America now, was it someone on the left or was it someone on the right, and we blame an entire political party? Why don't we blame the person, the individual who committed the act? It's so weird that we're all holding our breath until we find out, was this person on this side or that side? It's a person who did something crazy on their own and did something bad on their own. It's one individual, and it doesn't represent an entire party or the president on either side. This is a normal thing that happens. There were 12 viewings a day in DC. And then one happens and suddenly it's it's the left's fault. It's the right's. No, it's that guy's fault. He did it.
I couldn't agree anymore, but I'm just trying to keep MAGA consistent with their logic.
Well, I don't think we
you're not
engage with it. It's obviously this man's fault that he did this act, and we don't need to politicize every fucking thing that happens in the country. Like, that guy did something bad. It doesn't matter how he got here. It doesn't matter whose side he's on or why. We'll find out why he did it if he survives the pew-pewing.
But you acknowledge
you
acknowledge that Republicans are going to engage in that behavior.
Well, they're
Alyssa?
Republican.
try
I'm a
to paint
Republican,
left
and I'm not
as violent.
engaging. I believe-
Okay, so you do acknowledge that they will engage in that behavior.
Are you talking to me or Alyssa?
No, Alyssa.
Sorry.
Yes, I acknowledge that they are. I went
Okay.
on Twitter that day and I saw them all blaming the seditious six, right?
Right.
They did this because they said, and the stupid thing about it is, like, it just creates more division in the country than there needs to be. It's just this constant left versus right, and like all of our problems are not a partisan problem. Like, we need to stop engaging because we're smarter than this.
Well, as the sole Republican,
Sure, but if you don't,
Can I say this?
they
Can I say
write.
Hold on, may I?
They,
As the-
I'm gonna run. Thanks for having me out, guys. Happy
if you
Thanksgiving.
don't, they will be the only ones speaking, and you will be like, we're not going to engage in that.
May I?
My issue
May
with
I for
it
a
is
second?
that they don't want to acknowledge that Trump has done anything, not one thing, not one small thing wrong. When you have people on the left who will sit up here and say that, yeah, our Democratic presidents weren't perfect. Yeah, they made some wrong choices. Yes, they did this negative thing. But over all of that, they also did some positive things too. And when you come to the right, just like Frugal, he is fighting tooth and nail to justify the wrongdoings that Trump has done instead of acknowledging the wrongdoings that Trump has done and still saying, okay, I know he did this wrong, but I still accept it because he did this right. They fight tooth and nail to prove a lie. Like, Trump is in the wrong for calling for the unaliving of Democratic people who told soldiers to follow their oath, and y'all sit up here and y'all pussyfoot and backpedal and excuse that type of behavior. But if it was Biden that did it, y'all would be up here cleaning the floor with him,
What about
saying
Biden?
he's wrong for calling for the unaliving of people on the right. Like, y'all are so twisted, it is crazy to me.
Is there a y'all or is it
So,
just me up here that's a Republican, by the way? So I feel like
it might be.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then
I did want to
maybe
respond
instead
to
y'all
the point.
bouncing off of each
I don't
other,
want
why
you
don't you let me respond?
because I don't want you to feel piled on, but we do need to
Oh,
take
I'm
turns,
down to be
right?
piled on.
So
Y'all won't do well.
I bet
promise.
your dad to be
And
piled on.
I mean, however you want to play that, but yeah, y'all won't win in this. Y'all can try.
I wanted to respond to that lady because I want to agree with the part that she said of like waiting for the investigation. I think regardless of your politics, we can all suspend judgment and wait to react to an event by learning more before we react. I think that's a good skill for all of us to build as Americans, and I want to start with that uniting point before becoming very partisan. I do on the left and the right. I think it is uniquely on the right. Why? Because the worst that the left ever advocated for was punching an inward in terms of like that 1930s Germany party that I can't say on TikTok. When the right talks about violence, they actually talk about raising arms against their enemies, and they talk about civil war, and they're talking about mass unaliving. There is no equivalence there. It sounds fair to be like, oh well, it's this or it's that, and it's like, no, I'm here to tell you, it's just that. If we're talking about political violence, now mass pew-pewings, that's another debate. I'll yield to my MAGA friend. You can make your point.
Yeah, so the problem is when y'all do that, like I lose my mindset of where we were in the conversation. So I don't know if I'm addressing Lonnie over here or you, but I can go to Lonnie here. I first would like to ask her what I have said on this live for her to come to the conclusions that she has come to, because not anything that I've said on this live would have been you would have been able to draw that conclusion. So I'm going to pause there, and I'm going to let you respond to that.
Okay, so just a few moments ago, the conversation was on Trump and the things that he's done, and you offended him with the whole pulling out of Afghanistan when he's there and said that it wasn't Trump's fault for the pulling out of Afghanistan, it was Biden's. So that's the point that I'm making, that you will defend him even though he was in the wrong That's where I got that from. So please
Okay.
don't say you didn't say anything, because
Okay.
for me, and being in this space since you've been here, since I've been here, that is the thing that I heard you defend him on. And two, I was talking generally speaking across this whole live, because there's 80 some people in the chat and some of them are on the right. So I was addressing them as well, not just specifically you.
So let's address me defending Trump in Afghanistan. Okay, so you're going to tell me that somebody who put the plan in place is responsible and not the person who is actually executing the plan. And if in fact the plan was flawed and the individual that is in charge of executing that plan knew that or didn't realize that, how can you blame the person that put the plan in place? It could have changed at any time. Hold on, let me finish. He is the commander in chief of our armed forces. He is the decider of what happens. If the plan, in fact, was a bad plan, would it not have been Biden's fault for even trying to execute said such bad plan? And I'm going to land it there.
I'd put more of the blame on the people that deployed troops to Afghanistan in the first place, because
I don't know
leaving is one of the most dangerous things to do in a conflict. This is well known. I mean, all military agree that is one of the most dangerous parts when you're trying to get out. And so if you hadn't deployed those troops into Afghanistan in the first place, they wouldn't have been in there. We wouldn't have had to pull them out. The same thing is also true with Donald Trump. He deployed them to D.C., right? He deployed them to D.C.
Let's stay on one topic at a time. So Donald Trump
didn't deploy.
Topic. Yeah, no, but hold on, it's not though, because you're pivoting to the D.C. Let's just stick to with Afghanistan.
If
Trump
you blame Biden, do you blame Biden for what happened in Afghanistan? Do you blame Biden
for the disastrous withdrawal? Absolutely. For leaving all of our equipment over there? Absolutely. For the deaths of our soldier? Absolutely.
But you don't think that Donald Trump has any blame whatsoever in what happened yesterday?
No, not at all.
That's called hypocrisy.
That is not hypocrisy, because you cannot. That is a false equivalent. So what you're stating is you would have to be able to then blame Trump for every unaliving in the United States of whether it's a police officer or anything, or any of those people, and that's just simply not the case.
Did Trump deploy the National Guard to D.C.?
He did.
Okay. Should they have been there?
Let me give you this argument, Tim. So let me give you this argument, Tim. So we had this conversation last night on Olive's panel. If in fact, we looked at the numbers of unalivings in DC, the numbers that were there prior, and then the numbers from when they were since they've been deployed. Let's just say that the numbers of unalivings in DC have gone down by 50 total, okay? So if in fact we had and that would include these two that, I don't know if they're still with us or critically injured, but if in the conclusion or the premise that I came down to last night, which is if in fact we saved 50 people's lives because of the troops being there, is that not worth it to be able to have these?
It's stupid.
How is that stupid? We were still
stupid is what it is. Because what you're saying is,
let me finish.
God dang it! You're sitting here advocating for fucking fascism in the United States of America, and you have no respect for the rule of law. And you forgot, sir, that this is land of the free and home of the brave.
Yes, nerd. Let's let him finish.
This is.
Yeah, I know.
Hold on, nerd.
Being interrupted. I get it.
Yeah,
he wants
hold on, nerd.
Give him this
45 seconds yet, my guy.
I can bring in a timer, but I was listening to what he was saying.
I'm not a monologuer, my guy.
That is a very long monologue.
Nerd, hold on.
You're saying we need a war zone to reduce unalivings.
Okay, just let him finish his statement, then you can rebut.
Let me finish my thought process here, and then you can rebut whatever you want to say.
It's not a process. Not when you say something like that, but go ahead.
Okay, this is an objective fact. We have had less unaliving in DC since the National Guard has been there. That is a fact. We looked at it last night. That is undisputable. That has happened. And so I would even argue, if we are net positive in this, meaning just one person it's plus, if they wouldn't have been there, that is a win for us. But in fact, it is actually more in the line of 50 unalivings have not happened because of those National Guard being there. So if in fact that is to be true, I don't see how the left can be upset because we have now saved 50 people, or we've had 50 less people unaliving because of their presence. The end, sir.
Can I
Yeah, so notice he just used his time to repeat himself, right? We're not learning anything new.
Can I
Well,
say
that's
something?
fine.
I understood where he was
tall
going.
nerd, go
I think
ahead.
we all heard his point.
Can I
Yeah,
say something?
I think
Nerd, go
we
ahead.
all heard his point.
Who is
Just
can I?
because
Who
I was
said
waiting,
can I?
if I can,
Alyssa.
please.
Yeah, give me.
Alyssa, can I just say
I'll let you
something?
after nerd because he was trying to jump in there. Let me nerd. Go ahead.
Thank you. So I am very concerned for the future of our country because that statement, right, was just treated as something that needed to be platformed, right? And what we have here is a guy that is saying that military law, martial law, is actually more important than having freedoms to be able to live in civil society with a proper police force and the rule of law and trials and that kind of thing to keep order, right? So if we have people on a legit political debate going around asking to be heard saying, well, we need the military to save 50 people, right? Like this is not America anymore. This is a scared white bitch who wants to be under the boot of a fucking fascist dictator, right? And I frankly, I can't debate that, and no one should, right? This is not what this country was founded on. It's not what will allow this country to continue into the future. And if you keep relying on Trump's militaristic bullshit, and if you keep peddling it, America will cease to exist. It will not be a country anymore. You guys talk about who's destroying the country. It's you guys.
Okay, Alyssa, go ahead.
MAGA.
Okay, I'm gonna mess this whole conversation up now because I watched Pete Hegseth's press conference after that event, and there were a couple things about it that I think we should all take note of on the left and the right. 6 days before this pew-pewing, Trump was denied by courts to have the National Guard in DC. They said, nope, you can't have them. Sorry, it's wrong. So Trump got denied having National Guard. There was no reason for it. So they said, no, you can't have the National Guard there. 6 days later, a Muslim pew-pewed one of the National Guardsmen, which reinvigorated all of the anti-Semitism, all of the anti-Muslim stuff. And Pete Hegseth said in his speech, in his press conference, hey, I'm going to make an appeal to heaven, which is a far-right, white, nationalist, Dutch sheets dog whistle. And then Pete said, oh, we're making an appeal to heaven, which calls out to all the white nationalists. And then he said, and we're going to bring in 500 more National Guardsmen to DC. After the judge had told him, no, you can't have them. There's no reason. So they're using this incident to bring in the 500 more National Guardsmen right at the time where the e-files are being released and Trump feels he needs protection. So I think that this isn't anything to do with anything except for Trump wanting what he wants.
Okay. Yeah, I don't believe that it's just what we see either. I think this is, false flag event, if you will. But that's just my conspiracy brain. Lonnie, thank you for that. Doll, thank you for the 10 donuts. Appreciate that. Let me, because I did accept your request, but you're just buffering. Now, I heard somebody else wanted to go. Who would like to go next? Blackwing.
I put my hand up, but whatever.
I need to drop
Who had the hand up?
daughter to work. Do you want to drop me or do you want me to just drop?
Can go back.
Yeah, well, you just for the record, if you're on the panel, you can just drop yourself, so it's fine. But I'll go ahead and drop you, Alyssa. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate it.
Have a great day.
Yeah, you too.
Bye.
Blackwing, go ahead. I don't know who had their hand up first. So, Rando. Okay, Rando, go ahead.
So I heard this gentleman, the Frugal Foods, say that militarization is increasing security in DC. Is that your argument?
No, it's an objective fact, and maybe Olive. Who's next to me.
Okay.
Hold on.
Your fact. I don't need your life story. It was a simple question. You're eating into my time, sir.
Rando, just hold on. Olive next to me. We talked about this last night. Maybe if I got something wrong, she can chime in. But go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. I gave your time back and I paused it. So go ahead, Rando.
So militarization may create the illusion of safety, but over time it actually destabilizes societies. It fuels resentment, it drains resources, and it increases, not decreases, long-term safety. Especially when you look at things in, let's look at the West Bank as a great example. The West Bank is not safe for anybody, not the IDF, not the Palestinians, but they use this argument of constant militarization to justify security, when in reality, that's not the case at all. So militarization turns civilians into perceived enemies against the government. It fuels radicalization. It controls and erodes the rules of law, and it destroys the economy, which destroys security. So I guess in summation, a state can't claim it's providing security while pointing pew-pews at the very people it claims to protect. It's not long-term militarization of civilians is not protection. It is occupation, which is why I bring up the West Bank. And no population in history has ever become safer under occupation. True security comes from dignity, justice, and trust, not soldiers on the streets. And I'll land there.
Thank you, Rando. That's a great point. Frugal, did you want to rebut? A few people have said, and I think you and Dahl are the only opposition at this point.
Yeah,
so.
no, I mean, trying to come in and equivocate the West Bank or Palestine and Israel to fucking Washington, D.C. is fucking beyond me right now. Like, did you just AI some shit? Like, because I feel like that's what you did, Rando, by the way. Like, you were just speaking just bullshit out of your mouth.
They're both occupied territories that use military law.
Let's hold on. Let's back this back down. So last night we had the privilege of actually having a National Guardsman come up on live and talk about their role and their duty while they were over there. And one of the questions I got to ask is, have their presence there saved lives? And the answer from this National Guardsman was yes, unequivocally yes. And it was based upon the information that was given to them through, the government as well. But he did believe that they were there helping and saving lives in Washington, D.C. And because Laura and Danielle, if y'all want to add on to that, and if y'all heard different, I'd love to hear y'all's perspective.
Well, I just want to say I think that's a silly perspective to even talk about it, because even if true, I actually agree with Rando here in terms of long-term effects of an occupation. But what you're suggesting is what? That we should just occupy everywhere around the U.S. and turn ourselves into a military state? No, thank you. I want to remind you, Tim.
Thank you. Tim, I want to remind you, Tim, that in Agenda 47, which is Trump's campaign promises, he talked about specifically Washington, D.C., beautifying it. And so this was part of what, and it does discuss using any type of resources to be able to make our city safer. So I just want to remind everybody on this panel, 77
North Korea has beautiful cities.
77 million Americans voted for this.
North Korea.
It was in the agenda itself.
North Korea has really clean cities. China has really clean cities.
77 million people voted for
again, they voted to do what? Remove our freedom and remove America as what it is?
To make our city safer again. Go look
what happens when they leave for
make cities. I want to point out, it's always white people that walk around in fear of everybody else. You ever notice that, guys? It's always white people.
But y'all like to be scared of
other ways.
Okay.
Itself. The
Yeah.
agenda that was written down and voted on.
Okay, so let me hold on real quick because we got several new people. I'm not sure who came in first, but I'm pretty sure that Olive came in before Dahl, and then Laura is after that. So Olive, let me get to you. Go ahead, Olive.
Hey, can I go after Dahl and Laura? I just need 2 minutes.
Yep, sure. Go ahead, Dahl.
Okay, so I want to just say that this is like food for thought, right? So when this happened, it's tragic. These two men should have never had this happen to them. But the thing that I want to kind of emphasize is this is getting a little obvious. It's almost mockery at this point. Obviously, these things are being orchestrated at a high level to promote agendas to be pushed through. I did not vote for this. I see that there's a pattern. The suspects are either going to be a trans person or a Muslim before it even, I don't even need to see the reports. This play has been already written and performed about 5 times this year. So, you just have to look at the motive and the payoff that is going to be coming from these things.
Yeah, it's very convenient.
Yeah.
Sad to say, but yes, that's where my mind went as well. Obviously speculation, but based on context for sure.
Yeah, he talked about removing temporary protective status the day before in with these Somalians. Conveniently, there was another thing that he was trying to do with the National Guard. It's all very it's almost like they used to do it a lot more sophisticated so that we wouldn't catch on, but I mean it's getting kind of sloppy.
It is. Well, I think they're overestimating, and they're very confident in what they've been doing because they've been able to do it for so long. Now, Laura, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so I just joined. I haven't been in your live long enough, so you might have touched on this already. But I would just argue that the National Guard should not be there at all, and the Trump's solution, is to send 500 more in, further occupying D.C. I squarely blame Trump for what happened to these two people. The judge already had stated that they should not be in D.C. They should have been removed, and we're going to see more of this, I think, over time. And also, this was quite predictable. I mean, we knew at some point something was going to come to a head, and my biggest fear at this point is that the National Guard is going to become a little bit jumpy because they're going to be afraid, and there's just going to be more violence.
Yeah. Yeah, the well said.
Well, that's the whole purpose. That's what
right.
Both of these parties work for the same boss, and the whole thing is they want to accelerate this mass. They've been dividing us for decades. Now they just want us to fight each other in a big brawl. Yep. And so what are they doing? They're just inciting, you to get angry about this, and then somebody is like, oh, it's a Muslim, and then they're gonna say, oh, I'm an Islam. This is why I don't like this, and it's all creation of a plot to get all of us to lose our ever-loving minds.
Yeah,
and destroy our country.
It's working pretty good so far. So let me get back up to Olive. Go ahead, Olive, if you're ready. Olive, she said she needed 2 minutes.
Yeah,
okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here.
Can I go right after Olive?
Oh yes, shit.
Laura,
my apologies.
Yeah.
Laura, can you read Kate's text last night? I can't read it at the moment. But I think that was like a really important thing is what can happen to people that are in the U.S. Who were against the Taliban.
Yeah, the only problem is, Danielle, is I'm on my main phone. I have to copy, paste, and send it as a message to I'll do that in a minute while you're chatting. But yeah, I'll try to do that.
Yeah, well, basically, she had her source. Like she cited her source to us by text message last night when we were talking about this on my panel, and that's a very scary thought. So any interpreters that interpreted for U.S. soldiers in Afghanistan who have come to the U.S. on asylum, if their visas or whatever, I don't know what you call them there, are revoked and they have to go back to Afghanistan, they will be unalived. There's so many issues with what had happened yesterday.
Well, let's look at that, right? Olive, why would the country do that if it wasn't being run by Israel? If it wasn't taking its orders from Israel, right? Think about this. If Trump is literally pardoning people at the request of Bibi Netanyahu and doing that, and how about now he wants, to create laws.
Go ahead and land your plane, and please, I'm trying to get to everybody because we still have a person that has not spoken yet, and you've responded after every person. So if we could
I'll stop.
Nix that for a moment, let me get around. I'll open it up here in a minute.
Do you want me to just read this real quick from Kate Fox from last night, just to piggyback off of what Danielle was saying?
Sure, and then I'm going to go to Blackwing because he was actually supposed to go quite a bit earlier, and then Holden is the last one that hasn't spoken yet. Go ahead,
Sure, this is
Laura.
super fast, super fast.
Go ahead.
So Kate Fox, if you guys don't know her, she's an attorney here on TikTok. She wrote, there also are a ton of Afghan military members who fought alongside U.S. forces against the Taliban, and that if they or the interpreters are sent back to Afghanistan, the Taliban will immediately unalive them. And they have the biometric data for all those people because the Taliban broke into the facilities where the stuff was stored. And she says, and I have proof from the military command in those operations confirming this. So this came from Kate Fox last night.
Okay.
Can you say the beginning one more time? Sorry.
Yeah. One more time. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second. My phone. She said, there are also a ton of Afghan military members who fought alongside U.S. forces against the Taliban, and if they or the interpreters are sent back to Afghanistan, the Taliban will immediately unalive them because of the biometric data that they have on all of these people, and they know that they have it because the Taliban broke into the facilities where the stuff was stored.
And who's funding?
And for
who's funding
I want to
these
point out
T-groups?
that this guy worked closely with the U.S. forces in Kandahar, as well as CIA-backed forces, and left to the U.S. right after this thing happened. So it's not like It's not like these guys, the government didn't know this person. They did. They did know this person.
They left. They've already left them back. With Biden, he ditched all those people back then.
Yeah.
This
okay.
is all. This
so,
is like.
wait,
This is
okay.
like going.
Hold on, doll.
Like finishing the
Hold on,
job.
doll. I mean, yes, essentially. Now, Blackwing, go ahead, please. Blackwing.
Yes. Here's the thing, though. I have said this plenty of times on your lives and plenty of others. This shit happened before. In 1989, 4 cops got acquitted of beating a man senseless. Then in 1991, a woman basically fatally unalives a woman for thinking that she stole a young woman named Latasha Jenkins, I think, for basically trying to steal juice. She got 5 years.
What?
Then,
What does it have? Okay, Diesel. What does this have to do with what we're talking about?
here's where I'm going like this. That all this damn National Guards did, that shit happened before. There's many of guards that basically got hurt during the times of the riots. Second, when it came down to basic, and this is repeating history over and over again. When we gonna learn our fucking lesson? The civil rights movement, LA riots, Watts
I'm
riots.
confused.
That shit happened.
It's Diesel does this all the time.
I'm so confused.
Every time you come up here, you bring up a subject that is not what we're talking about. We've talked about this before. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just okay. Real quick, I just want so people don't think I'm nuts. Okay, gunman previously worked for the CIA. This is ABC motherfucking news, y'all. I'm not crazy. What we're talking about is not crazy. These people knew exactly who this man was.
Who's the CIA? Who's the CIA?
Can I for a second? May I step back?
Does anybody want to talk about the real thing?
Hold on, doll.
Or are we gonna
Hold on, doll. Holden.
All right.
Holden, go ahead.
So I'm going to go back to what Frugal was saying.
Thank you.
In 2023, there in DC, there were 275 murders. In 2024, there was 187 murders. So there was 87 less murders in that year without the National Guard. So we do not need the National Guard to actually stop this. We have policies that have been working, and this was just a tactic to make the MAGA base happy, to show I'm the law and I'm a nationalist, and it's just ridiculous. And I'm so tired. You guys didn't go far enough back last night. You should have gone to the next year, like I just did, to 2023. So 87 less murders, and you're going to give the National Guard credit for 50? Give me a break. That's all I have to say.
Do I get to go? Do I
That's
get to go
funny.
now? Do I get to go?
Sure. Well, I'd like to just go around in order because it makes it easier for me. But Frugal,
No,
yes.
you'll skip me.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, like
Nobody
we
skipped
have
you.
Then I definitely need to
we
go
have jumped
after him.
all around this place, from Dahl over here trying to bring Israel into it, to Laura trying to talk about the Afghans being sent back, when this was all about the National Guard and the fact of the matter of them actually saving lives by being there, and that is through the unaliving rate. And so it's interesting that Holden G brings up 2023, 2024, but yet doesn't compare the time from 2024, 6 months prior to when the actual National Guard comes in. And Olive and Laura, I mean, I don't know if y'all want to step in here and maybe confirm that we did look at this last night, and in fact, it did show that we have had a lot less unalivings since the National Guard has come in. And so if you can say that in a net positive, we have had less unalivings because of them, why are you so upset that they are there? We are, in fact, having less people being unalived.
Okay, can I respond because he brought up my
No,
name?
I asked to respond. I was
Can I
waiting.
respond
We
because he
got
brought up
snarky
my
after
name?
every guest last time, so I think you should be able.
And you're still coming and talking.
Okay.
I asked to go.
Can I?
Yes. Yes.
Can I just
I will
respond
go.
really quickly?
Well, you can after Tall Nerd. He did
All
call
right.
it first. Go ahead, Tall Nerd.
Thank you. So it's a good timing for my reply because he actually asked, "Why are you so upset?" Here's the thing: you are not America if you think that it's acceptable to have the military on the streets enforcing civilian law. Point blank. We don't have a country anymore, to use Trump's words, if you think that law enforcement belongs in the hands of people in the Green Berets. That's not what this country is about. That's not what we were founded on. It's not what we should use as a model before. And by the way, I have something to address you personally because I know you don't give a shit about the rule of law or what America is. I'm calling you a coward because you are too afraid to stand up for the rule of law in this country. You value safety over freedom. Benjamin Franklin warned us about people like you. He said that people that are willing to go without essential liberty for safety deserve neither. You are that person, sir. Get out of my country. I'm done. Thank you.
You need to get out of my country.
Yeah. Okay. Now
you are the enemy within.
Okay. Everybody needs to get out of my country. It's my country. Somebody claimed, well, like ABC News is never wrong. I just want to point out, CIA Director John Ratcliffe said Thursday that Lockenwall had previously worked alongside U.S. forces in Afghanistan. Quote, he previously worked with the U.S. government, including CIA, as a member of a partner force in Kandahar, Ratcliffe said, describing a unit that operated with American support until the collapse of the U.S.-backed Afghan government in 2021. So, no, this is a fact. It's not just feelings. Dahl, go ahead.
Yeah, so Frugal, the reason why I bring this up is so that you could stop saying, oh my God, the Democrats and we're MAGA and we're right. It's all garbage. That whole fucking
you're
trade.
Just an Israel hater.
Let me
hold on, Frugal.
finish.
Hold on, Frugal.
It's all garbage. It's all a big
should I hold on
charade.
for her? She literally interrupted me in the middle of my and when I still had time on
Go
my
ahead,
phone,
buddy.
why would
Go
I
ahead.
give her the same respect?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, but why would I give you the same respect when you did not give me that respect, Doll?
She interrupted in like the last 8 seconds of your time. And
it doesn't
I'm going to
matter,
give her time back.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. She just has zero self-control.
Okay, that may be true, but right now you are showcasing that you don't either.
So
turnabout's fair play.
The thing that you all haven't realized is that Trump is all about, Israel. And that's the people that are calling the shots in this country. It should be the American people versus the corrupt, usurped government that we live under. I don't understand why we're still talking about Democrats. They're all taking orders from the same boss, Trump, Biden. If anybody doesn't realize that yet, because this is how sloppy it is. Now they got this guy. He's worked for the CIA. What is the CIA, people? Does anyone not get what's going on? This is what's frustrating. I think you saying that, oh, I bring up these irrelevant topics. I'm actually talking about the most relevant topic, and you're sitting here talking about the stuff that's in the weeds, buddy. The piddly shit that's the distractions that you feed into. Okay.
Yeah.
So wake up and smell the roses.
1 minute of my life that I will never get back, Doll. You said absolutely nothing. You realize that, right?
Actually, I mean, I largely agree with what she's saying here, Frugal. Because I mean, dude,
What did
these
she say?
people
Tim,
are
what did she say? Tell me what she said. What did you agree with?
that we're focusing on parties, we're focusing on party issues and not the fact that our government, both parties, have been taken over by a fucking group of people who have some agenda that doesn't benefit us in any way whatsoever.
So you're telling me our narcissistic president that y'all call the most narcissistic person in the world is taking orders, right? Because remember, they're the
Yes.
grandiosest people. They're taking orders from Bibi
Netanyahu at request.
So you realize that you can't have
yes.
that means you are talking out of both sides of your mouth right now.
Well, look, you don't have to give orders by saying, do this, Donald Trump, right? You can present something to a narcissist in a way that he's going to bite on it because you know how this person operates. And they're really
maybe
easy
give him some money.
Here's a cookie, Donnie. Here, these guys were doing this. They were eating dogs. They were eating cats. Oh, well, we got to deal with that. Right?
You just have to find out what people's weakness is. And obviously they found his.
Can I jump in real quick?
Okay.
I have to get ready to go.
A person say, can I jump in real quick? Who was that?
Yeah, that was me. Rando. I gotta go after this. It's Rando.
That's Rando. Okay, Rando, go ahead.
Thank you. So we talk about security, long-term militarization, which is what's happening, because what happens when they leave? If they leave, then everything goes back to the way it was. So long-term militarization does not create security; it destroys it. You can look at the Geneva Convention, you can look at the ICCPR, you can look at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Civilians should be protected, not treated as combatants. And when a state deploys its soldiers, armored vehicles, and wartime tactics against its own people, it literally violates the principles of necessity, proportionality, and civilian immunity, which are the bedrock of lawful governance. Militarization erodes the constitutional order. It literally replaces accountable policing with lethal force, due process, and civilian authority with military authority. No democracy can survive when the government governs through intimidation instead of law. And the evidence is overwhelming. We can look at UN, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, all show that militarization of civilian environments experience more violence, more radicalization, and more instability because the fear destroys trust, and trust is the core of real security.
Nothing is more annoying than having to listen to AI tell me what's going on. Like, dude,
it's AI.
No, you're just
Do
reading.
you want the Geneva Convention article? You're literally accusing me of what? Being a robot?
like what she said.
I have an argument?
Frugal,
like intelligent people that can correlate their own thoughts or they can come up with
whatever.
She read
look at Geneva Convention, Article 3, ICCPR, Article 6, 7, 9, 7, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, Articles 3, 5, 9, and 12, the UN Basic Principles of the Use of Force and Firearms, the UN Guidelines on Military Aid to Civilian Services. You can look at these things. I'm sorry you can't argue with me. Sorry.
Okay,
I'm sorry
Frugal.
I'm smarter than you.
I did not drop Frugal. He left. So, I mean, and logically speaking, what you're talking about makes perfect sense anyway, whether it's AI or not. I mean, Jesus, Lord Almighty.
There was edits people is not protecting them; it is failing them.
Right.
Period.
Yeah, I agree.
We know that this is not a good aftermath. And that's
hold on, doll. There was somebody else that also wanted to go. I heard another female voice.
If I could go.
Who is that? Laura?
Me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna address Frugal because he had asked Danielle and I a question. So generally speaking, if you look at percentages of crime rates, yes, definitely crime overall did come down after the National Guard came in. However, what you have to look at is how much did it come down by, and what's the risk versus the reward. And so it looks like when it comes to the schmurder rate, there was a 21% reduction in the last 2 weeks of the stats I'm reading, which ended in September. However, when you look at the overall crime reduction, if you include all crime, it's down about 7%. So the question is it worth militarizing the streets to have an overall 7% reduction? I would argue no.
Yeah, I mean, and even if it did, right? I don't care. I don't want to live in a country where the government points pew-pews at me every day when I'm just going to work and I have to see military in my street. I just don't want to live in a country like that. I'd rather run the risk of crime in my city. than to live like that.
You can look
Sorry.
at countries that have militarized against their people, and it has always failed. Historically, it has always failed because it does not work.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, well, the crime rate's down. Okay, what happens when they leave? Period. Because they can't stay there
Right.
forever. Because then that's what occupation.
Well, they don't. Well, if you
It's like-
notice. Sorry.
It's
Never
like
mind.
putting duct tape on a sewage pipe because the sewage is just leaking out. Eventually, it's just going to leak back out, and you didn't fix
Can I
anything.
just say something about that?
Who is I?
Me.
Who is
Of
me?
course it's me.
I can't see the boxes.
Doll.
I'm
Of
sorry.
course, it's Doll.
Oh, okay. You said it in such a like a. It was not your normal voice.
Doll-like way.
Doll-like way. Yes. Go ahead, Doll. 40 seconds, because I think you had already spoken this round. Let's go ahead.
Yeah, so I agree with you, Rando. The thing though is you have to realize that they're not how it's going, right? This phase that we're in, they don't care about the withdrawal of the National Guard because there is no withdrawal. You know, they're this whole idea is like, oh, when they leave, what's going to happen? That's like a phase that's not going to, doesn't exist. You know, we're already in this kind of mode now where I don't know if anyone realizes where things are going to be popping off very soon. You know?
Yeah, and like I said, I just don't want to live in a country like that. Now, Al or AI, whatever, you're welcome to come up here if you think that it's okay to live in a country like that. Because those countries exist. You can go to them. I'm sure you'll have a lot of fun
This is all an
there.
acceleration. This is just to accelerate this big, bloodbath.
Push to take over. Okay, so who would like to go next? Hoodlum
If I
hasn't
could, Tim.
spoken yet. Yeah, go ahead, Hoodlum.
Drop. This is right now. I actually have to drop, but thank you, everybody on the panel. Thank you, Liberal.
Thank you, Rando.
I'll see y'all later. Happy National Day of Mourning.
Yes, happy National Day of Mourning or unhappy National Day of Mourning, whichever.
See you guys later.
See ya. Go ahead, Hoodlum.
Yeah. Hey, Tim. Good morning. I'm gonna say Happy Thanksgiving. May your turkey be extra moist.
Fuck you.
Oh, right. So I think that what's really going on here is that we have psyops in this country. I think we can look at the last one that was provocated by the seditious six, and I think that when you have extreme people that have the hatred for an elected president and are acting out in the streets of America, I think that it's concerning. Now, we can look back at history and we can look at the 92 riots of LA. We can look at the National Guard being used, and mostly it's being used for civil unrest. Unfortunately, we have an underreported crime stats that don't tell the whole story. So, I think that the outrage is a little misplaced. It's not like, thousands of troops are taking over cities. It's in correlation with federal agencies, the FBI, ATF. So, I mean, I don't see it.
I think
Sorry.
National Guard are going to
Okay.
stop showing up to work. To be
I don't
honest,
see it. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, but I just don't see the.
they're going to
the-
catch on
the
to this little
outrage.
scamola pretty
Okay,
soon.
well,
The
let me ask you,
seditious
Doll.
six.
How has the National Guard
you've
affected
made your
you?
statement. You've made your statement. So we got a couple of people that haven't gone
Nobody's
this
been
round
affected
either.
by this.
Um, Holden, go ahead.
I just like how Frugal didn't want to address that. It went down 87 from 23 to 24. It was on a downward trend, and he just like blows it off like, well, the National Guard went down. It was already on a downward spiral. I don't know why he can't see that. And I can't know why Hoodlum wants the National Guard everywhere. Why don't you go live in the city that has the National Guard, Hoodlum? And I'm gonna go. Have a good day, guys.
I do actually.
Thank you, Holden. Yeah, appreciate that. And it is a great point because, the drop in crime was greater prior to the National Guard. So, I mean, you you can attribute it to the National Guard or you can just attribute it to people not doing as much crime.
Yeah, so like Hoodlum, they know that you're like into this like whole like idea, and that's why they're feeding off of that energy, right? They know that there's like these groups that are still holding on in MAGA that are like, yeah, more military, yeah.
Hey, Joel, let
Like,
me ask you a question. What do you think about the Patriot Act and
All
how has that
bullshit.
affected?
All bullshit.
So again, right? Like this isn't something new. This is just something that it has existed since 2004. So I just
So
think that
now
it's
you're
no,
like all
ma'am.
soft on it, and you're
No,
just like,
ma'am.
yeah,
No, ma'am.
let's
But I
like give
do.
away more.
Well, hold
Cool.
on. We
Cool
we also
beans.
need to understand that the Patriot Act is still lawful, right? And so, being that that is like it's kind of like complaining about like lobbyists, but yet the Citizens United still stands. Like, come on, like let's not blame just the
Come
administration.
on.
Let's blame Congress too. Stop with the singling out the person that you obviously are biased
I
against,
voted for
and
Trump.
understand that
What are you
Congress
talking about?
also has taken your rights away.
I
Yeah,
voted for
y'all
Trump to
voted
do
for
a lot
Trump.
of
Democrats
things.
included.
I voted for Trump to do a lot of things, right? He's done really maybe one, and it wasn't very well. And the things he's doing and focused on, he's laughed in everybody's face about the Epstein files. He said, "Don't even support me anymore if you're going to bring that shit up." It's like, what? And then he's now taking personal requests from Bibi Netanyahu. They're not our welfare state. We're their welfare state,
I
buddy.
think that what you just
We
said,
fight
you
their
have no
fucking
evidence.
wars.
You
Okay,
just talk out of
we
your
are
ass.
our men unalive for them for 20 fucking years for no goddamn reason, buddy. And they make money off of it, and then they get to off us at the same time. When are you gonna wake up?
When are you going to stop blaming Israel for all of your problems?
Liberal, can I jump in real quick because I do have to leave for Thanksgiving? I just want to make
Yes.
one more statement. Just to go back to the policing. So an interesting conversation took place last night on Danielle's panel where a member of the National Guard that is in DC did come up. Okay. And when we were asking them questions about what role they play in DC, he said that they were playing more of like a supplementary role to the local police department. So they were assisting them with like not necessarily arrest, but almost just like backup to make sure that DC police have enough I guess strength behind them. Okay. But they don't do a whole lot beyond that. So one of the questions that I had asked was, so do you feel that that DC is just short staffed on police? And he kind of alluded to, yeah, that's kind of the major problem. So the Metropolitan Police Department, although it's like a local department, is operated under federal authority. So Donald Trump can work with the mayor to hire more police officers. That way you wouldn't need National Guard because they're just playing kind of like a backup role to the local police department.
They're actually sitting ducks.
Yeah, they really are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, man.
thank you for that.
Happy Thanksgiving to you. Okay?
Yes.
Hey, Laura. Happy
Unhappy
Thanksgiving,
day,
Laura.
National Day of Mourning to you all.
Exactly. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah. See
Bye,
ya.
Laura.
Bye.
Olive, I believe you haven't gone yet, or Abdul
Yeah, I just
actually.
wanted to ask Doll.
Yeah,
I just
go
wanted
ahead.
to ask Doll a question, if that's okay.
Sure.
So Doll, genuine question, by the way, because I've literally agreed with everything you've said this morning. So, for the events of yesterday, do you believe that was an inside job, or do you believe that it was just an opportunity, that it unfortunately happened, it legitimately was not, some sort of inside job, and then Trump's just taking this opportunity to basically the demise of an entire population of people? What do you think yesterday was?
Okay, so it's all orchestrated, yes. The Charlie Kirk, yes. A lot of these things, even the pew-pewings at schools. The thing that you have to realize is what's the payoff and the motive that comes from these things, right? Because they're just happening and getting, pulled off so seamlessly, one after the other, right? And so the thing is, there's a big push to create fear in this country, is what you have to realize. And it's all these different ones that fit for all different people, right? Whatever flavor fear works for you. It's to embed that into the society in a way where it basically like gets everybody, could just be basically causes mass confusion, right? Like on such a level where it destabilizes the society. And they did it at one point a while ago, and they saw it worked very well. They've been doing things in ways all along, and now it's just one, thing after other, and it's become quite sloppy in my mind. If it's not obvious to everybody at this point, I don't know what it's going to take. You see the connections that Trump has with the Israeli government, and this is something where, at the end of the day, we're being used as pawns, and we have been. But this now is like very much spotlighted, I think, and I don't think there's going to be another American president after this. I didn't think there was going to be, even if Kamala won.
Hey, Tim.
I think that what I saw coming is a plan to accelerate something. Now I think it's in full steam ahead, and that's why I don't like talking about blue versus red, because it's not really, that's not really the thing,
Right. Yeah, because they're able to come together on very few things, and one of those things is this fucking country.
Hey, Tim.
This other country, not ours.
I thought I was the radical on the panel, but Doll, she's wow. I'm going to start with wow.
I can't disagree with her assessment.
Well, yeah, but this is kind of what we were talking about the other day, right? And so it's what she says, and what I call the noise is the events, and it seems like it's either every 48 or 72 hours, like we're bombarded with like this new story, this new thing, and it's like over and over and over again. And some people.
Oh, real quick, a guest in your live has violated our misinformation policy. Repeated violations by your guest may lead to restrictions on your access.
Yeah,
Doll, I've got to remove you.
I wonder why.
Yeah,
you gotta
we know why.
I wonder
we know
why.
Yeah,
Stay in the chat. I want to address that.
I got to drop you, but thank you.
You gotta call it the noise. You gotta speak in code.
Yeah. Which is when you're hitting on a nerve there, right? You're plucking the right string.
I call it being over the target.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing, though.
It's crazy because all of this is just so fucking convenient, isn't it? Just so convenient for all of these parties involved.
I hope everybody realizes one thing. I ask everybody to go to politicalcompass.com. I'm not trying to push that site for anything other than people have to realize it's more than left and right, liberal versus conservative. That just really addresses how you look at how the government spends money. Right now, the other form is authoritarianism versus libertarian. Right now, you're either for the Constitution or you're for fascism. Right now, you can be on the left and or the right. It doesn't matter. You can be for the Constitution. But right now, the way this government is running, they don't care about the Constitution. The libertarians, the Tea Parties and all that, they should be hating Trump. They hated Trump to begin with. Trump tried getting their nomination, and they laughed at him. A lot of their core values line up with a lot of liberal values. Is because that's not the side of the scale that we're looking at. The conservative versus liberal scale, all that comes down to is how we spend our money. Everybody should go to politicalcompass.com and see how much we really do align. If you care about the Constitution, it doesn't matter how we spend money at that point.
They said I was a radical.
Well, yes, I heard my name. Go ahead.
Yeah, did you not think that Trump's address to the nation last night was extremely dangerous and problematic?
I actually didn't watch it. I was chilling out with the wife, laughing at TikTok videos. So if you want to summarize, I've not seen it.
Oh, play it. It's not very long.
It's not long? Okay.
No,
let me pull it up.
3 minutes or something. It's not that long.
Trump address.
You have got to listen to this speech. This will change your views on this whole. Well, it'll influence your views on this entire thing. It's a very dangerous speech, in my opinion.
Well, don't you think it's dangerous? Hold on. Don't you think that it's dangerous to have so much rhetoric against the National Guard?
The Thanksgiving.
There should be no rhetoric against the National Guard aside from the fact that they're being deployed in an area where they don't need to be.
Yeah, it's not against the Guard. It's against how the Guard is deployed and why.
Right.
It's not the Guards themselves.
And
It's the
see,
situation.
I want to point out, they did this to me the entirety of the Iraq-Afghanistan war. You don't support the troops. Why do you hate your country? When I didn't like the war. Right? I wasn't about hating troops or disliking troops or what they were doing. They were just following orders. It's about the usage thereof. And that's a problem.
Yeah, the troops signed up with all good intentions in heart, and they got thrown in a shitty situation. It's not their fault at all.
Right. Now, let me play this. Can you hear it?
Holiday.
Can you guys hear it?
The National Guard serving in Washington, D.C. were shot at point-blank range in a monstrous ambush-style attack just steps away from the White House. They'd been...
Olive, is this what you're referring to?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Deputized as part of the most successful public safety and national security mission in the history of our nation's capital, the D.C. Safe and Beautiful Task Force, which has achieved an unprecedented reduction in violent crime and crimes of all type. This heinous assault was an act of evil, an act of hatred, and an act of terror. It was a crime against our entire nation. It was a crime against humanity. The hearts of all Americans tonight are with those two members of the West Virginia National Guard and their families. The love of our entire country is pouring out for them, and we are lifting them up in our prayers. As we are filled with anguish and grief for those who were shot, we're also filled with righteous anger and ferocious resolve. As President of the United States, I am determined to ensure that the animal who perpetrated this atrocity pays the steepest possible price. I can report tonight that based on the best available information, the Department of Homeland Security is confident that the suspect in custody is a foreigner who entered our country from Afghanistan, a hellhole on earth. He was flown in by the Biden administration in September 2021 on those infamous flights that everybody was talking about. Nobody knew who was coming in. Nobody knew anything about it. His status was extended under legislation signed by President Biden, a disastrous president, the worst in the history of our country. This attack underscores the single greatest national security threat facing our nation. The last administration let in 20 million unknown and unvetted foreigners from all over the world, from places that you don't want to even know about. No country can tolerate such a risk to our very survival. An example is Minnesota, where hundreds of thousands of Somalians are ripping off our country and ripping apart that once great state. Billions of dollars are lost, and gangs of Somalians come from a country that doesn't even have a government, no laws, no water, no military, no nothing. As their representatives in our country preach to us about our Constitution and how our country is no good. We're not going to put up with these kind of assaults on law and order by people who shouldn't even be in our country. We must now re-examine every single alien who has entered our country from Afghanistan under Biden, and we must take all necessary measures to ensure the removal of any alien from any country who does not belong here or add benefit to our country. If they can't love our country, we don't want them. America will never bend and never yield in the face of terror. And at the same time, we will not be deterred from the mission these service members were so nobly fulfilling. That is why tonight I can announce that I have directed the Department of War to mobilize an additional 500 troops to help protect our capital city. We will make America totally safe again, and we will bring the perpetrator of this barbaric attack to swift and certain justice if the bullets going in the opposite direction haven't already done that. During this time of the year, when we gather at home with loved ones, these two patriots were wearing the uniform of our country, patrolling the streets of our capital. They had taken a selfless oath to defend our nation against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and that is exactly what they were doing when they were gunned down in a savage attack. I want to express my extraordinary gratitude to every member of the United States military who is deployed tonight at home and abroad. I also want to thank the Secret Service and the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department for their work today. This Thanksgiving, I ask every family to say a prayer for the two great heroes who were so horribly shot, and for their loved ones. Please say a prayer. May God bless them and comfort them, and may God bless and protect the United States of America. Thank you and good night.
Yeah. I mean, the whole Somali thing, like, what the fuck is that all about? You go from that to Somalians? We hate immigrants. We hate anybody here that's from another country. Well, then go back to Europe, white man. Go back to Europe, white man.
Right? That was normal Trump to you, though, right?
Morning, everybody.
Yeah, I mean, look what he didn't thank. He thanked the Secret Service and all that, but he didn't thank the CIA for working with this guy that then came in and conveniently helped his narrative. Yeah.
One last contract.
Yeah, one last hoorah by the U.S. military. I don't know, guys. That's fucking weird. So all of what did you take from that? Maybe I'm not hearing what you heard. It just sounds like Trump, word vomiting.
Okay, first of all, the Somalis, that was what the hell? Like,
right.
You're just literally creating a. We know how MAGA follows Trump's words, okay? So now you're creating hate against another group of people that literally have nothing to do with any of this, right? Like, what was even the point of that? And second of all, to literally be basically saying, like, anyone from Afghanistan here, to me, he's saying they're going to be sent back to Afghanistan. That's why earlier we had read you those messages from Kate Fox saying, like, there are interpreters and Afghanis that were working against the Taliban that could potentially be sent back to Afghanistan, which is obviously their guaranteed demise. So it was singling out a group of people. Look, at the end of the day, this is one shitty person that does not represent an entire population of people who already experience enough hate and racism in North America, right? So you've taken, it was one shitty person who did one shitty thing, and that's not how Trump represented that in that speech last night. The speech represented more divide, more hate, more fear. You know how he does. That's my opinion.
Yeah. No, the Somali thing is weird because the Pew wasn't even Somalian. So I don't even. It's like, oh, here's an opportunity to further just jab at people that I don't like. It's weird. It's very weird. But that also assumes that they weren't in on this at all, because I wouldn't put it past this government to do that. They've made plans for stuff like this before, guys. So it's not so crazy to make those speculative thoughts, right? I mean, they wrote shit like that down in paper. Look at Operation Northwoods, if you don't believe me. They were going to run a booming campaign in Miami to get the people on board with invading Cuba and many other things. So I don't put anything past this. Good morning, Abdul. How are you? Go ahead.
Fine. I'm a little bit hesitant because this is the first time for me to sharing or talking in TikTok and all this. I actually, if you give me time, maybe I have a similar situation because, like, I work for the American government 28 years. I am now retired at the American Embassy in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. I participate with working also with the army when in the Kuwait and Saddam Hussein because I used to be an Arabic language teacher training the soldiers and how to make difference between Iraqis, Kuwaitis, Saudis in that time during the war. Anyway, so usually the people like me, they get the end of their service like SIV, Special Immigrant Visa. So I've been like 28 years here. Now I am retired. I'm watching, absorbing, looking. One of the things I really really, really, all of us, we love America. That's most of the people, they're working there. This with the American government in Saudi Arabia, in Afghanistan, in Iraq. Usually, most of them they planning their dream to move to United States, starting a new life. Most of these guys, they come to here, they just disappointed. Maybe I know one of the ministers in Afghanistan came to Virginia and he working as Uber driver. Maybe this is disappointed. He was a minister but whatever. So maybe this is the situation with these guys. I don't know. But what really made me so angry yesterday, just after 5 minutes of this bad criminal accident, I looked into the X and platform. I find thousands of these tweeters starting attacking Islam, starting attacking this. Not only we understand why maybe Mr. Trump talking about Somalian, okay, because he has something special personality. I don't know, but these things, unbelievable, guys. That's make me so angry. These people, if they have 1% love to this country, 1%, they will not say what they say this.
Well,
they're starting like they must this Muslim, this Islam, this terrible, this is this, that, this. And because these guys, all of them, excuse me, just one thing.
Sorry.
These guys, most of them, they're planning to be in Congress or in getting some kind of job, position, and this is the only way they think. And this is the only thing in their agenda. They are not talking about unemployment. They are not talking about hungers. They are not talking about the bad economy. The only their in agenda because they pleased some kind of people, some kind in other foreign countries. I don't know. I don't want to mention. They like what we see in Mandani. Again, sorry guys. I never. This is the first time for me. I'm sorry because my language. I am an Arabic language teacher as a second language, so maybe my.
No, you're fine. You're fine. No, I appreciate that. And yes, I've noticed over the last couple of weeks, maybe month, this ramped up Muslim rhetoric from people. Honestly, I've chalked it up to Zios realizing that they can't use the anti-Semitic crap anymore. It doesn't work.
It's Hawaiians.
And
The Hawaiians.
Yeah. So they're right. And so they've switched gears to something tried and true in this country because for whatever reason, Christians seem to just be afraid of Muslims. And so other people have started latching onto that to distract, I guess, or to blame others for the things going on. Oh, they're trying to take over everything. The Sharia laws coming to your town. Which is nuts.
It's like the Wizard of Oz, like the guy behind the curtain. Or it's like the game, right? When you're playing the video game, you have this one opponent, then you get on to the next level. And then by the end of the game, you realize the last opponent is the Hawaiian. You know?
I mean,
it's like,
in there, I don't know that the Quran says anywhere where this certain group of people will feed off the wealth of nations and the leaders of those nations will bow to this one group of people. I don't think it says that in the Quran, but it certainly says that in the Tanakh and the Old Testament.
Excuse me, it doesn't matter. I used to be a professor teacher in State Department, teaching all these diplomats, the armies, special forces, Arabic language before they send them the mission and all this. It is not the Muslims, the Arabs, the Lebanese, the Syrian, all they've been in here. The Yemenis, they've been in 19th century. Nothing. This United States, it is like bouquet, all these kind of flowers, all these different colors, or different, nothing. This is they try to make a fear, make me a fear of me. Tell you just one thing, guys. 2 weeks ago in this Mamdani, I was so happy dancing. Why? Because for the first time I see someone, he said, in public, I am a Muslim. Since, this is, I don't care about him. I don't care at all. Because I'm, to say it publicly, always say, I am a Muslim, but I am not da 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 da. I am a Muslim, but I did it. always giving. Why? And otherwise, you see everybody. So I hug my kids and my daughter. I said, now this is, I don't care, but this is the first step in 1,000 mile. You feel proud. You are American first. You are okay Muslim.
Well, there's a lot of Muslims that
imagine this
are
guy, this is a group in Congress. Their agenda only, they're talking day and night, only against these things.
Well, there's a lot of Muslims that are Sufi that actually believe in Jesus.
So beautiful. Yeah,
one of my favorite poets is Rumi.
Rumi, yes, exactly.
Very peaceful, very beautiful. Like, and there's other, though. We all know that there's other fundamentalists, though. The 20%, right, of the population roughly is extreme. Now, they want the push is to get everybody afraid of all of them, right? And so if let's put it this way, if the agenda
pigeonhole them all into one thing and then bitch and complain about that one thing. Yes.
But the thing that is quite interesting is when you have all these anti-Hawaiian laws coming out, right? And then you picture this, right? Okay, so if Trump is taking his orders from Hawaii, then it makes sense why he's perpetuating this, speech, right? Right now. And then the suspect happens to be, great. We got a Muslim to be the fall guy. It's like all these perfect pieces, right, to generate fear. And all his speech was fear mongering. Like all you need to do is get a whole society out of their insane on fear. That's all you need.
Bremer, it's code language for those people that you can't say on TikTok because Oracle has finalized a deal to take it over. We'll just put it that way.
I have to drop, but I just got to work, so I've got to go. But I really appreciate you having me up on the panel. It was a really good panel. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, thanks for coming. I appreciate it. And happy National Day of Mourning to you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the fasting, everybody. Enjoy the fasting.
Thanksgiving.
You doll.
Thanks, doll.
You, I see you. I see what
you
you're
see
doing.
me. What am I doing?
You said Thanksgiving. I'm just giving you shit.
Well, you know what? I've decided to stop paying taxes from this point forward. That's my thank you very much to the government. And they can do whatever they want with me. I'll see what happens with that. I'm also waiting for all of these people to stop showing up for their government jobs, Yeah. Just all collectively, let's stop paying taxes, everybody. Let's stop, being
and
their
Christmas.
Christmas,
I've already talked to the children about Christmas. We're not doing that shit anymore.
No,
it
one
is
side
weird
of my
to me.
Family. Yes, it is weird.
That
you got
children
little kids, putting them on Santa's lap, which is ball.
Well,
by the way,
that's a whole other topic. Yeah.
My grandmother, I used to when I was little, I used to get very upset. I said, "Grandma, why don't we give presents? Everybody gives presents." She goes, "We don't do that stuff," and I used to hate it. She goes, "Oh, that's one big lie," and I'd be like, "What are you talking about? Santa?" And she goes, "No, the whole thing. It's also you can be broke. Buy a bunch of shit you can't afford. Go and spend all this money and it's not about anything with our faith." I go, "Oh, you're so boring."
It's perpetuation of capitalist crap. I mean, think about it. Why are we making kids who lost a vagina lottery? Why are we making them feel bad because their parents don't have a lot of money?
Exactly. It's all bullshit.
Bullshit.
You know what
really
I did?
Is.
You want to know what I did 2 days ago? I bought a bunch of toys,
real quick, Maverick. She started saying that because she got dropped for saying things. So this is an attempt to use code words. Of course, Hawaii. Maybe use I don't know. Maybe there's another code word for zebra.
Okay, we could call what's another cool place?
Zamboni. Call them Zamboni.
Zamboni. Okay.
Can I say
Maverick may have a thought as to the code word that we can use.
Wait, let me tell you. I gave all these toys to these kids, and they it was like I made their month. I felt, oh my God, this is what it's all about. If I get just one little thing, it wasn't a big stuff, but
Yeah.
I,
Or
I
make the
you know,
gifts. If you
yeah, or make
if you
them.
want to give, for family, whatever, make the damned gifts. I'm not so creative, but I
Just
can
don't
I
buy
can
from a
write
billionaire
music.
company.
I can play music. I can do things that I can do. But real quick, I haven't done a PSA in a while, guys, and I think Lonnie wanted to jump in there. So I do have a gifting goal looking for 25 Novembers. If you want to support the live, please send some gifts. If you don't want to do that, you can $ Lib Loudmouth to Crash App or at Lib Loudmouth to Vimo. You can do it that way as well. And if you can't do either of those things, please tap. Just tap. That will, that will help. We're all not if you're on the panel. Don't tap if you're on the panel.
Do you have a goal?
The
Yeah, you got
goal.
November up in here.
Yeah, November as a goal, and we're at 43,000. We should have been to probably 75 already. So let's get to 75K. Now, Lonnie, did you want to jump in? Was that you? I heard a minute
that
ago.
was me.
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
wanted to ask you if you heard about the new proposed tax plan where he's going to get rid of federal taxes and make sales tax 30%, and all businesses.
Good point, Lonnie.
Yeah, it's called the National Tax Act. It was proposed. I think that's what it's called. It was proposed earlier this year, I believe.
30% on consumer goods.
Yeah, and so
Now, I haven't done the
I say
math. What do
that-
you think
Well-
about that, Lonnie?
I say that because you were saying about, you're not going to pay taxes, you're going to go exempt, and you want a bunch of other people to do the same. But it's kind of like he's already, whatever what he's trying to do, and what I feel like he's trying to do, the Heritage Foundation, and I've said this before in many of lives before this one, is the version of technocracy they wanted to roll out in the 1930s. And so he wants to make the less fortunate, the under middle class and under, be responsible for paying the taxes, and give the ultra wealthy the ultimate break, which not internally, ultimately put us in the Great Depression to begin with, like the Gilded Age and things like that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I get like he's taking our tax money and he's just spending it all willy nilly and giving it, to whoever he wants with these tax breaks, because we know we got out of the Great Depression by taxing the rich, 94%. But at the same time, it's going to impoverish a lot of us, because in my honest opinion, what he's trying to do is he's trying to have enslaved class, and not just people of color, not just brown people, but poor people will be enslaved, and the ultra wealthy will be the ultra wealthy, just like in the Gilded Age. And that's my opinion on that topic.
Yeah, it's and I looked it back up. It's the Fair Tax Act, and it's not fair at all, because you no matter what you do, you're going to end up paying 30% of your income. Because see, poor people, they spend 100% of the income they get, so 100% of their income is essentially going to be taxed at 30%. Whereas right now they don't pay anything, and wealthy people are, like, what are you going to do? It's regressive. It's bullshit.
If you think about everything Trump has, all of his products were always made overseas. If you watch like Shark Tank, they never want to make anything here. They care about profit, and they don't care about American jobs. They are the reason why nothing's made in America. They are the reason why we have trade deficits. So people like Trump and the rich made it so there's no jobs here. So now they want to make this whole tariff plan to quote unquote bring jobs back. It's not going to bring jobs back. It's just making us foot the bill again. That whole tax plan that you're talking about, it's the same thing. It's just trying to put the tax burden on us while saying lies, that some people will buy to make it seem like it's a passable bill when it's really not. And it's just going to, like she said, it's going to screw us and give the rich another leg up that they don't need.
Well, it's like this also like weird societal thing that's gone on where like they wanted us to like for a long time ago, even like the education system, wasn't this year-long thing. You had a lot more farmers and people working and learning about agriculture and doing things on their own, right? And now you have a society that doesn't know how to survive on their own because, they're learning about algebra and they're not learning. They're almost getting like so domesticated to the point where they have to have a Walmart because they wouldn't know how to, survive 2 months without, a big supermarket, right? So it's like back in the day, like people kind of didn't buy a lot, right? Weren't big consumers. And then they just got people to be massive consumers in this country, to rely on basically paying for it instead of doing it themselves,
Yeah,
The
obedient
education
workers and
system
consumers.
was invented to produce workers because back when Henry Ford was making cars, people weren't showing up to make cars on a regular basis at a regularly scheduled time. So they started this education system to produce workers, not
Workers,
necessarily
yes,
educated.
compliant, very
Yes. And
low
that's where we are today.
questioning people. And so if you didn't know this, Henry Ford actually wrote a book called The International Hawaiian.
Oh shit. Well, thank you, Penny. That was awesome. Is that one of those vaulted gifts? I feel like that's one of those
Yeah,
vaulted ones.
that was
Yeah,
a big
that's
one.
oh shit. Yeah, that's cool as shit. Thank you. That was cool.
Yeah, I mean,
Um,
Detroit used to be a
well,
shining star, a great American city. Look at it
and
today.
and they use psychology to then manipulate us into needing to buy things. Like for example, the wedding ring. What a load of horseshit that was. That was just marketing. That was psychology. That was marketing. They took a worthless object, a diamond, and made it like it was the greatest thing in the fucking world. It's pretty
How
brilliant,
about
actually.
Cadillacs, right? Remember in the 1950s, they put commercials together with women driving them so that your wife would beg you to get another car. Like they did all these things to psychologically, keeping up with the Joneses, right?
Right. Fuck
All
the
of a sudden,
Joneses. I don't like those
yeah,
people.
fuck that.
They're
you know?
assholes. They always have shit, and I want it. Fucking assholes.
I remember I got a pair of Uggs for the first time when I was little, and I thought I fucking made it, man.
You hit the
And my
lottery, did you?
mom, oh yeah, my mom goes, you're so spoiled, and I was like, what do you mean? Everybody has multiple of these. And she goes,
Uggs.
I had one pair of shoes, and I then split the nice shoes with my sister. That's it.
That's
I
funny.
didn't need
Well,
any more. And now everybody needs, right? So we've lost ourselves. We've lost
absolutely.
ourselves.
Now we've got Tracy and Maverick were in, and then Penny. None of them has spoken yet.
I want to make this real quick statement on the topic of consumerism because I've seen an article where they're saying that people are holding onto their cell phones a lot longer and they're not buying them as frequently and they're starting to lose revenue. That's all I wanted to say to that topic.
That's right. Smart people.
And Tracy and Maverick, I'm not sure who came in first, but go ahead, y'all. Tracy, Maverick?
He said Penny or Maverick. He wasn't sure who was up next. Can go.
Penny, you want to say anything?
Penny, you go ahead too.
Penny, you want to say anything?
Damn it.
Well, I gotta do something.
Well, I don't know what's going on. I can't. If you're talking, we can't hear you. For the record.
Was Tracy? I think Tracy.
Oh, there you
was
go,
here
Maverick.
before I was.
I thought so too. Yeah, go ahead, Tracy, if you want to say something. Tracy, you are muted for the record. Okay, Penny. Penny, go ahead.
How do you unmute?
We can hear you, Penny.
Liberal?
Well, I can hear you.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
I just
Oh my God.
finally home. I watch you every day. I'm a truck driver and I listen to your live every day.
Well, thank you.
That I can.
I
And
appreciate
wanted
that.
you to know that I just really appreciate you.
I appreciate
And
that.
so
Thank you.
I'm trying to gift you and do all I can to support the live.
I appreciate that.
Because it's kind of hard to do that when you're driving, especially an 18-wheeler.
Oh, I know. I drove for almost 10 years over the road.
Oh, good.
Yeah. My wife and I, we went out. It was we had a good time, but then we had kids in it, and then that sucked. Being gone for so damn long,
Yeah, that makes it hard.
Yeah.
My wife and I we were team together for the first year, and after that it was like, oh no, you need your own truck.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, no, it's a test of your
yeah,
how much you can take. No,
exactly.
It was cool though, but yeah, that's why I stopped driving because we had the baby, and every time I'd get home, this baby would look different, and I'm like, I can't do that. So I ended up
Well,
hanging it up.
I just wanted to say I love you, man, and keep up the great work. And I appreciate and plan on gifting you as much as I can today. And you can go ahead and drop me.
Well, thank you so much. That means a lot. It really does. I appreciate that. And in my bio to everybody, if you guys want to also support the live, you can $Live Loudmouth. It's all on my bio. You can send stuff that way as well.
And be safe out there, Penny. Be safe.
Yes.
Oh, yes, definitely.
There's a
Happy
blizzard
Thanksgiving.
coming. Yes, thank you, Penny. I'd go ahead and drop you if that was all you needed to say. I appreciate that.
Yeah, sure.
It's good to hear. Thank you so much. Now, Maverick, did you want to jump in there? Yeah, please. I have a feeling I know what you're going to say about Hawaii.
Yeah, you're using Hawaii to replace "is not real." That's what people are saying now. Queen was on Queen's Live last night, and they call it "is not real" now, and you don't get dinged or banged because it lets people know who we're talking about. When you say Hawaii and somebody wrote a book about Hawaii, they really think you're talking about Hawaii. And let's not throw Hawaii under the bus. Hawaii has never committed a genocide, right? So we don't want to confuse the two. So let's call it "is not real." And you
Oh
don't
yeah,
get
no,
dinged.
I just am using another word. That's all
Yeah,
it was.
right. So is not real is what people are using now, and that's supposed to help with people, and
I
it
feel like
doesn't
you're
mean.
still gonna get hit. You know.
Well, I got hit. I
Yeah.
got hit last night with a violation because I said they now own all of this. They
Let's just
now own
say,
this
yeah.
app. Excuse
Let's
me.
say Narnia. Narnia.
No, it's not. I'm saying it's not real. You can
Or
tell me what
Tartania.
country.
I'd rather do
Tartania.
that than take
Excuse
medicine.
me.
Oh.
Excuse me.
Tartania.
I'm
I
talking.
got off 4 different psych
Excuse
meds.
me.
That was Terry had, I think, accidentally requested up, so we were hearing a conversation we weren't supposed to hear.
Okay.
So Maverick's like, "Shut up!"
I'm gonna say is not real until they steal and take this lie or this account like they're already trying to do. But yesterday I typed they own this app, and I got a violation.
So why are you saying it again?
Excuse me, because I can. I'm grown.
Okay, but you're gonna get this a
Excuse
violation.
me. Excuse me.
Oh God.
You're not listening. You're just talking. Don't interrupt me, and I will drop after I'm speaking so you can continue to gab, okay? What I wrote was they own this app, and they gave me a violation for typing that and had it for today.
That's
So
crazy.
they're gonna take anybody who's anti those pieces of trash, those Zionist pigs, those subhuman garbage. I will say them, they can kiss the blackest part of my ass, because once again, we're talking about this government. If we are not willing to fight and start to take people out, we are going to lose. There is no more voting and waiting for the midterms. And I hear you all talking about Trump is this and Trump is that. If nobody's willing to start taking these people down, then we're fucked, because they're playing the hard game. They're not playing games where they want us to even have anything. They want you to be a slave. This is nothing new. The very Constitution that we talk about was about that. The white male of means, of land, was supposed to be lorded over everyone else. Period, full stop. That's the DNA of this country. That is the absolute beginning of it. There's nothing different. All Trump and the Heritage Foundation are trying to do is bring us back to the original. That's what they're trying to do. We're confused with, oh, we're all a melting pot. Oh, we love you. No, bullshit. You can ask several people in this society, did they have the American dream? Whenever you tried to have it, the government would come and burn down black people's homes and towns and communities and make lakes in Central Park and things. We've never had the American dream. So what you all are finding out, those of you who are a little bit more privileged, is that this government, these rich fucks, they want you to be permanent slaves. They want you to be beggars. They want you to be subhuman to them so that they can rule over you. And they want you to breed and have children so that they can take them on an island and grape them. Now you can drop me. Thank you very much. Guys, tap, tap, tap that screen. We should already be at 100K likes for this wonderful live. I'm going to continue to listen and let you talk since you're triggered. Doll, another person that I can't stand, who's a white woman who's always got her mouth open but does not want to listen. So drop me, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Maverick, and thank you
Very
for the
good.
PSA. We'll see ya.
Boo Boo. Happy
Happy
Thanksgiving.
National Day of Mourning.
Happy
Unhappy
Turkey Day,
National
Boo
Day.
Boo.
Yeah, I mean, it's and it's funny, the melting pot, right? But it's all the European colonialists that are standing around stirring it, right? They're not in the pot. Everybody else is, and they're cooking us slowly. Is what's happening.
Yeah, I'm one big big bad white lady.
Well, look, it doesn't even have anything to do with color. This is a
Well, she clearly
mentality.
thinks that it is.
This is, I'm saying their reasons is about domination and control. It's a mentality that they feel like, for whatever fucking reason, that they're better than everybody else, and that they are entitled to. The Europeans.
No, it's the Hawaiians.
But who do you think who do you think the Zambonis are? They're fucking Europeans.
They're not white people.
Oh,
No,
yes,
they're
they
not.
are.
No, they're
yes,
not.
the ones doing what we're
They
seeing
like
now.
to
they're
put all that
Europeans.
on white people, though, for sure. Yeah.
I think
Okay.
the main takeaway is that this isn't really about race. I mean, race is
Yeah, it's
involved, but it's
not
not
at all.
about race.
Yeah.
It's about removing the rights that have been fought for marginalized communities and putting them back, quote unquote, in their place. So that means getting rid of the 19th Amendment, which was the women's voters' right. That means getting rid of the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th Amendment, which would make white, hetero, cis men the leaders of all. White men would be voting for the household. Women would not be able to vote. Women will not have bank accounts. Women cannot go to school and get education, because we all know, statistically speaking, that white women benefited more from affirmative action than any other person of color. So therefore, that's why they are dismantling things like the affirmative action. And DEI isn't solely for Black people. DEI is diversity, equity, and inclusion, which means anybody that is disabled, anybody that has a mental illness that can still do a job, has a right to do the job. And this is what they're going to do. They're going to try to start putting people with mental disorders and defects back in asylums and using them as test subjects. That, I think, is the point that Maverick was trying to make. While you guys seem to think that it is about Black versus white, it's more about rich versus poor. And
No,
white
it's always been
supremacy
that.
men
I honestly,
taking control.
So
And
the thing
so
that
the
I
over
think
talking is
people,
crazy, because I was patient and waited for you to finish your point when you were speaking. And I noticed that when you feel the need to talk, you don't wait patiently, you over talk, and it doesn't seem to matter who it
well,
is.
when
It's the
people
fact
talk
that
for
you want to
5 minutes
get to your
straight,
point,
it's kind of.
and that's very rude, because I watched you on here yesterday be extremely rude to people. There was a lovely lady up here,
Oh yeah,
Serena,
that lady Maverick wasn't rude
you
to me at
know,
all. You're right.
but why, see, this is the problem,
Yeah.
right? You want to be a victim so bad that you have blinders on, that you can't even see what's happening to
Oh
you,
yeah.
let alone everyone
Well,
else.
Yeah, you're not
I've been
special.
there. I have a
Every
different
civilization has
Okay.
had slavery.
Sure, but there hasn't been a group of people that took over 90% of the world,
You know
right?
who was the biggest slave traders? The Hawaiians. The Barbary slave trade. They enslaved Christians 300 years before any of the transatlantic, which they also were in charge of. And your Africans sold you to them
Okay.
and brought you
We
to
gotta bring your
America.
temperature down.
Okay, so let's look, guys. Okay, I think that Dahl and Lonnie are agreeing on a macro scale, right?
Yeah.
Well, on a broad scale, I think we're all on the same side here. I think we all kind of
Yeah, just stop
agree with
blaming
each other.
white people.
But when
Clive
we get down
Davis
into the
is
middle
not a
of
white
things,
man. Whitney
we'll start.
Houston.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Dahl, but
got a
I was.
number done.
Can I,
Calm
Dahl?
down.
Okay. When yes, Dahl, please. And see, now I fucking forgot what I was going to say, and it was I felt it was important because we're
Yeah, well, I don't like
we're
white
like starting to.
White bashing is not okay.
It's not white bashing. It's not white bashing. These are facts. Okay, these are facts.
No.
Yes, they are facts.
I was speaking
White
to the fact
people
of men
did not.
controlling women. That's the fact I was speaking from. You assumed
Clive
that I was
Davis,
speaking
the
about black and white.
NAACP,
Hold on a
was not
second,
white
dog.
men.
Because you sit up here and dog whistle all the time because that whole Atlantic slave trade and all of the Africans and all of that, that's just to trigger black people because you need somebody to
No, that's the history,
and I'm
man.
not here to fight with you because I know my
That's the
history, and
history.
I'm not going to let a white woman tell me what my history is. So I'm appreciative that you think you know my history and where I come from as a black person in
What do you
this
think the word
country.
slave
I'm
comes
grateful
from?
for that you think
Slav.
you know more than me, but you're
Slav.
triggered right now, sweetheart. And I'm going to go ahead and drop Liv because you know me, I don't get into this back and forth. And thanks for having me up. I proved my point and have a great day. And you know me, I'll be in the comments
Yeah.
tapping away.
Thank you, Lonnie. I appreciate it.
So Slav
yeah.
is that's where slave the word comes from. The Slavic countries were the ones that were enslaved in mass, were property. So this idea that this wasn't done ever before in history is just crap.
Well,
This
nobody
is what,
said it wasn't ever done before in history.
but it wasn't done by white men. Okay.
But the last
Yeah.
two
And
guests
Absolutely
so,
had nothing
was.
to do with
and
race.
so
Absolutely
I
was.
want to clarify something. The
Stop bringing up race.
NAACP, the Hollywood, the music industry, the Clyde Davis, the Harry Weinsteins, they're not white men. Okay?
Their
Harry
music industry is
Weinstein.
mostly owned by Jews.
Harry Weinstein isn't. Harvey Weinstein isn't a white guy. Is that what you just said?
No, he's a Jew.
Okay.
A white Jew.
There's
Yes.
different kinds of
No,
Europeans.
they are not white.
Okay.
They are.
Yes.
You're
They are.
Jewish. It's an
Okay. Doll.
ethnicity and
Doll.
it's also
No.
a
there's
religion.
different types of
No.
Jews, man.
No. Yeah,
Hey, Liv, how you doing?
there are also Ethiopian Jews that are black. No, what
Yeah,
you're
they're
saying.
all Hawaiians.
No.
It's
Okay.
going to be a long day.
Europeans, guys, have been the worst for the planet
No.
than any other
Wrong.
group in the history of this world. That is a fact. It is a fact.
Well, if we're gonna do white bashing, then
It's
Do
not
you
white
have
bashing.
ADD or
It's
something? Do you have
European
ADD or something?
fact. It's European fact. What are you talking about? Just
no,
go
the
back to
Europeans
the
brought
history books.
medicine. They
No,
gave
they
people
didn't. They stole
civilizations.
other
Yeah.
people's shit.
Where do you think
Europeans
the
didn't
word white
invent
supremacy came from?
doll.
Africans. Because
Europeans.
they said, "Wow, these guys
Listen,
know how to
doll.
turn on a fucking
Doll.
Wow,
faucet."
you're not normal.
Okay, doll. Hold on,
This lady's
guys.
not-
Okay.
this lady's not-
Okay. Hold on. Look,
She's nonsensical.
Europeans did not create gunpowder. They didn't create paper. They didn't create surgeries. They didn't create math. They didn't create algebra. They didn't create a whole lot of shit. But what they did do is adopt it and use it to turn themselves into violent colonizers who then went around the fucking world and colonized 90% of the goddamned world. This is a fact. This doesn't care about how you feel about it. I can understand why you might have cognitive dissonance over it, but it is a fact. I'm not
No, it's a
white bashing.
brainwashing.
No,
It's
isn't. It is
Yeah.
fucking demonstrably true. This is written in their own goddamn history books. You're telling me that this small group of people have created the entire history of Europe's colonial domination of the globe? Bullshit.
We're gonna disagree. Yeah.
Yes, we will, because the facts don't bear out what you're talking about. It's crazy. But we agree on a macro scale, okay? As we're dealing with an entity here that clearly wants to take
the
shit
thing
off.
is, you're as the same vein you say it's not about race. You continue
It
to
isn't.
bash Europeans and white people
Because you wouldn't
It's
let race
crazy.
go. You wouldn't let it go.
Doll, let me look. If I
It
point
isn't
out
about
that
race, and when everybody wakes up to that,
not every European country is the same. You agree with that?
well, you think it is. You're calling all white
No,
Europeans.
I'm stating
the
that
most violent
European
you know-
nations are not all the same. They're different people.
I
Is
don't
that
think
right?
they are. No, I don't
You think
they
they're
are.
all the same?
I don't think they're all
Okay,
the
well,
same.
I don't agree with that statement.
You think they're all the
for whatever
same?
reason,
You think
the
all
European
Europeans-
nations, the large European nations, the one that built the empires and went around and colonized the entire fucking world. For example, you go into the Republic of Congo and you see French everywhere. Why? Because they wanted resources. So they went in there, they unalived and committed G-sides all over the fucking place in this region because of rubber trees and other fucking resources that they wanted. because they could, because they had the things necessary and the willingness to do it.
Wait, I want to just bring up a couple facts also. You have to realize to keep the whole continent of Europe at peace, they all kept marrying off to each other. They were all cousins. They were all related. It didn't matter if they were in, France or Ireland or what. They were all cousins. The World War I, World War II.
Oh,
they
you
were all
gotta
cousins.
you
So
gotta
can't
look
say-
into who those people were.
Okay, but what I'm telling you is they
Look
they
into
all
who
are the
those
same.
people
They're basically the
were.
same family. So you're trying to say they're not the same? They are the same. They were all related for the longest time.
Yeah.
So how are they not the same?
Yeah, they're not white people.
Why? Listen,
you know what?
why, being white, you do understand why people are white? Do you understand why?
Yeah, so usually what we consider, right, is non-Hawaiian, right? Usually Christian.
No.
That's what it's
The
that's what's
adaptation of white
Christian have to
skin.
do with it?
I'm no.
So-
I'm
Of-
let's go to a
of
biological,
European
physiological.
European descent. And this is the thing I want you to understand. All this stuff, red versus blue, black versus white, it's all going to go away. The only things left are going to be what you believe in, everybody.
Okay, I want to ask you, why do you think people have white skin from Europe?
It's just because it's above the equator, it's nothing.
It's because they weren't able to get enough vitamin D, and so over time, their
It's not a
bodies
thing. It's not a
reduced
thing. It's nothing to do
amount of
with
melanin.
white skin. I'm not talking about
Correct.
that. I'm
That
talking
is
about
just an adaptation to the
I'm
region in
talking
which
about
they found
people's
themselves living.
beliefs. I'm talking about people's belief systems.
Right,
Right.
but see, when I look at a white person, I don't think, oh, white race. That's
They're
not what I
usually
think.
Muslim. That's what usually comes to your
They're
mind.
other humans. These are human beings,
They're
right? Just like
majority
anybody
whites
else.
are Muslim. Is that what drops in your head?
I have no idea what you're
It's
talking
really hard
about.
to have a
No,
conversation
usually
with this lady.
whites are Christian.
It's
Okay,
really, really
and
hard
do
to have a
you
conversation with this
you
woman.
understand
Maybe in the
why,
United
right?
States, but not in the world.
You
No,
understand
in the
why,
world
though.
too. In the
They-
world.
No, that is not
because
true.
Christians decided to unalive a bunch of people and force their beliefs onto others, and then they went around the
No,
world.
they were defending themselves.
And
No,
they
they
weren't.
weren't.
Yes.
No, they weren't.
No, they weren't.
No, they weren't.
This is so funny.
Oh,
I'm so sorry,
the
liberal.
Ottoman Empire? I'm sorry, what? Ottoman
This is
They're
so
not
Empire?
funny.
defending
Okay, I
themselves.
literally own a library. All I do is read all day long, and all of the misinformation that you are spewing on this live is embarrassing. First of all Jews are not non-white. Okay, so you have Sephardi. Those are from Morocco, the Lebanon Peninsula, the Arabic lands. Then you have
Peninsula.
Ashkenazi, which are your white Jews, European Jews. And then you have Mizrahi, which are your Iraqi.
Yeah, they're not white.
European Ashkenazi are white. Do some research and then get back to
No,
the
they
panel
go.
about it.
They
You are so
claim their
uneducated, it's not even
ethnicity.
funny. And
This
you
lady
can
is so
tell because no
uneducated.
matter
I'll be
what
back later,
anybody
liberal.
says, you say
All right.
no
Is that Black
without
Line?
anything to back it
Yeah,
up
this
besides
lady's
your
totally.
arrogance and
It's
ignorance.
impossible to have a conversation with her.
But
Impossible. First of all, she's got
Christianity
ADD. She keeps
didn't.
over talking everybody. And second of all,
I'm
she
not
has
even
absolutely
talking.
no clue what she knows what she's talking about. No clue.
Christianity wasn't originally a
Yeah.
white religion either. Like
That's
ancient
true.
Christians were today's Arabs, Mizrahis, and Sephardic Jews. They weren't white.
That's
It was
right.
Correct.
So
So
it
I don't know what she's.
originated with ancient Israelites in
you didn't
Levant,
follow.
that's like modern day Palestine and Israel. They were Semitic, Middle Eastern people. They weren't white people. It wasn't adopted until the Roman Empire adopted Christianity.
Well, I didn't say that,
Right.
that
So what is she
there
talking
isn't
about that
any
Christianity that
non-white
whites are
Christians.
Christians?
That was
What is
never
she
my
talking about?
claim. I'm saying
So that means
majority of
my
Christians
point
are
is,
white.
my point was is
Stop
what
it.
the host had stated was correct, is that Europeans took things from other people. They did the same thing with Christianity.
What, mud huts in Africa? Did they take those?
You are
Are you
such
fucking
a.
serious?
Let me. I want to pull something up here. I'm actually glad I snipped
Lady,
it this
your
morning.
heritage was in caves. You're talking about
Yeah.
mud huts? You came out of a freaking cave.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
so
Doll,
this
are you a
is
Christian?
real quick. This what she just said actually kind of makes the point that they've believed it themselves better. Yet this is something that somebody wrote about the indigenous here in North America when they came over here. They created what was called a key. They offered some of the languages of the tribes. There's a book about it. You can read it. They wrote a book about it. I just want to read some of these things here. This hothouse is kind of a little cell or cave, 6 or 8 foot over, round, made on the side of a hill, commonly by some rivulet or brook. Into this frequently the men enter after they exceedingly heated it with store of wood, laid upon an heap of stones in the middle. When they have taken out the fire, the stones keep still a great heat. 10, 12, 20 more or less enter at once, stark naked, leaving their coats, small breeches at the door, with one to keep all. Here do they sit round these hot stones an hour or more, taking tobacco, discoursing, and sweating together, which sweating they use for 2 ends. First, to cleanse their skin, secondly, to purge their bodies, which doubtless is a great means of preserving them and recovering them from diseases, especially from the French disease, which by sweating in some potions they perfectly and speedily cure when they have come forth, which is a matter of admiration. And it goes on. And I want to bring another thing up. This is in the same book. And these are the people that the mud huts, right? You use the term mud huts. They said this about these people
Don't
too,
get
doll.
triggered,
As if
liberal mouth,
no.
loudmouth.
I'm pointing something out because you made that claim. They also said the same thing about the indigenous here, that they were savages, that they lived in these huts, that they didn't have civilization. Yet when they write about them, when they're observing their language and their customs, they write very, very in good ways about it, yet would still then turn around and say terrible things. Right here, if any robbery fall out in travel between person of diverse states, the offended state sends for justice. If no justice be granted and recompense made, they grant out a kind letter of marque to take satisfaction themselves, yet they are careful not to exceed in taking from others beyond the proportion of their own loss. I could never hear that murders or robberies are comparably so frequent as in parts of Europe amongst the English, French, etc.
So you
Yet
think
they
that
still
we
made
were
the
we
same
were
statements that you just made
I'm trying to
here
rebut.
about mud
Hello.
huts. Well, I'm not done with my statement. When I'm done, then you can rebut. You made this statement about mud huts. They said the same shit about the indigenous population, which they also used to write the goddamn Constitution and wouldn't give credit to the indigenous for the part that they took in the Constitution until 1988. Because you're full of shit. What you just said is European bullshit, colonialist propaganda. That's what that is.
Let me just
They
put
also
this
took
straight.
the idea
So
of the
I
UN
gotta
from the
hold on.
natives
I gotta.
also.
What is this?
Yeah, you can go
Hello.
ahead and rebut. Go ahead, doll.
So the thing is, you're saying that we took our architecture, right? That these basilicas, these cathedrals, and we got that inspiration from a teepee.
From a teepee?
Probably from
Okay,
Africa.
Well,
okay.
the thing is
Doll,
that
let me.
Where
Well, hold
where
on.
they learn Native
Whoa.
American.
Hold on. The teepee wasn't actually come across by the Europeans for much later. Past this, they had already been calling them savages because let me tell you something, doll. The tribes of North America, they were not a monolith. They didn't all live in teepees. You're showing your
Did they
ignorance
have
here.
cathedrals?
The teepees were very useful and useful thing for the tribes that would follow their food around. They were
they have
easy
arenas?
to grab up and they were easy to move.
Did they
But
have
those in
sewer
the northeast,
systems like
those in the
Rome?
northeast, doll, yes, you do realize that the Europeans came over here. Squanto is who you Tisquantum was his name. When he went back to Europe, he tried to instruct these dirty ass Europeans how to wash their asses because they stank. They wouldn't bathe. Hold on, doll. They would not bathe. They stank really bad. Why do you think they brought so many fucking diseases over to a group of people who did not have diseases because they washed regularly? Right? And so did they have running water? Did they have this? Well,
So
they
you
could
really
wash their ass.
You really hate white people. Wow.
No,
No,
right?
you hate ignorant people.
Here's what I love is
white
fact.
people so much
I
that
love
you
fact.
disparage other
That
cultures.
white people are
You
dirty.
love white
They
people
don't
so
know how
much
to
that you
wash.
disparage other
Yeah,
cultures. Like it's
we got
fucking
it. We got
disgusting
it.
that you don't educate yourself
We
on
got
those things.
it. We got it. We know.
Well, look, I am not. Look, I'm 75% European, doll. Okay.
Yeah, but it's funny that you're self-hating white man.
I'm not a self-hating white man. What I
You are.
am is a truth teller, doll.
Yeah,
And I
you
don't,
think
no,
that
I
people
don't
didn't know how to
allow,
wash.
no, listen, this is, you're from a
hilarious.
group of people who want to
There's people
erase,
still taking showers.
hold on,
Doll, you're
because you,
so
hold on,
triggered,
guys,
doll.
hold on, guys. Listen,
showers.
you want so badly for white people to not be the bad person because
Cow
you're white,
udders.
because you can't deal with the cognitive dissonance that
Showers
is the
under cow
fact that in the past, those people, and are still doing it today for that matter, the Europeans are terrible fucking humans, or at least they were. Right? It's not my fault. These
Everybody's
are facts. These are facts. Wherever they went, G-side continued. They wiped out entire groups of indigenous people, the Arawaks, the Taino tribe. They fucking took them as slaves and they unalived them. They would chop the hands off of anybody who would not dig for gold for them. They would take their babies and bash their heads up against trees in front of the parents in order to get them to capitulate. And guess what? Those people didn't. When Columbus's dumb fucking ass went all the way back to Spain to
Yeah,
look
he's
what
a
we got.
Jew
Look what we
too.
got. Look what
He was expelled
okay.
from Spain.
Yeah, great. That's
His name
great.
is Christopher
He's still a
Colon.
European. And see, here's the
wasn't
thing.
expelled.
He's still a European. And that's what I've been saying. I'm not talking about white people. I'm talking about Europeans. Europeans did this.
Well,
Europeans continue to do it to this very day.
Differentiate between Hawaiians and white people and Europeans.
Oh, no,
You can't.
we won't.
Yeah, you can.
No. Okay. Ethiopian Jews. An Ethiopian Jew is an Ethiopian person, not European.
Nope. It's
A Jewish person that came from Poland, a Jewish person that came from Poland is European.
So what I'm trying to get to you, right? There's bad people in every place. There's good people in every place. The point I'm trying to get to you is
That's
there's
true.
nothing gonna be left but what you believe in is my point. That's all that's gonna evolve to.
I agree with one statement you made that there are bad people everywhere. You're right.
Yeah, you
Even
can't
my
say
own
it's
tribe
just white
has
people.
bad people. That's right. But guess what those other people didn't do? Those other people didn't go and take over 90% of the entire goddamn globe. They didn't go in and commit massive G-sides in nearly every country
Are you talking
in
about
which
England?
they introduced themselves. I'm talking about Europeans. It
Okay,
wasn't just
England
England.
was
It was
the
fucking
biggest
France
colonizer.
too. It was fucking France
You know
too.
the history
Go
of
look at the
England.
Go look
Oh
at
my
the history.
God.
European
Belgium had
nations,
territory in
Belgium,
Africa.
fucking go through these countries for
Yeah, do
whatever
you know who
reason.
was in
Bred
these-
a bunch of violent, disgusting fucks that believed they were entitled to everybody else's shit. And if they wouldn't do it willingly, they would unalive them. They would torture them. They would then beat them. They would erase their
I'll
cultures.
just DM you what I want to what I'm trying to
You don't want to acknowledge facts.
No, I'm going to.
We all understand you're racist.
Can I show you?
We all understand you're a racist. You don't have to do it privately.
Yeah, I know.
Everybody, it's very clear you are a racist.
Okay, so the point I'm trying to make
Liberal.
is
If
there
you go
is
to G-Side Watch,
can't
I
ever
can't say the
say
word
anything.
across here, gsidewatch.com. We are still listed today as an ongoing G-Side that is occurring to my people inside the United States. If you go to gsidewatch.com, it will list all the G-Sides and the people responsible for it and
Thank
the
you, Penny.
reports and the
Holy
current
shit.
G-Sides.
See, when you guys do
That was
this,
cool as
right?
shit. Now,
When you guys do this
real quick,
white-
doll. Real quick, doll. And Penny, thank you so much for that car. That's fucking awesome. Travel with you. And then you sent a future encounter. That was awesome too. Thank you, by the way, guys. I appreciate
So
the
when you
gifts.
guys
Go ahead, doll.
partake in this white bashing, where you generalize all these European countries and all this, you're partaking in the same racism that you claim.
And you're
me to be.
partaking in colonial racist ideology.
let me fucking finish.
History bothers you. Maybe you need to self-reflect as a white girl. Like I don't know.
No, I don't cope. I don't cope.
We're not bashing. Your ancestors bashed your name.
No. When you're just saying
you can't rebut
this,
him. That's why you want to send him a private message.
No, I'm going to show you who was in charge of the banking system in England.
White people.
Okay.
Yes, it was white
Who
people.
cares?
Yeah, we get it.
Who cares?
We get that.
It was the Rothschilds.
Yeah, so when you wonder why they went around the world colonizing and putting their big fat ass everywhere and creating all of the stuff that they did, that's you might want to look into those things before you just start generalizing all
No,
of
tell us.
bad,
Still doesn't
bad
First of
white
all, you
excuse.
are
people.
so
It still doesn't
Wait,
disrespectful.
but
excuse
As
or
an
you're
erase
indigenous
what they
woman that is
did.
sitting on the
No, I'd like
panel,
to
you are
know.
okay.
so
Why
Okay.
did they start putting their
disrespectful.
fat
Okay,
asses
guys.
everywhere?
Yeah. Okay. So let's do this one at a time. I'm not sure who's wanting. I know everybody wants to say something. So let me just go at the top left, and I'll bring in the timer so everybody gets a chance to speak. Nelly, you'll be first. Go ahead.
I just want to say, I
Thank
can't
you,
say the right
Slayer.
word across here. But if you go to gsidewatch.com, it
Oh, she's
lists the current
repeating herself.
G-sides that are happening. Do you ever shut your mouth?
Can we
That are
start the
ever
timer
Yeah.
for
happening?
Nelly?
Doll, please stop. She's got a timer. Let her finish. I'll get to
This
you.
is impossible.
Yeehaw. I'll
Impossible.
give your time back. Go ahead.
She's like a Zionist.
You've already
Just
said
like a
this.
Zionist.
Doll,
Well, you
it
are,
doesn't matter.
obviously.
Shut up, doll, please. Good Lord. Okay? Let me pause real quick. Doll, whenever somebody interrupts you, I will also get on to them about it because when the timer is running, guys, just be quiet. Okay? I couldn't hear anybody, so I want to hear everybody, and we're going to do it with the timer. When the timer's running, please don't interrupt. Okay? I don't care if you like what they say or don't like what they say. Just be quiet for a moment. Go ahead, Nelly.
Obviously, we have this this typical white ideology that is spewing from her mouth because you have people of different races coming up here on this panel sharing their experience of life in the United States and other places, and she's talking about mud huts and has no clue what the difference is between the different kinds of Jews. She didn't know there was a white Jew. Ashkenazi is what they're called. Then there's Sephardic Jews that are from Morocco. There's Mizrahi Jews that are from Iraq. This woman is so ignorant and she is so rude. I can't even believe you have her on your panel. It's ridiculous.
Thank you, Nelly. Justin, go ahead.
I don't want to say too much because it's just white nationalist talking points. And this all started by two other ladies who are no longer on the panel trying to tell her it's not about race and going into depth and detail. But she keeps saying white nationalist talking points and pulling us down this rabbit hole. And it's just frustrating and annoying. And we're taking rage bait. But yeah, I'm just going to meet back up.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Fair point. Rukia, go ahead.
Hi. Yes. So any supremacy is bad. I don't care who it is, but yes, white people have done the most. I came up actually to mention something else of an earlier conversation because I do have to drop. So Dahl mentioned that there was 20% of Muslims that were supremacists. Does she know what 20% of 2 billion is? That's over 400 million people. That's the same excuse the white people use to colonize and enter our lands and bomb us. And again, there was another, false FLAG recently. And again, they're going to try to go back into Afghanistan. They're going to try to keep attacking people. I need you to stop with that shit. Everyone already knows you're a supremacist and a liar doll, but do not speak on Muslims. You're not a Muslim, 400 million Muslims. You're comparing that to the very few ISIS that Israel and the CIA funded. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rukia. Am I pronouncing that right? Rukia?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Not Crisis. Go ahead.
So I want to bring back the conversation about architecture in Europe. One of the things that you probably didn't research, Doll, is Gothic architecture in Europe actually came from like North African mosques, not mud huts. They actually did have architecture in Africa. And there's also Persian Islamic buildings that a lot of the pointed arches and ribbed vaults and flying buttresses came from. Stained glass windows actually came from Islamic Persia, Syrian glassmaking centers, Roman Africa. Viking architecture came from thousands of years of African architecture. There's a whole bunch of evidence that the Europeans didn't make all of these stone architectures. They didn't just create it. They pulled it from sources outside of their own culture.
Yep. Yeah, they took a lot from other people and then claimed it as their own. They did that over and over and over again. Doll, go ahead. And thank
All
you,
right.
not crisis.
The thing is, I hear a lot of coping. These people in Africa are still showering under cow udders, peeing in the street next to, it's just very unsanitary. And I'm supposed to believe that white people didn't know how to bathe and whatever, and they smell and
Real
they
quick,
don't have.
let me pause. It says, and I don't know why, the live content is flagged for misinformation. Repeated violations could result in them being removed from this live. That was Rukia.
Yeah. So the
That's
thing
weird.
is, like, we created a lot of things, brought medicines to Africa. We still do it today, because they aren't able to, right? And so I know you're all going to say, well, they, took away their opportunity to, and whatever. Guess what? History has proven that all different types of people, bad people, have always exist and do the same thing to extort anybody around them. And when you get off of it's just the big bad whites, you'll be free from your mental prison.
Okay, well, to that I'll say nobody's talking about whites. White people just happen to be Europeans, and Europeans were doing all of these terrible things. Black Lion, go ahead.
Yeah. I don't even know where to start. This doll lady is infuriating. You're talking about people in Africa peeing in the street. You obviously haven't been to some places in the South where white people still piss in the street, defecate in their backyard, and fuck their dogs. And I'm sure if I had a history like yours, I'd be embarrassed to be white also. You obviously don't know that Alexander went to Africa and stole architecture, science, and math from the Africans, and that's how you people got it. Um, Discrimination and racism are two
Sounds like
different
a
things, and you
great
keep
story.
shut up. I really don't want to hear your fucking mouth. I have no respect for you. So if you interrupt me again, I'm going to be very, very rude to you.
Ditto.
You obviously don't know that racism and discrimination are two different things. The only people on this planet that exhibit racism are white people in America. Okay, white people.
Oh, this
They're
is
the
so
ones who are
funny.
they're the ones who are guilty of racism.
And you're
Colored
not.
people can't be.
Yeah,
No, as I don't have the ism.
yeah,
I don't have the system to be
you
racist.
do.
I can
You do.
definitely be prejudiced and biased against people like you, which I am. I can't stand people like you. Ignorant.
Just FYI, this is a city in Africa.
Bob Marley was the man.
This is the capital
He
of
was
Rwanda.
transcendent. He was like one love.
Rwanda,
We're all the fucking same. And you know what they did?
And you would have
Look at
loved
my
to get on
screen.
his junk. You would
They
have
would.
loved to get on his
They
junk.
This is.
bam
Does this
bam
look
right
like
in the
mud huts
head.
to you?
Another
This is
one.
a city in Africa. Does this look like mud huts to you?
Let me pull it
This
up
is
here
the
real
capital
quick.
of Rwanda. Does that look like mud huts?
Stupid broad.
It's like why are you
Kigali
getting
City.
so?
Does that
Why
look
are you
like mud
guys
huts?
getting so mad?
It's because you're
Okay, wait,
ignorant and
doll,
annoying.
doll.
You're the one coping. You have to make
Doll.
shit up to prove your
Yeah.
point. You just made up a whole fucking thing about
Oh,
mud huts in Africa.
You
This
want to
is a
live?
city in
You want to
Africa.
live in Pakistan or the Congo?
You
Oh God, don't even
specifically,
speak.
this is
You're so
Rwanda.
uneducated. It's not even funny. You don't even
I
know what you're
know.
talking about. That's why everyone's so
No,
infuriated.
it's the
You are
truth.
racist and you are ignorant.
How
And
is
you
it
should be
racist?
embarrassed.
You have to pull
Really, you
shit
should
out
be
of your
embarrassed.
ass.
Nothing you said is true. Nothing.
Okay,
Do you
well,
want to
Just
see
offensive.
Nairobi? I'd be happy to
well,
show you a
obviously
picture
we're
of
Go
gonna
read a
Nairobi.
book. Go read a book
We're
and
gonna
crawl out of your
disagree, I
swamp
guess.
that you
You
came
want to live in
from.
the Congo? I don't.
You probably live in the swamp and
I'd be
backwoods
happy to show you
wherever.
Nairobi. Nairobi has a huge tech infrastructure. They actually have some technology that's more advanced than ours.
Great. I don't want to live there.
Good. They don't want you there.
They don't want you
Yeah,
there.
I know.
Like, you're so
Yeah, they would
You
unalive somebody
We
like
don't want
me,
you
doing
here.
people a favor
in
by telling people you
2.5
don't want to be
seconds.
there. Nobody fucking wants you around. Are you serious? Nobody. People would be embarrassed to be around
Hey, don't get
you.
offended.
That's why she's
you
on
know?
social media spewing all
Don't get
this
offended that I don't
terrible
want to
stuff.
live in the
Yeah,
that
we're
Congo.
offended
Nairobi
because
I'm
has
you're
not
more
racist
tech
offended
and
than
at
ignorant.
all, lady.
fucking
The only
United
thing that
States.
offends me is your level of ignorance. That's what offends
No,
me.
a lot of people don't want to live in the Congo.
Here we go. Nairobi. This is Nairobi.
All right,
Like,
here
look
we
at
pull
that.
that
It's
up.
fucking
Doll,
beautiful.
what's your profile picture,
Unbelievable.
Doll?
Unbelievable stupidity.
Okay,
Doll, what's
so
your
Look at all
profile
that.
picture?
I mean, if I'm so wrong, let's take a poll. Who in
Doll,
the
what's your
chat would
profile
like to
picture?
live in Martha's Vineyard, and who would like to live in the Republic of Congo? Let's
How
do a
about we
Doll,
poll.
can you
take a
please
poll
explain
of
your
Actually,
profile
well,
picture?
I'm
said be
glad you
true?
brought up the Republic of Congo, Doll, because why don't you look up the history and figure out why French is a language that is spoken there at all, and explain what the history of the Republic of Congo and the fact that they actually came in there and G-sided the people who were living there just perfectly fine. They had their own medicine, they had their own cities, they had their own villages, tribes, all of those things
Yeah,
until
let's
these Europeans came in
Everywhere.
yeah,
there.
let's
These
see.
Europeans
Okay.
came in
And
there,
how
these
and
French
it's been
people came in
hundreds of
there,
years. And
and they have
let's
continued to
move the fuck
extract
on.
and
Move the
exploit.
fuck on.
You don't
Everywhere
seem to.
Europeans.
No.
It's
You
been
are getting
hundreds of years.
doll.
Get it
You are
together.
getting butthurt about the
No, it's
fact that
like
we're talking
it's like
about the
move on.
history
We don't want to
of
hear about this
Europeans.
nauseating saga. One more
Which
fucking
is
time.
okay. I want to point out that you were just saying that no, it was all of those people back then. It was the Zambonis. That's what you were saying. So you only want to move on when it makes you feel like your
No, it's not
ancestors
all.
did
It's not
something
all
bad.
Hawaiians. It's
Also,
not all
But when you
Hawaiians.
can
I don't.
blame, when you feel
Biased.
like you can blame
Did you mean
somebody
the
else.
Democratic Republic
No,
of Congo?
let me
Because there's
clarify something here.
well, hold on. You got
No,
you got
no,
your
shut up.
areas mixed
No,
up. You
host,
have your
I
We're
get
have
trying
your
to
to
figure out
areas
what a
mixed
profile
up.
respond,
picture
host.
is. We're
Host,
trying
You
to figure
have
out
your
what a
areas
profile
mixed up.
picture
We
is.
need to clarify.
What?
We need to
host.
clarify.
Yeah.
You have your areas mixed up. So there's
So,
the Democratic
I'm
Republic
not
of
talking about
Congo and
all
there's the Republic
Okay,
of
hold on.
Congo. The Democratic Republic of Congo is what was taken over by the French and became what it is today, which is a really brutal, savage place. But the Republic of Congo, which is next door, doesn't have this issue. And they
Okay.
weren't colonized.
Okay, so I just
So
want
it
to
was white
clarify
people that turned the
something for
Democratic Republic
everybody
of Congo
listening.
into what it is today. Just FYI.
Okay, so I want to clarify something for everybody. When I say Hawaiians, I mean Zionists. I don't mean every Hawaiian walking around. No. So like I said before, there's bad people everywhere and there's good people everywhere. And the more that you guys want to hate on all white people and all Europeans, you are playing the same game that you hate.
What is your heritage? What is your background?
Wait.
Because
Can
None
you
of
white was
tell
your
me
made
what
up.
your profile
motherfucking
White
picture is?
business.
What
white
are
was
you
None of
white
talking
your
was
about?
white
You
was
didn't
motherfucking
even
was
know
business.
the
made
difference between
up.
the different types
White
of
is not
Jews.
even
What
a
are you
thing.
talking
White was
about?
made up. White was invented for political reasons. So what is your heritage? Where do you come
None of
from?
your fucking business.
You don't even know, do you?
Oh, I
You have
do.
no
Oh,
idea
I
where
do.
your
Set to a
history
I
is.
ghost
do.
No, you have no
town,
idea what your
probably.
history
I
is.
do. I do. I do.
No, you don't. No, you
I
don't.
do.
You have no idea what your history
You
is.
just don't get to know.
Okay, well, you need to at least concede. You said Republic of Congo. There's two different ones. There's the Democratic
Yeah, I don't
Republic
want to live
of
in
Congo.
either.
There's the Democratic
Nobody
Republic
does.
of Congo. That was colonial. I do, because
Okay,
I
then-
read.
Okay, then
I read and I
don't
learn
live here.
history.
Go there. Yeah.
So
sure.
if you want to concede that you're ignorant because you don't read your history and you don't know the difference between things, then I'll accept
I
that.
don't want to live in any of Africa. How about that? Any country in Africa. No thanks.
I mean, that's
As it
fine.
is,
That's
they're
your
picking,
preference.
as it is,
We're
they're
not
kicking you
shocked.
out
Is that
anyway.
easier for you
I
to
know we're not
comprehend?
shocked.
Is that easier for you
We're
to
not
comprehend?
shocked.
Okay.
I don't want to live in the
But
Middle
then
East.
okay.
I don't want to
so
live in the Middle East either.
okay, Doll, do you believe that there is a group of people that wants to control everything, though?
Yeah, they're called globalist Zios.
Okay, so do you understand that empires will go into other people's countries and take their resources?
Yeah, so that's what I'm going to send you.
And so we have empires
so
that. Well, hold on. I'm getting to a point. No. I'm
So
making
the
a point.
Vatican,
No.
the
No. European countries that were empires, right? And arguably, you could still say that they are today. They went to other countries and they colonized in order to exploit the resources from these other countries. North America was one of those countries. You understand this, right? These were European nations that did this. And Unfortunately for the world, they were the most successful and violent of all humans recorded in the history of this planet to go around 90% of the entire fucking world and take it over by force. You get this, yes?
I'm going to send you some information so you can look at it.
Do you understand
about the
that
Roman
happened?
Empire, about the Vatican,
Listen to
about
you,
the
host.
I don't think she is either.
the English
No.
Empire. I'm
All
gonna
she
send
hears
you,
is white person, white person, white person. That's
no,
all
I'm
she
just gonna
hears.
Can you
send
find
you
out
some
what the
stuff,
uniform is in your
and you
profile
tell me
picture?
what you think about it. Okay?
What is the uniform in your profile picture?
Oh, that's because everybody calls me a schmatzi, so I
Okay,
thought it
so
would
it's a
be
schmatzy
funny.
uniform?
Yeah, I thought it would be funny.
You thought it would be funny to have.
I've been trying to figure that out the whole time. She has a schmatzy uniform
Yeah.
in her profile.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
she decided to
Yeah, because you
double
guys
down
like
her
say all these
schmatziness.
pejoratives and they hold no weight. I'm just playing the game.
Except I was talking about history, and then
No,
you took it
Tim, I
personally.
respect, and let me tell you, Tim, I respect you a lot, and I want you to understand because I'm very misunderstood. But there's certain things I can't talk about on lives, and I would love to send you a few things about the Vatican, about the Roman Empire, about the Farnese family, about the English, the royal family, and I want you to just let me know what you think about it.
No, I'm
That's
pretty
all.
sure I understand what you're going to send me. I get it.
Okay.
I know what you're talking about. But that is not my point. My point is that Europe has done these things throughout history. It is a fact, right? And I don't even think it has anything to do with this color of their skin. It is a mentality, just like Zionism is a mentality of entitlement, where they believe they are entitled to this, that, or the other thing, right? It's a mentality. It has nothing to do with, I'm white and therefore I must be X, Y, and Z.
That
That's horseshit.
mentality is called Zionism.
Well, then call all of fucking half of Europe Zionism then, because if that's what you
Well,
want
that
to
wouldn't
call
be
them,
fair.
I don't give a shit.
That
But
wouldn't
here's
be
the
fair,
fact.
because
The
that
fact
would
of the
be
matter is that
generalizing.
European countries did this all across the world. They did
Throughout
it. It's a
history.
fact. It's not shitting on white people. It's just talking about the history that we
No,
already
but that
know
would be
exists.
mischaracterizing something. You
You're the
know.
No,
one that characterized
it's
it. He literally
colonialism.
he gave you a definition. You labeled it as Zionism, and he said, "Well, then all of Europe is Zionists."
No, not all. No.
Well, I'm not sure of many countries that didn't engage in that, either by force from other European countries or otherwise. For example,
Well,
Belgium.
yeah. Let's just put it this way. I know some things that could maybe differ from what you know, right? And I'm just gonna show you some of the things that I've read about, and you just let me know if I'm really off, you know. But I can't talk about it, or you'll have some kind of violation, you know.
Well, I mean, we've already fucking 3 people already have gotten dinged, and the live is still going. So, thank you, Penny. Holy shit, these
Oh no,
these
this would
gifts
be
are
this one would
amazing.
be a
Thank
biggie.
you.
This would be a big
What is that? Fest cheers. Thank you. I appreciate
Is
that.
it the conspiracy about Schmittler actually being alive and going to South America type
No,
of
no, no,
conspiracy?
no, no. And you probably can't. Oh, but you did say a code word, so maybe.
I did, yes, because I'm
But
smart.
no, that is not. That's not.
Motzi.
Well, I mean, it sounds like that's the level of conspiracy that you're talking
Oh
about.
no, I don't do all
'Cause
that little
you
motion
made
picture
comments
movie
like,
shit that they make. You know, did you see the new Netflix show that they made? It's about Hawaiian hunters. It's with Robert De Niro. Then they made this other one about Ed Gaines. It's called Monsters. They just make these movies. It's just totally just all brainwashing. It's insane. They just all came out. You can go watch them on Netflix.
This is
Okay.
making my head hurt. Hey, Liberal, have a great Thanksgiving. And
Yes.
have a great Thanksgiving.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for being up.
I will. I'll be back later.
Yeah, I don't even know what this turned
You know
into,
why
but
your head's hurting? Because you're like, oh my god, she's saying something that doesn't go with my programming.
no, you're saying
And
something
the
like
chip is
Europeans didn't
malfunctioning,
get
and your wires
architectural
are
inspiration
crossing,
from other countries when I
and
told
you're
you
like,
that they
holy
did.
shit, factory reset. I need one.
Noor, welcome.
Hi, what the fuck is happening?
Crazy shit. We've been through the ringer, and I
I'm
respect
resetting
you.
your
So I
factory
would love
chips.
No, you're making us
to.
dumber.
Who's that?
Yeah. What's up?
Somebody said that somebody was making us dumber. I wasn't
I
sure who
said
that.
doll is making us dumber.
Oh, I see.
Because she's like all factory reset, but she didn't know that European architecture was actually based off of African architecture.
Sure.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, and the fact is that
harder.
civilization has
Hope
existed
harder.
in Africa and in Swana generally for way longer than it has in Europe and anywhere else across the world.
You
So,
probably
it
didn't
makes
know
sense.
that some Native American tribes had their own democracy before the U.S. was even created.
It's true.
Sorry, is Dala make Europe great again type person?
No, I don't think so.
She has a
No.
Smotsy uniform on her profile picture, and she hates Jews.
Yeah, she's a Yahtzee sympathizer.
I'm worse. I'm neither.
she understands that Zionists are taking over a lot of things.
You can't
What
say that.
she doesn't seem to understand is the Zionist activists that are taking over a lot of things are majority white.
Yeah, that's the thing is like I think if we want to talk Zionism, we also have to talk proto-Zionism and how that started with the Europeans, and the idea of proto-Zionism came from the Europeans.
Are you
So it
talking
didn't-
about like Ted Cruz?
No, honey, proto-Zionism.
Like he's not.
Okay, hold
you
on,
know,
doll.
Honey, let me finish.
Doll, let her
Exactly.
finish, please.
Another non-white.
Doll, hold on.
Let me finish. I'm talking about people like John Quincy Adams, who said that they want Jews to return to Judea and take over Palestine. Our founding father in America.
Interesting.
Yeah, don't you know that our country
John-
had this going on from the beginning?
Quincy, right. That's because the United States has always wanted that piece of land, because that piece of land is very important for trade. I'm Palestinian, I know. Our area is very important logistically for trade. It's very important geopolitically, and that's why everyone has always wanted it. Because if you control Palestine, you then control the trade routes to Europe, you control the trade routes to Asia, and you control the trade
Yeah,
routes
that's
to
why England, knew that.
I love you on panels, just so you know.
Yeah, that's why England unalived a bunch of people.
Doll, hold on. Okay, so Noor was still talking. I want to hear what Noor has to say. Go ahead, Noor.
I think I got that covered. Proto-Zionism came before actual Zionism. Theodor Herzl was a European. He can claim that he was Jewish. He was an atheist, and according to Judaism, you lose the covenant if you convert out. Like if you're no longer Jewish, you lose the covenant. If you're no longer practicing, you lose the covenant. So he can claim all he wants, but he's the reason they created Judaism as an ethno-religion is so that they could colonize Palestine.
You mean Europeans could do it?
Well, yeah. So like white Europeans, Americans, the idea for Zionism existed actually starting with, I don't know if a lot of people know this, but it started with Christians.
Okay, are you that naive that you just said that he converted out of Judaism and so this Jew that came up with this idea, he just stopped being Jewish? Is that what you're saying?
What we're dealing with
Yes,
more?
doll.
You believe that?
If you tried to take 2
Oh,
seconds.
now he's a white European guy. He's no longer a Jewish guy.
Okay, who are we talking about?
Take 2 seconds.
Who?
This is what I mean. People are naive.
Well, doll.
Anyways,
doll.
I'm Palestinian,
Yeah, hold on.
doll. So I don't think you want to do this with me. Yes, according to the Torah, do you know what the Torah is? Read the Torah and you'll be able to
Torah?
see. Oh my God, yeah, can you not understand
Yeah,
how it's
Torah.
actually pronounced?
So the thing
MashaAllah.
is,
بنت الشرموطة اسمعي اسكتي يا بنت الكحبة
so
يا بنت
the problem
الكحبة.
is
اسمعي
that
أنا هلا بحكي معك بالعربي وبحكي معك بالإنجليزي وإذا بدك بحكي معك بالفرنسي. اسكتي يا بنت الكحبة
by these
يا بنت
Hawaiians.
الكحبة اسكتي بس
Oh,
دقيقتين.
she's casting a
بس
spell on me now.
دقيقتين.
Oh my God.
دقيقتين
Cast a
اسكتي يا
spell
بنت
on
الكحبة.
you
Cast a spell on
Allahu
you.
Might as
Akbar.
well
You're
be
the most
Zionist, huh,
ignorant
Nor?
white
Because you're
person.
I'm
Living up to
good.
that name.
She's
يا
like,
بنت
maga,
الكحبة.
maga, maga,
Living up
maga,
to
maga,
the,
maga,
to
maga.
the ignorance
Okay,
of
doll.
white people. You're really
Voila.
living up to it.
It like really speaks to
Don't
like
make fun of our
entitlement.
prophet, first of all.
It really speaks to like this, I don't know, entitlement. This is weird.
Are
Can
you
you
talking about the Torah?
I
nor
really feel
yeah
bad for
nor
Muslims because they always get duped by these Hawaiians all the time throughout history.
مين هاي البنت الشرموطة؟ مين هاي? Who
You know,
is
they
this son
just
of a
pay them
bitch?
enough money.
Who is this
They
daughter of
form
a
An
an ignorant,
scale mate.
you know,
عن جد, who
bow
is
down
this? Who? I have
Person from
never
the
met anyone this
swamp, Nor.
stupid in my
That's where
entire
she's
life.
from. She's from the
The
backwoods
Europeans
swamp.
brought medicine.
عن جد, who is this fucking idiot?
I'm sorry.
You don't even know what you're saying, lady.
Oh,
Let me
I'm very aware of what I'm saying.
Nobody in the
Habibti.
audience,
Yeah, but
nor on the
nobody
panel
knows
what
what
you're
the fuck
saying. You
you're
are so
babbling
arrogant
about.
and so
I'm sorry that
ignorant.
you only speak one
Obviously,
language.
nobody
Have you
wants
tried
to
learning
speak to you
another?
because you have to
Don't
go
want
on
to.
social media.
Good with
Okay.
English.
Have you tried
Thanks.
learning another language? That's not our problem that you're stupid.
I don't want to learn your language.
Okay, تمام, ما تتعلمي.
Not interested.
Tu parles français?
Oh,
Not
Tu parles
interested
français?
in your
freaking
bad
love you.
French
Learn one of
either.
these.
Je parle
That was
Okay.
un
amazing.
peu français.
Okay,
Mon
so
tante
let's
est professeur de français. Do you speak French? I can speak to you in French too. You dumbass bitch.
Nora, I have to ask, just because I'm curious, can you speak Italian as well? I'm getting dressed, so I can't actually hear you. But no, why would I speak Italian? I speak 3.
Why do I need Italian?
Oh no, that was me. I gave you the
Oh,
heart.
you don't. Yeah, it's
No,
your friend.
I think Italian. I know some words. So I know some words in Italian, but I don't know. Like I can't like put together sentences.
Looking
Yeah,
dope.
I'm trying to learn it now because I got dual citizenship and I plan on visiting.
How
in the
am I
next
doing?
few
Looking
years.
dope.
I
Tell
was
me
just
the honest
curious.
truth. Looking
Yeah,
dope.
who is this Nazi ass bitch? I'm sorry.
Doll, yeah, no, she's under the assumption that Europeans like created their own architecture and that they created medicine and that they didn't take things from other countries.
Looking dope. What do you think? What do you think?
Eucalyptus.
It's just your typical European American, Nor.
مبين.
So
It's good to hear your voice, Eucalyptus.
So Dahl was actually separating Europeans from Jews,
Assalamu alaikum.
Hawaiians.
Hawaiians.
Zambonis.
And so when you guys, just, throw out this blanket statement that white people are all bad or all responsible for what happens in the U.S. and around the world, that's not fair because you guys would not categorize all Asians as
not one person made that
Japanese
Okay,
people.
hold on. Why do we have like 12 people talking right after somebody is talking?
Thank you.
Can we stop doing that? Everybody's doing that. I'm just going to start dropping people, I think. It's getting
apologize.
irritating. Dope, I think, was talking. Go ahead.
So, you guys don't lump all Asians together when the Japanese committed, a massacre in China during World War II. That's the angle our doll's coming from.
Yeah.
It's really not really talking about history, and Dahl was making assumptions that Europeans did all of these great things like bring medicine instead of, like creating the democratic Congo. But like what we were saying is we were talking about history itself and how colonialism had negative impacts on the world. We didn't say anything about all white people being bad.
She admitted
But
that
there is
British
a lot.
were
Hang on, you
responsible
got
for
to
that.
talk. You got to talk. It's my turn. But there is a lot of ignorance, like what Dahl spews about white people when they're making assumptions like, did we get things from teepees? Did we get things from people who live in huts? Like, you weren't here
Well,
for
our
half of the
architecture
conversation.
didn't come from a
Well,
teepee.
I want to point out that
It did come from
real quick, the list of colonialist countries from Europe is smaller, much smaller than the list of colonialist countries that came from Europe. Did you know that the vast majority of European countries engaged in colonialism elsewhere? You do understand that, yes? Dope.
So who?
You're talking about French,
So you're talking
Spain.
about French,
Yeah.
You go through every country, and
Yeah,
there are very
Dutch,
few
yeah,
that did not
yeah.
engage in colonialist mentality. Very few.
Yeah,
So
they're
whenever I say
also-
European nations, I'm referring to all of the ones that engaged in this behavior. There were more
Okay, but
European
that was-
nations that engaged
okay,
in
but then why
colonialism
are they not
than did not.
better- Why are they still the same?
What do you mean? Why are they? Earlier, what are you talking about? Earlier, I said you do understand that European countries are different from each other, and you said no. You
No, I
said
said
you
they are
didn't see it
different.
that way. No,
I
you
said
didn't.
no. I said all
Bullshit,
the
gaslighter.
European difference,
You're lying.
all the countries are different.
You're
Yes, I
lying.
said that.
No, that is not true.
Play it back.
I
That
already
is
witnessed what
not
liberals
true.
saying, and you did say that.
No,
That's
I said
right.
all European countries are
No, you're
different.
flat out fucking lying because
Look,
I
I
very
want the
specifically
recording.
stated. I very
You asked me
specific.
point
Well, then
blank, and I
go
said they
fucking
are
look it
different.
up because that was
I
like
said
an
they are
hour
different.
ago, and I'm not going to go running through
Well,
that.
I'm not
I'll
gonna.
do a
I know what I
transcription.
said, so.
I'll do a transcription after. I know for a fact what you said
Yeah,
because
and you're gonna be like,
I
oh,
was
shit.
making the point that all of the nations in Europe are different nations, and you said no, you see them all the same.
No, I said they're all different, and you're
Let me
calling it all
explain to you why.
European. You're lumping them all together.
European countries
no,
are all
you're
European
lumping
countries.
them all together. That's enough.
No.
You're lumping
No.
Europeans all together.
Okay.
I said
Shut the fuck up. Because here's what happened. You kept claiming that I was saying white people when I referred to European colonialism. Shut up, doll. Whenever I was saying that European colonialism reached 90% of the globe, which is a fucking fact, right? And then you started, why are you shitting on white people? Why are you shitting on white people? And then that's when I told you that they are different countries. You understand this, right? And you said, no, they're all the same.
I said they're all different, and you're calling all Europeans. You're the one lumping them all the same. Fuck that. If you're gonna mischaracterize
European
what I
countries
fucking
are
said,
European countries.
You asked me point blank.
European
are they different
countries are
I
European
said,
countries.
Yes, it's on recording. You're gonna look it up later, and you're gonna say, "Oh fucking
You're
shit."
insane and delusional, doll.
Doll is lying.
Insane and delusional.
Yeah,
You've
doll is
lumped
lying.
white Europeans as evil, mass,
Nope.
violent, every pejorative. You sat up here
Dirty,
and white
nasty.
bashed.
Dirty,
yeah,
nasty.
You have. You
Didn't wipe their
generalized
ass.
and lumped us all together.
Whenever
and you're
they
telling
stole
me
indigenous
that
people.
I didn't say they were different.
The indigenous person that went over there that you guys, kind of caricaturized, ended up trying to teach you guys how to wipe your ass because everywhere you went, disease followed you. This aura of stench followed you. You're right. European nations, you're absolutely right, engaged in globalist colonialism. All but a few, less than 10, in fact, engaged in this.
Japan did that all across Asia.
Hold on, but it's not
And,
lumping them together.
and we're not, listen, what we're talking about, dope, is the worst group of people to colonialize the entire world. Japan did nothing near, nowhere close to what European nations did. Not even
It's not
close.
lumping them all together for saying what their hygienic wasn't at the time. They didn't bathe enough. That's not lumping them together. That's just stating how it was at the time.
Did you guys know why
They
high
bathe
heels
now.
were invented?
So
in
I-
the colonial
I,
days, they could go to the bathroom on the floor in front of people. That's what high heels were made for in Europe.
I'd like to jump in here, loudmouth, if that's all right with you.
Sure, go ahead, man.
Thank you so much.
So
I've been
I'm
listening in
done. Have
for
a
about
great
30 minutes.
day. This is
Listen,
fucked.
lady, I'm talking now. Okay, find some civility. I know you're uncivilized. Your people have been fucking throwing shit out their windows.
No,
with
you guys
buckets
are fucking
for
racist.
hundreds of years. You
guys
guys
are
still
fucking
use.
racist
Keep
towards
it down.
white
Keep
people.
it down. Keep it
and
down.
you can shove it up your
Keep
fat
it
fucking
down,
ass.
thin lips.
Okay.
Keep it down. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So yeah, the reality is Europeans still use dry paper towels to wipe their ass instead of washing it like the rest of the civilized world. But let's reel this back in, right? And the focus is on the fact that Europeans are responsible for the majority stake of colonialism and genocide. Hence, the fact that the majority of the world shares one main celebration. Does anybody know what that holiday is? It's independence from the Brits. More people globally celebrate this fucking holiday than the birth of Jesus Christ himself. Just let that settle in for a second. Instead of pointing at other people and going, oh, well, the Japanese did this and the Guatemalans did that and the Chinese did this. It's a common European trait to not take any fucking accountability. If you don't believe me, just think about any time you tried to talk to your white European, most likely European American friend
He actually
about
called us
taking some
British.
kind of accountability. and they just refuse to do so. It's kind of
actually
like
called
pulling
out the
somebody.
British.
It's kind of like pulling somebody over on the freeway and saying, "Hey, you were speeding. You know what your speed was?" And you go, "Hey, everybody else was speeding." Guess what? Everyone else wasn't fucking speeding. There might be one or two other people in the road, but you were the one fucking speeding. I'm sorry to break it to you, honey. Europeans are responsible not just for the majority share of fucking colonialism and genocide in the world, not conquest, which is much different, but they're responsible for the only active fucking settler colonial state right now that's active today in today's world. This is known as the fake illegal state of Israel.
It's crazy
And it's
to lump
your
all
European and
Europeans
it's your
together.
European American ass that pays for it. So get to fucking work and pay your fucking
And
taxes,
she
bitch.
actually called out the British.
Hey, liberal loudmouth, can you guys like mute Elroy David? He's a Zionist and apparently he's following me and he's been like literally just.
Oh, you teacup. Elroy who?
Sorry, yeah, he's just been talking about me in the comments. Really fucking weird.
I don't see him. Elroy David?
Elroy David.
Let's see. He's been contributing for 1 day, watch time 12 minutes, so he did follow you in here. Okay.
Yeah, he followed me in here and he's just
I got you.
he's being really weird about me in the comments.
Let me see. Windall in motherfucking chat. I was here when she was losing and called doll names. If you did, whatever, debated, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Somebody was saying something I don't remember. Go ahead. Who was it? Somebody was dope. Were you responding? I think maybe.
Yeah, he made this whole monologue about, countries around the world celebrate independence from the British, and Doll did call out the British. So it's unfair to lump all Europeans and white people together as the bad people, is what she is saying.
But it wasn't just the British that did this, though. You understand that, right? France did it, Belgium, like literally every nation in Europe almost, but maybe like 8 did this. They engaged in it to some degree.
You know that it wasn't until very recent history that Polish and Italians were considered white people, right?
Not in America.
I'm not sure what the relevance is because I'm not talking about white people.
Not all Europeans are treated equally either.
What?
Yeah, but like
that doesn't matter.
The only person that brought up whiteness
Was Doll. That's right.
The only person that brought up whiteness was Doll. We
That's
were
correct.
talking about just white people. We were talking about Europe and their history.
That's right.
And it makes sense that she brought it up, No Crisis, because she kept saying this, and she's acting like if white is a race, and it is not.
No, it's not. It's an
ideology.
Yeah, that's that too.
Right.
But the thing is I did attack her now, and I'll admit to this. I did call her an ignorant white person because she kept saying things. She kept attributing like TPs to all Native Americans and not knowing that they actually had things like democracy, architecture. Like they contributed to a lot of the advancements that we know and use today. So I'm not sure why you're coping so hard for this woman.
If you look at the Great Peace Maker, the idea of the UN came from the indigenous population.
Well, the Constitution was in part brought about by the Iroquois Confederacy. The chief of the Iroquois were. Yeah, they was there during the talks, and yet wasn't recognized until I believe 1988. So this is what colonialism does, though, and this is the reason that we were talking about it at all. They go in, they take over the resources of an area, they push out or G-side the people, and then force them to assimilate, try to erase their culture, erase their history, rewrite the history books. That's what they did over and over and over again, so that people like Dahl can come up and talk about, well, they were in mud huts, they were in teepees, they were in this and that, and to diminish them as humans, even though these people had sophisticated lives. They had sophisticated cities. They had agreements, trade routes, all the fucking shit that humans do and have done since the beginning. All of these things existed in a different form from what Europe was. And Europe didn't really invent a whole hell of a lot, let's be honest, guys. They took shit from other people, claimed it as their own, and then used those innovations like gunpowder, for example, to go around the world and fucking take over. Why? I don't know. Are white people bad? Of course not. But people that believe that are bad. People that do that are bad. That's it. And we're watching it happen right now in fucking Gaza and in the West Bank and pretty much every fucking, nation in Africa, nation in Southwest Asia. It's gross.
We're watching it with ICE right now in the United States.
Really
Literally,
quickly,
it
just
is so
sorry,
comparable.
liberal. He came back. Oh, he came back on his another account, like on another account. Dude, I'm telling you, they're obsessed with me. Eucalyptus knows El Rey.
Knows El Rey?
It's Master
Debater?
Yeah, he comes back on like multiple accounts.
Nora, do you know that he stole that name from Jay Martinez to act like it was one of his
dude,
accounts?
they just come around and
Liberal, I'm gonna drop. Happy Thanksgiving.
they come around
Thank you,
and just
Nora.
be stalking me.
Happy National Day of Mourning. Or was that Nora or was that Dope? I thought that was Nora that said. Is this the person? Nor?
Yep, that is him.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, I'll just block. All right. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I get followed by these fucking Zios too. It's crazy. They come up here, fucking, I've got one guy, he'll come up here for a little bit, he won't say anything, then he'll drop, and I'm just like, what are you doing?
Try getting doxxed and having them show up to your house.
Yeah.
That's what happened to me with these crazy people.
Okay.
Oh, they have. Yeah, they've doxed me before. They've showed up to my house. They've like circled around my house. They've driven by it. They've threatened me outside my house. Yeah, that's why I believe in 2A. So
they kidnapped somebody from my front yard, literally.
So Tim, I just want to let you know I have much more respect for you, and I really am quite appalled by the way you've tried to mischaracterize me. This whole thing that I've been trying to say, which you're gonna listen to the recording and see exactly what I said. You want me to be this racist bigot. I know you guys all really want that, right?
I don't want you to be a racist bigot.
Well, that's what you really hope that I am, right?
No, matter doll.
You get past. When you get over. Excuse me, I'm not done. When you get over your hate for white people, when you get over your hate for white people, you will be free. When you get over your hate for white people, you will be free.
Doll, do you remember that message that I sent you earlier when you first came up on my live? What did I say to you?
You said that I'm a racist and I can't platform you.
No, and I'll go ahead and read because now you're just sitting up here lying, and I can read. I have the proof of what I said to you. Yep, I can prove that what you just said is a flat out fucking lie. Because in fact, and then you took my words and you told other people who then turned around and tried to shit on me because I don't call people racist unless I just know for a fucking fact they're a racist. And liberals hate me because of it. I just don't get into the, I'm going to, call somebody a racist.
You really thought I was racist.
No.
You associated mud huts with all Africans.
No, and let me
and you have hate for white people.
Right here. This is Doll, the Protector.
Yeah, you said I'll read it.
I'll read it. I don't dislike you, Doll, but I can't platform that. I'm still not certain that you're actually racist, but what you say makes it hard to defend.
And then you further
That is what I
went
said
on
to you, and
yeah,
then
and
you turned around and you
yeah,
took those
and
words
you didn't let me up on your
and
panel
sent it to other liberals to
because
try
you
and get
care
them
about what other
to
people
shit on
think
me
about you. You
for
care about what
saying
other people
I'm
think
not
about.
convinced that you're a racist. I sent that to you. And now you're going to sit up here and say that I called you a racist?
You didn't let me on your panel,
You
dude.
lying fuck.
You didn't
sat up
let
here
me
and
on your
lied.
panel. You capitulated to all your whiners that
Because
said,
of what
"Oh my
you
God,
said,
she
doll.
said something, and you can't platform her."
The
And then you
thing
were
you
like, "Oh,
said,
I gotta
dropped
kick
you
her."
for.
Yeah, you
Yes.
dropped me because you care about
Correct.
what other people think,
No,
not
because
what
I'm
you
not going to
feel.
allow somebody to come up here and say shitty fucking racist things.
I didn't.
You did, and that's why I dropped you.
What did I say? That was so fucking racist.
Shit, I don't remember. It's been fucking
Exactly.
4 or
It was
5
so
months.
fucking racist and so offensive. You don't even fucking remember.
It was absolutely racist.
My
Spend your
ass,
money on
buddy.
therapy
My
It was
and
ass.
absolutely
instead
racist.
of whatever you're putting in your nose.
Yeah, whatever you
It
think.
was
You know what?
absolutely
You are a
racist.
flip-flopping turncoat motherfucker. That's what
Okay.
you are.
Well, that's okay if you think that.
Have one.
You pretend to be whatever the fuck, and then you hide behind whatever. You're a self-hating white man, and you try to say, "Oh, I'm a brown person." You know what, dude? Fuck all the way off with your fucking white hate. Okay?
When did he ever say he was a
White
brown
is
person?
great, and the fact that you hate who you are,
There
I
it
feel
is.
bad for you, buddy.
Yeah.
There it is.
So,
Okay,
anyways,
are you
remember
done?
when Doll? Sorry.
Are you done, doll? Okay.
Sure am.
So we can move along, right?
Liberal Loudmouth.
Yes.
Do you remember how I was talking about what was happening in Palestine and how, I'm very knowledgeable about what happens in my fucking country and where I'm from and the history of my country, and she sat there and told me I was ignorant and that I don't know anything about my country.
Why do your people
Why
keep
is your suck hole flapping right now, doll?
Damn.
Why does your people keep
This is
taking
literally
money from Israel?
shut up too
in the
Doll.
background.
And then
Doll.
remember, so I'm glad that everyone could see it and can see the microaggressions as well and see her cutting me off when someone is talking. I'm also glad that people got to see her say, why is she cursing me? Why is she putting a spell on me?
Yeah. No, the shit she said that day was absolutely racist. And doll, I am indigenous.
Can't remember a goddamn
Unfortunately, a bunch of Europeans came over here and stole my fucking family's land. And then they fucking told us that we could become a sovereign nation run by the federal government, by the way, but we had to jump on this thing called the Dawes roll. You don't remember that shit? Yeah, of course my family are victims. And in fact, my mother, let me tell you something. My mother got the shit beat out of her by a white, transparent, fucking bug-eyed looking bitch that was European who beat the shit out of her and wouldn't allow her to speak in our native tongue. I don't care what you say or what you think. My heritage comes from this land, not Europe, okay? I don't claim that fucking part of me, all right? And so when you say you think you're a brown person, no, I know what I am. I'm an American first. You're a European colonizer. You're coming up here trying to, trying to erase people's histories, which is what Europeans tend to do. That's what they've done across the entire world. You disgust me.
You're a program bot.
Okay.
See how quick she likes to lump everybody else together, but God forbid we say anything remotely close to lumping white people together, and she jumps all over it. As soon as Nor or somebody else says something, she
because it's been totally made appropriate to bash Christians, to bash white people. It's totally pushed to this
okay. They're bashing Christians. They're bashing white people, except white people are controlling the nations where white people get skin cancer if they live too long. You're telling me that white people are so picked on, yet they fucking control everything? No. Make that make sense.
They don't.
They don't?
Yeah, newsflash. It's the Hawaiians.
Fake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Well,
when you keep
you're the one
Hawaiians in with us European whites, you're in La La Land.
What is up with you and
realize
white?
they were colonized also, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
gross.
everybody has a sob story. My parents were from Ireland. English
Oh
came in and
no!
raped
Oh
their women
no!
too.
Oh no!
Everybody
You mean
has
like
a
everybody
story,
else that has
buddy.
gone
You're
through
not
that? Oh
Your
unique and
no!
you're not fucking
sob
special.
story. Your
You're
sob
not
story.
unique and you're not
Okay, you know
special.
what?
It's
Okay,
happened to
Yeah,
doll.
but
I'm
everybody.
just gonna
she
drop doll
differentiated,
because
like
that's
she
getting annoying.
differentiated
Nobody
the
can
people in
speak.
Europe, right?
Yeah, nobody can speak. She wants to make this about white people. I don't give a fuck about white people, doll. I married a white person. What I want is for people. I don't care who they are, black, white, Asian, whatever the fuck. Leave other people's shit alone. Stop stealing from them. Stop believing yourself entitled to other people's shit because you're not. Stop thinking that you're special, doll. Stop believing that because you won the vagina lottery, you're somehow better than somebody who lost the vagina lottery. People like you are really disgusting, doll. And now I can see why people drop you from their lives all the time. I gave you the benefit of the doubt because I'm just that kind of person, but I can clearly see that was my mistake, was to continue to use empathy and some kind of mutual respect as a human being. But since you give none, fuck you. I'm getting sick of that. These people, and especially this whole Christian mentality, empathy is a sign of weakness. And maybe that's why they fucking think that they can go around and be violent and unalive and G-side everybody that's in their way. Because if they're empathetic in any way and try to take care of each other, they must be bad people. And we must enslave them or unalive them. Fuck you, doll. Yeah, fuck that bitch.
What's up, loudmouth?
What's up?
The conversation could have been so simple. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Add in because there's a lot of people saying that I called doll a
it's
name.
as excuse me. It's as simple as hey, what Europeans did was bad. Yeah, we shouldn't do that anymore. I don't agree with it. But instead, the conversation decided to be, oh, well, all white people are bad. I mean, not one person said that on this panel. It's that simple, and it's anything but accountability. You get what I'm saying? Like, the discussion could have been so simple and could have been over in seconds, but the race away, and the fear of any type of accountability is what she's running from. It's just wild to me.
That makes them change. You can't change so you take accountability, and that's a problem. So it's going to stay this way with these fuckers.
Yeah, I don't know. It's that victim mentality. It's just born into them, I guess. They are the oppressors, and then they turn around and say everybody's picking on them. That's weird. It's fucking weird. Right? What do? I don't know.
I give them the same energy. So with a white person like that, I just treat them how they treat others. You get what I'm saying? I give them a little taste of their own medicine, and that's that. It's not my job to change them or bring them into the light or any of that shit. It's just I'm gonna match you energy.
Yeah. Anybody else want to go?
Yeah, it was wild how, I came up here to make a point about how what is happening today in this administration is not as black and white race based as it is rich versus poor based, and she was being very deflective of that. And you had mentioned before this all blew up how me and her were kind of on the same page, but we were miles apart at the same time. And I I don't know if it's a lack of accountability or if it's more of an antagonist mindset that she has. Like the over talking, the not listening to understand, the not having a good faith, conversation. And this is the issue that we're having because as she sits up here in one breath and says how, oh, I'm not going to pay taxes and I wish that the federal workers would all just walk off of their jobs and screw the country. The next breath, when she doesn't like something I'm saying, she wants to try to educate me on the chattel slavery that happened with the black people to Turtle Island. And it's just crazy to me. And then turn around and play the victim in the next breath when she starts reaching
for reasons to be victims, because if you say European, and we know that there were more European countries colonizing non-European countries versus less European countries doing that, then the takeaway should be, if it don't apply, let it fly, right? Even in the race conversation, if your people did not harm my people, or if your lineage did not harm my lineage, then you shouldn't take offense to it when I say what happened during the slave trade, right? You shouldn't be offended by that if you know specifically that your people were one of the few people who helped free us and get the rights that we currently are losing today. And she was not willing to have a good faith conversation. And I appreciate you, liberal, for doing the work and educating the people that are uneducated on history for what it is, because Black history is American history. Jewish history is American history. Irish history is American history. All of this is American history. And if we're all going to come together and try to get this government out so that we can go live in what everybody wants to have, peace and harmony, we can't be divided on this level as we were all divided, with Doll being up here saying all these whistles to antagonize, when she also wants to agree that this administration is screwing all of us over.
Well,
And
it's a level of like cognitive dissonance that she needs to find a way to get over, because generally speaking, I was okay with Doll. She and I agree on a lot of things, but the moment I brought up Europeans, even though she's an American, she gets all butt hurt and throws a fit, starts interrupting, going nutso crazy, over a fact, something that is factual. This is historical. It happened. It is what it is, right? That cognitive dissonance, Doll, if you're listening, I'm not sure that you ever do, but if you are, you need to get the fuck over that. People don't hate you because you're white. People hate you because of the actions that you do and the way that you treat other people. That's why people today might hate you.
Exactly.
Okay, can I just? Oh, I'm sorry.
The inability to have a good faith conversation,
yeah,
and listen to the other side and come back with a reasonable rebuttal, instead of your defense being, oh, well, that's why people in Africa live in mud huts. Like, that's not a good faith conversation. And that's why a lot of people feel the way that they feel about her, myself included. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and drop. And
thank you, Lonnie.
Once again, thank you for the conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Kind of took a turn. But we'll see you. Anyway, Dangerfield, you were trying to jump in there?
Yeah, I just wanted to say something real quick. I used to be the president of the Liberal Loudmouth Haters Club. Unfortunately, there was only one member. And then I decided, let me do the Doll Haters Club. And I've got over 10,000 members already in just half an hour.
That's funny. Yeah, well, I mean, look, I don't know. She was good there for a while. I don't know what the fuck happened. Eucalyptus, what's up, man? Eucalyptus, you are muted. If you wanted to jump in there. Doll, I see your request. Fuck off.
Eucalyptus is a member of my club, too.
Like, Doll, you literally sat up here and lied about what I said to you. Even knowing that I literally was about to read the text, you fucking tripled down on that shit. And continue to lie. So get the fuck out of here with that. That's so stupid.
He reports.
Excuse the language, but I'm sorry. Excuse the language. I think Doll needs to get laid.
Well, I'm not going to talk about her sexuality, or I just don't give a shit whether she's getting laid or not. Eucalyptus, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. Did you want to jump in there?
Oh, no, I said what I needed to say. It's just this accountability thing. The focus on the lack of.
Oh, that was you. My apologies. I didn't see your thing flashing. My bad. Well, I've got some people that do want in, so let me bring some more people in. Well, Noor, did you want to add to this at all? I always appreciate your perspective.
Yeah. Doll, even if people can't realize it, like, incredibly fucking racist. And just because, like, people cannot spot it immediately does not mean that other people cannot. I think it's really funny as well that El Ray David did come back with a third account.
What's the account?
Public offender.
Okay, I
He
thought
has
so.
more than
Okay.
8 accounts. He has like 8 accounts. And I know because like this is not my first time seeing him.
How shitty is his life that he has to do this?
Well, dude, he gets paid for it. I'm pretty sure he
Wow.
admitted to getting paid. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, it's like people are able to spot the racism, and if you can't spot it and you don't think you're being racist and everyone else is telling you you're being racist, maybe that's your cue to shut the fuck up and listen. And if you're gonna sit here as well in the comments and tell me that, oh, you called her a name, and I'd do it again, and I would do it again. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, that shit's wild work, man. Babe, sorry, my wife wanted something. Let me. So we got a couple new panelists in. Let me go left to right. Congress, welcome in. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say, and for full disclosure, I am a YT woman. But this is a problem that we're having right now. Like, we are not listening to what women of color are telling us. That when it doesn't matter what our intentions are, it matters how we make people feel. There is so much generational trauma, and we have always held the microphone. We have always had the stage. And right now, we just need to be holding the front lines of our country and shutting up and being quiet, giving the microphone to someone else and making a difference. I was in a panel the other day where it was a bunch of YT men and one black gentleman and myself. And these two men were arguing with me and him for almost an hour that redlining did not exist and that this was solely a class thing, that it was just rich versus poor. And we have to recognize that no matter how much that side is true, that there is also this whole thing that people have been held down, they have been subjugated, they have not had the right education. We are absolutely responsible for that, no matter how pale you are, no matter what European country you came from. Our history makes us responsible, and we just need to be quiet and listen to other people when they tell us we're wrong.
Absolutely. And to Doll, you shouldn't have to feel bad for being white, okay? Just don't be an asshole and don't be a fucking racist. It's not hard. Hublicon, go ahead.
Well,
and thank you, Congress.
Doll always has the option of just identifying as Irish, and she doesn't have to adopt the accent. She just has to stop calling herself white as her preferential identity. I mean, it sounds like she has other identities she can identify with. So if she wants to pick up the white as a weapon rather than going, ew, I have white on me, that's her choice and her problem, and it's a losing position. These groups are all really rather similar. Like, they're all racist, but the Zio invasion of Palestine and the Christian, I guess, evangelical invasion of America in the 17th century and the way that defined whiteness, which was they invented a religion, a new religion that still exists as a Southern Baptist religion to tell people they're slaves. And then you've got this other thing, the Nazis in Europe. Like, these groups, they're all doing the same thing, white supremacy on different continents. They used to cooperate. But what's interesting to me is they're not cooperating now. They're fighting over a decreasing pool of resources and power. Like, Israel wants the weapons that Washington wants to send to the Yazidis in Ukraine, and like the Nazis in America, like MTG, say, hey, we got our priorities at home. You shouldn't send the weapons to the Zios or the Yazidis. And they're actually fighting over a limited pool of white supremacy resources. And as the white supremacy overall power decreases, you can expect these groups to fight more with each other. Nazis versus Zios versus Nazi evangelicals, whatever the hell you want to call the homegrown version of this. You could just call them Americans and say Turtle Island is the thing they invaded. It's just going to get worse on them.
He's my resident baby unaliver. He comes here every day. Connor watches me every day. How you doing, Connor?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Cool. Ublakan, go ahead and finish what you were saying. My apologies.
Well, I just want to remind people that, Europe is not a continent. It's a fucking racist fever dream. It has no border. It's just a bunch of people who decided they should get to push east against slanty-eyed people and kill them. That's all it is. And you shouldn't have any respect for the idea of Europe. And any ideas like that they brought to the Americas or to the Mideast should also are disgusting and should be ignored.
Yeah, the only ideas that we have ever brought was hate for other people. We've never created anything organically as a supposed race. We just haven't done it. We've taken everything. And yes, if we did not have TPs in the plains, we would not have housing like we do now. Like all of that is organically connected.
Real quick, Noor, I'm going to invite you back up. I dropped Connor. If you don't mind filling me in on that, I'd appreciate it because they've been coming after me too. They're always in here. They're always doing some weird fucking shit. They're always fucking with my live and the people in it. So if you have information that I need to be aware of, please let me know. These sneaky little shits. They think they're clever, but people are starting to see what they're doing. Yeah, talking about Zios for the record. Anyway, does anybody want to respond to anything that's been said? Nothing?
I'll touch on it a little bit. Real quick, all right, so I'm white. My mom's got a bunch of nationalities in them. My dad has a bunch of nationalities in them. To the point, I described myself as white a little bit ago to show Dahl, you're not mad at me, liberal. But to his point, I also like to tell people that I'm Mediterranean because of the disdain that I have in my mouth for what the shit that white people have done. So I totally understand what Khan was just saying. I like to say that I'm Mediterranean, even though it's just something I made up because I'm 50% Italian, because I don't want to associate with white. But she has that feeling where she has to associate with white people, be a white person, be a white race, and defend it even when it's not even being attacked. And that's just something that I'm actually kind of sad that she feels like she has to do that. And it's almost like a disease, like he was saying. It's sad.
I want to know who invented white superiority. I don't know where it came from.
White people?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
It has some really clear roots, right? After the Reconquista in Spain, they had all these people they forced to convert to Christianity who had been Jews, who had been Muslims, and they didn't totally trust them. So they came up with this racist idea of whiteness as an indicator of how likely you were to have been an original Christian, like from Castile or Aragon. And so they had this idea that the browner you were, the more likely you were descended from a Muslim convert or Jewish convert, and therefore were not a real Spaniard, right? So that's one of them. The other is when the British took India, they realized that Indian racist caste hierarchy, which generally had the darker people on the bottom, was a generally useful concept to organize society. And they thought that was useful in the 1700s as part of their organizing in the American slave states. After Bacon's Rebellion, they kind of imposed a racist hierarchy like that, created the idea of whiteness in law in the American slave codes. And there's other circumstances where that's happened, but it seems to be mostly an idea from the Spanish Reconquista and the British control of India that you could organize people in a race, caste, fixed hierarchy and keep them there forever, and that would create a stable ruling class system.
Dangerfield, did that help answer your question?
Nah, he was pretty good at that.
Yeah, and it's now public offender. I've asked you to come up a couple of times. I'm the one that actually invited Connor, but like I said before, these Zios have started attacking my live, attacking me. I believe even my family to some degree. So Connor is more like he's like the fucking court jester here because he comes in here all the time, yet he always talks shit. But I dropped him because I didn't realize that Noor has been having also attacks on her family, and that's a fucking problem. So if you guys want people to stop silencing you and dropping you from panels, maybe you should stop going around fucking with people just because they don't agree with you. And your sick fucking twisted fucking mentality that you guys own everything or should own everything. It's disgusting. Yeah, Noor, did you get my message?
Yes, I'm at the store. But okay, so Connor is ITF and he's pulled out like passports with like bodily substances on it from Palestinians and bragged about how he's harmed those Palestinians and how he's unalived those Palestinians.
And raided their
On
homes and shit. Yeah, we've had conversations like that before. Yeah.
Yes. So he's done that and then last night, my family in our village got attacked in Palestine because of the settlers. Like my uncle is literally in the hospital from last night. So I just will not be on like you did it. You're fine if you want to have him up. I just won't be on like a panel with the ITF
Yeah,
because
these
they
are
are.
dangerous fucking people. They are. And this
Yeah, I
motherfucker,
don't
because
think people
he
realize
would
it.
he would come up being really nice, Connor, at first when he first started coming to the live. He was really nice. We had decent conversations, even though he would raid people's homes in country that wasn't his, West Bank, for example. And then his mask started slipping, as it always does. And then because he originally had lied and said he was no longer in the IDF, and then later he would acknowledge that he's still in the IDF. As an active person, I believe is what he said. And then just the way he said fuck you to me one day, let me know what an evil fuck this guy is. Connor is an evil person. And so when he comes in here, I'll call him the baby unaliver that he probably is, because that's what they are. Sadly, they believe that they have a right to do this to these people, and it's disgusting to me.
I seen a comment a little bit ago. I didn't get a chance to check it. They were saying the IDF or ICE hired IDF. Is there any truth to that? Does anybody get a chance to fact check that?
I've heard that. You
There
have
is.
go please.
Yeah, there is truth. So if you guys don't know, ICE, NYP, or not just NYPD, but the police departments, ICE, they all work together. They all work together. They have something called the Deadly Exchange Program, and they did include ICE in there. So ICE gets trained by the ITF as well.
Yeah, we've been training with them for a long time, and part of these Cop City things and everything. So they definitely are doing a lot of surveillance work for us right now as well, which is terrifying.
Yeah, because now they're pushing more surveillance with ICE.
Yeah, they have been working with the ITF. The ITF also does. So you have Americans who go over there, enlist in the ITF, come back and enlist in the ICE as well.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like the West Bank was like an experiment for them to see what they could do, how they could surveil people, because they listen to everybody's conversations and shit over there. There's like nothing you can do in those areas that isn't being monitored by them. And now we're starting to see that come over here. And it's, coming in the form of fucking Trump and Ellison and fucking Zuckerberg and the rest of these losers.
Well, a bunch of countries just said you can't have an iPhone anymore because it had, I forget what we're calling it now, Hawaii software on it that you couldn't take off the iPhone. Did you hear that?
I did hear about that. Yeah, it was it was only on the Samsung models A and M, so like A5 or whatever. Yeah, because I don't remember what publication it was sent out a thing, and they're like, "How the fuck do we get rid of it?" Was it iPhone?
I know a bit
I didn't read about the
this.
iPhone, but I know about Samsung. Go ahead.
Samsung had a piece of software that was a part of their own suite called the App Cloud, and that apparently was mandatory, and you couldn't get it off, and it was sending a lot of packets directly to Israel to government traced accounts. Like that does appear to be like Mossad spying on every single Samsung device that used that. And that is causing all the BRICS countries, but especially India and China, to basically ban anything to do with Israel anywhere in the supply chain. Like if Israel is involved in any way in your software or your hardware chain, you will not be selling to those countries. You'll be not able to access 3 billion users, which would be totally fatal to a tech company to have to fund R&D and lose access to 3 billion users. Like basically you're out of the game the second that happens. So I think Samsung is trying to do something about it. With Apple, the story is a bit different. It was not their own operating software, which is strictly built in-house. But it was the case that there were these attacks on Apple systems, consistent attacks by Israeli government-linked spyware like Pegasus. Now, that's a bit arm's length, and the Israeli government pretends that it is not, directing what goes on with Pegasus, but you look into the history of Pegasus and how close it is to Unit 8200 of the Israeli government. Essentially, would you believe it if it was coming from North Korea or Russia that it wasn't the government? Probably not. So we shouldn't believe it from Israel either. And Apple has been fighting this and making demands of Israel, but it does appear that they were able to penetrate certain countries' operating suites, so that when you got an Apple in those countries, it did have some Israel spyware on it. So both Samsung and Apple are compromised by having Israel in their supply chain. Since the Lebanese pager incident, the entire planet, and I do mean the entire planet, like 7.5 billion people at least, are actively trying to totally eliminate Israel from anything in their supply chain. And you cannot get insurance, you cannot get government contracts, you cannot get import permits, and you sure as hell can't get the kind of medical certification that Apple has been seeking for its devices, like the watch, if there's Israel anywhere in your chain. Like, no way. So the Israeli high-tech economy has already totally collapsed. They're lying about that. And that's pretty much what keeps the entire country together. So
Good.
the more you learn about this and the more you understand that you should get your money out of these companies, because until California secedes and Washington has no say over this, California companies will not be able to get Israel out of their supply chains. So companies like Huawei or Samsung obviously can immunize themselves from this, or Japanese companies. But European companies will find it difficult, and American companies will find it impossible. So what you're going to see is American tech dominance totally destroyed because of affiliation with Israel.
Oh,
Like, it's
wow.
going to cost you tens of trillions of dollars. It's going to wipe the California economy right off the map. If you go on even another 2 years like this, everyone will be using other stuff, Huawei or Samsung will get them out or something. And no longer will people buy their tech from the USA. No longer will 5 billion people be using American technology. And with the California economy wrecked, who is going to fund any kind of takeover of Washington, right? So this is their plan, to collapse the California economy. So the biggest blue state is sort of so weak, it can never really take Washington back.
But there goes the
Interesting.
United States.
Yeah, it's already over, in my opinion. You should be working for secessions right now, especially
Yeah.
indigenous people. You should
We
be
need
putting your good
Texas.
people in state government.
Yeah, so
Your
you
state,
think, because I mean, I would just take it as they want to surveil the globe in as many ways as they can, but you think this is like an actual movement to try and just harm California directly because it's now out? Do you
they
think they
get one or the
purposely
other.
leaked it, or
Either
so
they
you
get their,
win-win either way?
yeah, they get either a global spyware into everything, or they collapse the California economy. It's one or the other. But the decision isn't made in America. It's made by all the other countries in the world that decide whether they will put up with this in Android or in Apple or in Meta or in Intel chips or whatever. There is a law, House Resolution 2447, which says every single American chip has to have the capability to be spied on and have the capability to be kill switched.
Right.
I mean, that's
It's
a
it's
House
for
resolution.
security reasons. It's so that because they bitched about iPhone needing permission to get into it before, which they gave them.
Yeah, now somebody has said in the comments that California has the entertainment industry. Here is a really disastrous problem for them.
And who runs that?
Yeah, well, the Ellisons right now, Larry and his son, have just bought Paramount, which owns Star Trek, by the way, like the only optimistic future franchise, because they now control that. They get to decide what the scripts are in like this franchise that people have watched for 60 years for optimism. And they're trying to get a hold of Warner Brothers, Time Warner, which controls DC Comics. Now, I don't know if you watched the Superman movie recently, but that was full of super progressive messages. And, basically Hawkgirl dropped David Ben-Gurion from a height. And a lot of people were talking about this being a very pro-Palestine script. James Gunn does this all the time, trashes the U.S. government. In the Suicide Squad, the enemy was Amanda Waller, who was hiding an alien on a proxy country that they didn't care if it got wrecked. And it's actually very hardcore anti-CIA, anti-Washington messages. When Larry Ellison's son owns Warner Brothers, do you think they're going to keep James Gunn in place? There's going to be a big fight. And if they win, they will turn Warner Brothers into a Zionist studio. They'll rehire Gal Gadot as Wonder Woman, and they'll have her strangling kids with the lasso. So who the hell is going to watch that in the world? The entertainment industry of America depends on these long-standing franchises. 80 years of Superman, and like Star Trek for 60 years and whatever. They will be destroyed by Zionists owning them and controlling the messages in them. Nobody's going to watch that.
In case people don't like, this is like the conspiracies, whatever. This is the creative artists agency right here. This is their building. This is not an accident, right? Like, what is it with the symbolism? I don't understand that.
Oh yeah, that's like
right.
Awesome.
Like what?
Yeah.
Like, and if you run this through ChatGPT, it's just because they use triangles in their architecture. This is what it says. But like, I mean, I don't know. Is that like a troll? Surely not.
The history of Hollywood is kind of amazing that way. Like, yes, definitely the founders of most American studios were Jewish. But they never really had any clear association with Zionism until the last like 20, 30, 40 years. It was heavily infiltrated. And Warner Brothers used to be the very progressive studio. Like in the 1930s, they made pro-labor movies, anti-fascist movies, stuff like that. And, if you go back like to the 40s, Superman in his radio show is fighting against the Ku Klux Klan and exposing them as insincere grifters who were in it to sell merch. So, like, if you take over these foundational progressive entertainment outlets and start trying to twist them to spout Zionism, they're just going to totally implode. So California will lose its Hollywood. Plus, there's AI. Anyone in the world can make movies with AI now, so Hollywood has no edge there. And then there's ICE going and deporting all the agricultural workers. So there's 3 different ways that California is going to get totally wrecked, and it's going to be done within the next 2-3 years before any new elections or anything.
Oh, well, Nora, I would have rather you been here than Public. Public had requested and I accepted it. And then I was like, oh, fuck, that's the person that's fucking with Nora. So that's my bad. But Public, if you want to come up, you're welcome to. Yeah, I mean, this shit is crazy. Like, I wonder how, because Pegasus, is Toka part of Pegasus? Do you know? Or is that just a completely separate thing that they created also?
There is no way to really distinguish because if they get caught with something with a certain name, they'll just change its name. So Pegasus, without getting, an example of them doing that is they took Palantir software and they created something called Lavender, which had a program called Where's Daddy, and they used that to wipe out whole bloodlines of Palestinian civilians in Gaza. When they got caught doing that, you can find that if you go look up Lavender and Where's Daddy. They don't call their new software Lavender or Where's Daddy. They call it something else, but it's identical. What they do is they just write a new version of it, generalize it, and then they send it to the ICE to try to figure out where clusters of migrants can be grabbed. It's exactly the same software, exactly the same people. The names really don't matter. They just come up with a new version of this stuff for their new application.
Yeah, and they've been spying on, for the record, the Palestinians have been spied on for a very long time now. Like everything, every text, every fucking phone call. I remember Ayash was the guy's name. He got his head taken off by a cell phone back in the 90s. So they really focused really hard on this stuff and they've perfected it. And now I guess are either, going to use that to take everybody over, or as you said, I hadn't even heard about the theory about California, but that makes sense to me. Yeah, because if you get rid of that industry, California is kind of fucked.
Some people noted
ICE is on this app right now monitoring people. They actually have a division now monitoring people on TikTok and all the social media. And if you talk against them, they will start red flagging you.
Oh yeah, no, that's like Connor. Like every day that motherfucker's up in here. I guess he's supposedly my handler maybe. And it's like no, I've only got 150 people in here. I'm not a big channel, yet they will put this effort and time into even the smallest of creators to drive this narrative in and fuck with us. It's crazy.
And even in our communities, it's happening because, like, I live in Lake Tahoe, so we're a tourist community, and they've actually started a charity that invites IDF soldiers on vacation here for free. We pay for everything. totally like integrating them into our community for months at a time. And, you know, luckily our community was on top of it and is really pushing back against it and saying like, this is inappropriate. We would prefer to have Palestinians come here on vacation because they could use it. Like, so they're infiltrating our communities too.
Well, Greg Abbott here has forced San Marcos, which is a little college town between Austin here and San Antonio, and forced them to keep paying Israel, I think, up to $2 million a year, and wants to pass a state law. I was like, what does that have to do with Texas?
Yeah, what a weird fucking time. But what I am glad is that there has been an awakening of people that are willing to call it out when they see it. You know, because before you'd get labeled as a conspiracy theorist, etc. Maybe you still do, but people are seeing it too. So that's a good thing. And maybe that will help combat this shit. But maybe it's too late also.
Well, people have to be willing not just to call it out, but to withdraw cooperation from it. I mean, I think that if you realize that for at least the last 20 years since Iraq, the United States military has really just been used to make 60 million people in 7 or 8 countries dead or displaced, and that the arms industry is, you know, fundamentally responsible for the disaster in East Europe and in the Mideast, all the war going on pretty much, and also a lot of what's happening in Africa and South America, but Africa is a bit more complicated. Then, you know, but you still say thank you for your service to veterans? Really? Like, what service is that? Genocide? Getting weapons to Israel? Like, there has to be a point at which people don't join the military, don't work for the military-industrial complex, move out of towns that are hopelessly tied to it, and say, I want to organize my life in a way that has nothing to do with this global imperialism. Partially because it's not going to work. It's going to collapse. Companies like Boeing and Lockheed Martin are not going to be stable employers. But also just because if you're involved in it, someday it blows back on you. Right now, a lot of Israelis are waking up to this, going, well, you know, I thought I could just be an ordinary, peaceful Israeli citizen. No, you can't. Those people are grabbing hilltops and shooting at civilian kids for you. Those people are G-siding, you know, Gaza to grab real estate for you. You're part of it. Like the Germans couldn't have said in 1945, oh, we weren't in the SS, so we weren't guilty. The SS was out there grabbing your, you know, your oil and giving you land to grow potatoes in. And like, you can't just deny that you're benefiting from it when one group is your vanguard. So Zios are, no matter how liberal they are, liberal Zionists or liberal Americans say, oh, I don't support what the CIA does. Yeah, well, what have you ever done to stop it? Like, the people you vote keep giving them money.
Yeah, and serve you as the mayor. Fucking Eric Adams. It's so weird.
Eric Adams, that was unbelievable.
Jesus. Well, as you know, like World War II, like is now, it's the corporations that are propping this up. I mean, it was IBM that actually put the machines so you could document, the Nazis could document who was going into the ovens and who not. They were using IBM machines. And also GM with the Opel, you know, and Ford actually sued us afterwards and got money for bombing their plants in Schnazi, that was built in Schnazi trucks to transport them.
Yeah, one way to look at that whole situation is that the United States hung on and didn't get into World War II till very late, until it had to, right? Until Japan attacked it and Germany declared on it. And only really went in when it was pretty much guaranteed that by participating on the British side, America could inherit the British Empire and take over fascism in Southeast Asia from the Japanese and take over fascism in Europe from the Germans. Like a corporate takeover is the best way to look at it.
Right.
Now, obviously, the propaganda didn't say that, and people who signed up voluntarily didn't think that's what they were doing. But the end result was exactly that. By 1949, you have NATO established with a literal Yahtzee general sitting on top of it. They have repatriated SS money from Switzerland back into German industry. Japan has been, quote, rehabilitated, but in fact, they changed nothing about its corporate structure. And America is arming up to wipe out every single communist in South Korea, which is a G-side that begins under Truman. Like, basically, they just take over the fascist position and put better PR on it.
Yeah. Well, guys, I've got to say it is time for me to get off of here. I actually was only going to go live for an hour, but it was an interesting live, and I appreciate everybody's contribution to it. Nor, thank you for coming. I appreciate you being up here. I hadn't seen you in a while, so it's
Stay
good
strong,
to see
Nora.
you. Yeah, thank you all.
Oh, sorry. I
Go
wanted
ahead.
to ask you if you've seen like the ID from the guy in DC yesterday.
The IT?
The ID.
I haven't seen the ID, no, but I do know that he worked with the CIA.
Yeah, I have the ID. I can't share it, but if you message me, I'll send it to you.
Okay. Yeah, and that's Nor that's talking, right? Yeah.
It shows he was an
Yes.
E5 working for a death squad in Afghanistan.
Yeah. Well, I had messaged earlier, so you can just respond to that. Here, hey, I actually still had it up. But anyway, thank you all so much. I really appreciate it, guys. Enjoy your National Day of Mourning or Thanksgiving, whichever you prefer. I hope you don't eat too much, and may your fasting go well if that's what you choose to do. We'll catch you guys next time. I'll be back on tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Time. We'll see you there. Peace.